Well, welcome to Atlanta. We finally made it, Thomas. The 2023 NFL Draft, the first draft. Well, not the first draft in the history of SumerSports, but the first draft we've done as a part of the SumerSports show. I'm Eric Eager. I'm one of the VPs at SumerSports. I'm joined by Thomas Dimitroff, the CEO of SumerSports, the former general manager of the Atlanta Falcons. Again, this is the first ever draft show in the history of the world that has included a former NFL Executive of the Year and a former math professor.
Buckhead, Atlanta, right now. We are all around the great area here. We're gonna be jamming. I can't wait. Food is at our disposal anywhere, but we're gonna be focusing over 5 straight hours. Is that we're gonna be sitting in these chairs for 5 hours?
I mean, look at these general managers. If you guys would just have the go with your conviction and pick, we could get done with this a little bit earlier. But I do think it's gonna be about 5 hours. We really appreciate all of you that have come. We really appreciate all of you that have followed the SumerSports show along for as long as you have. This space is where we've had, numerous of Thomas's GM Journey podcasts, SumerSports show clips, Sumer Shorts. You're going to see some of those on this show tonight. But basically what we're going to do on this show, react to every single pick. We're going to draw from Thomas's, vast experience as the general manager and as former director of college scouting, 2 Super Bowl rings with the New England Patriots. And of course, mine as a director of analytics at times for PFF, and now one of the VPs at SumerSports. So I'm really excited here. Thomas, how did we get here? We got here. Panthers picking first. They're not picking first because they tanked. They're not picking first because they're one of the worst teams. They were one of the worst teams in the NFL. In fact, they were kind of in the middle of the pack. They were picking 9th this year. They go up, move about $200 million of assets, go all the way up to number 1 with the Chicago Bears. Something we were talking about when we were at the Super Bowl, in Arizona this year. They trade a premium position player, the Panthers do to the Bears. They trade multiple first-round, multiple assets in future drafts as well. And we end up with, a situation where they move up. I think everybody believed that they were going to go C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was as high as minus 400 to be the first player taken. And then since then, it's been a steady drip towards Bryce Young here, now to the point where Bryce Young is more or less off the board at minus 200, or sorry, minus, was it 200,000? I mean, you're basically going to have to lay a ton of money, if you want to bet him here. Will Levis second at 15-1 to be the first pick. Thomas, what do you think, in terms of the Panthers, sort of path to this position right now? It's been a windy road.
It's been a windy road. I think what I'd love to do throughout this today as well is, share, as you had mentioned, from a GM perspective, but also be able to shed some light on the men in charge right now, with some comments, of course, on the GMs and the head coaches, because I think sometimes that's important to know, right? Mm-hmm. And, pepper in some ownership thoughts from our standpoint as a former general manager. I think that would be informative. So I will say, as you know, we've talked about it before, I mean, where Scott Fitterer is right now as a GM of the Carolina Panthers, I've said time and again, he is a very good football man. And he's at a very interesting point in his career, right? This is an interesting and very intricate and important time for him to get it right. Let's call it the way it is, right? He's got a new head coach that comes in Frank Reich. He's got an owner that's been there and who's a strong owner and has a strong belief in what he wants for his train set. We always say that, right? It's the owner's train set. Yep. And I truly believe these guys have been working really hard together. I'm talking about Frank Reich, and I'm talking about Scott Fitterer. Head coach and GM relationships are massively important. They have to be on the same wavelength for sure, and the owner has to see that. The owner in the end can say yay or nay on the picks. They don't always want to admit that, but it is the way it is. They're coming into a situation right now, the world's their oyster right now because they can take whoever they want to take. And I'm sure Commissioner Goodell's happy that they haven't announced necessarily who they're taking.
Exactly. And we, it's really funny because, you have experience. They called you, Trader Thomas or something like that in the press or whatever. Right? And you have an experience of trading up for a Hall of Fame wide receiver and all of the things that go with that, right? You need to have ownership. You need to have the head coach. You need to have, and, the infamous trades we've seen in the past that haven't worked out, Herschel Walker to the Vikings, like Jerry Burns didn't want Herschel Walker on the team. So it doesn't work. You need, everybody says like, whose decision is this? And this was part of the reason why Stroud was favored was Stroud sort of looked like the prototypical Frank Reich quarterback, bigger, kind of more mechanical, and so that was why everybody sort of inferred that he was the pick. But, that wasn't necessarily how, this whole thing, came about. And there are more people that go into that decision, and you have to like drive it toward a consensus, in those situations, or else you're going to be at loggerheads with each other the entire time. You're going to be people in the building who are rooting against the player, and you never want that to happen.
So those are great points. And this might be a time for a refresher on the 53, right? We refer to it as 53 or final football say. Everyone likes to claim when they're talking to media that it doesn't really matter if my head coach has 53 or I have 53. It's a lie. Do not believe it. It is a big deal within organizations who has final football say. Now, understand there's a difference there, right? In the final football say, final 53, it has to be the head coach or the GM saying, if we're coming down to the very end, someone has to have the final decision making. I had it with Mike Smith in my first stretch of years, for 7 years, when we brought in Dan Quinn. Dan ended up having final 53. However, which is another important twist, the person still can be in charge of all acquisitions, which I happen to be. So there are GMs out there who don't have final 53. They're totally responsible for the draft, totally responsible for free agency. They talk to the head coach and work together. It's on them to make all the moves. But in the very, very, very end, if it's between this linebacker and that linebacker for the final 53 spot, it goes to whoever it is. It's an important role, an important thing to know going into this.
Right. And you talked about with Joe Douglas on your podcast, the GM Journey podcast, what that really meant, as far as decision making and whether it hamstrung you or not. We could go to that clip if we want to here.
So, Joe, you have what's called, 53. We talk about it often in football. Sometimes it's worth talking about. Other times it's not worth talking about. 53 ultimately is final football say on the roster. Interestingly enough, I've had 53 with Mike Smith in my first 7 years with the Falcons. And then when Dan Quinn came on, we gave the head coach 53. You have 53. If you were, again, to advise young up-and-coming general managers about dealing with that topic, how would you advise them?
Yeah, I think my advice would be the 53 means nothing if you can't collaborate, if you can't work hand in hand with this coach. To me, if you need to hold an org chart over someone's head all the time, it's probably not going to work out, right? So the most important thing is the communication piece that we always bring up, and the ability to collaborate and have these honest conversations.
Love it.
Yeah, so that was Thomas with Joe Douglas, the GM of the New York Jets. New York Jets, by the way, today, this week, Monday, traded for future Hall of Famer, 4-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers. That trade was a very interesting trade with respect to when you look at it from surplus value. The Packers got a ton of value because Aaron Rodgers is paid a lot, and those draft picks, as you know, Thomas, are worth a lot. But from the perspective of short-term gains, obviously the Jets do tremendously well here because they bring in a guy that can really turn them around. The Jets last year, 7-10, but with one of the better defenses in all of football and one of the better draft classes. 2 players, Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson, won their respective Rookie of the Years. Thomas, when you look at the kind of guts it takes to sort of make that trade, to sort of put yourself out there, knowing full well, like this is Wilson doesn't work. This has got to work for him.
This has got to work. Again, Joe Douglas, you can see him in the press conferences. He's an understated guy, great football man who's been around it a long time. Like I mentioned before, he's been around Ozzie Newsome and Howie Roseman. I mean, 2 top-notch guys out there with very different approaches. So you think about it with Joe Douglas, right? He's done some really nice drafting there, but it's still on the clock, right? So here he is making a big time ballsy move for Aaron Rodgers, who I believe, hands up, I believe is still one of the very best. And he's one of the very best who have ever played this position at quarterback. I still think he has it in him. Remember now, you trade away what you trade away. There's a lot going on here. There is no doubt in my mind. This is not one where you're like, let's manage expectations like we often do as GMs. You're not managing expectations here, brother. You are all in. You're trying to pull in a Super Bowl trophy.
Yeah, and that was, you have that experience with Julio Jones. You draft him, and it's like this guy's got to be got to be a Hall of Famer, right? And there's a lot on the line there. And when it was you that traded for Julio, you were 2010, you were a 1 seed. You're kind of right on the precipice. You're kind of trying to get there. You're trying to do things that Falcons teams, you had taken them from kind of an also ran kind of middle of the pack team with Michael Vick, bottomed out. You took them to different heights. You're trying to get to that next step when you take a player like that. The Jets had not won their division since 2002. Right before you joined the Patriots, and they have not, they made the AFC title game in 2010. To me, that is a very, they're trying to take the next step to kind of like contention here, which I think is a trickier one. But Aaron Rodgers gets them there. Rodgers really struggled during the middle of the part of last year, but to your point, he finished the season doing fairly well, and so I do think that he can be, somebody there for the Jets who can take them at least to the playoffs. But in the AFC, so many good quarterbacks, including Lamar Jackson, right? Lamar Jackson today, a 5-year, $260 million deal, about 185 to 87 guarantee. Well, we won't know what the structure is like. So they end their sort of, months long, actually years long impasse with the player. He was rumored possibly to go to Atlanta. Detroit was another one, but it really never got off the ground. And he goes back to Baltimore, a place where he's guided this team to, immense heights, the MVP in 2019, the playoffs in 20 and 22, although he was hurt when they got in last year. Thomas, what do you think about this deal when you get that, that cornerstone quarterback, the guy that you had in Matt Ryan, you get that cornerstone quarterback, he's going to be there for a long time?
I was thinking today, what a relief it is for Eric DeCosta to go into the draft with this off his mind, right? It's just a massive deal that's hanging over your head, for how many months now? I mean, so yeah, this is a big thing, of course. And I just think you go in with clarity. Remember, I've said this before, when you're looking at the draft, you start thinking, okay, if we can put A, B, and C in place from free agency and focus on X, Y, and Z plus in the draft, that's a good feeling. Knowing that you're checking some boxes on your needs. They check the box on a linebacker, right? They're checking a box on a quarterback, which is, like you said, here for a long time, God willing for them, right? As long as injuries are the way they are or aren't. And I think that's going to be really, I just think, again, knowing that they're going in with that taken care of, this is a much smoother draft for them.
Yeah, for sure. And, when you look at Lamar Jackson, I know quarterback wins are not necessarily a great reflection, but when the team is sort of built around his running ability, I do think they tell a story. He's 45-16 as a starter in the regular season. They'll always talk about the fact that he's 1-3 in the playoffs, but this is a team now, when you look at the AFC, you really do need an elite caliber quarterback to compete, right? When you look at Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lawrence, those are the final 4 quarterbacks in the conference. Then you bring back Rodgers, as we said, and Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert. Like, this is just a conference full of great quarterbacks. And I think, the Ravens would have been doing themselves a disservice to try to go in and compete without a player of that caliber. Let's reset a little bit, because right now we're about 14 minutes away from the start of the draft. As we said, Bryce Young, the overwhelming favorite to go number 1 to the Carolina Panthers. The Houston Texans pick has oscillated so wildly. We've seen, Thomas, as the favorite to be this pick at one point in this draft, Bryce Young, when Stroud was the favorite. We've seen Will Anderson, the best defensive player in many people's eyes. We've seen Will Levis. We've seen Tyree Wilson. And now making a late surge. And in fact, it looks like from the betting market's perspective, this player is the pick. CJ Stroud is minus 6,000. So for those of you, we don't bet here at Sumer, but you'd have to basically put down $6,000 to win $100 if you wanted to win that bet on Stroud. So it does appear that either Houston or a team that we don't know trading into that spot is going to take CJ Stroud. We talked a little bit about CJ Stroud. We've also talked about Houston. Your friend Nick Caserio, longtime New England Patriot executive. What do you think is going through his mind as he ponders this pick?
Nick Caserio, is that?
Yeah.
When we talk about Nick Caserio, again, he's another guy who is in his 3rd year, and he's at a really interesting crossroads. Another really developed football man, but it is not easy in the National Football League. You're judged by every move you make, right? You're judged by their wins, of course, but you're judged by your moves. You're judged by your coaching hires. You're judged by your quarterback situation. And I'm telling you, there's so much out there about, again, what they do at that position or at that spot in the draft, and do they truly rip off a quarterback, or do they wait a little bit later on this, right? Which we've talked about quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean it's so hard, right? When you look at where they were when the Deshaun Watson thing went sideways. They thought they had, this is a team that became a team in the NFL in 2002. David Carr was the first pick. He never really worked out. Matt Schaub, a guy that backed up for you in Atlanta for a number of years. He was kind of the guy. He kind of got them somewhere, but then he fell off a little bit. And ultimately, they got to Watson, and that's kind of the first true, NFL superstar caliber quarterback they had. And of course, it doesn't go well for them. And since then, they haven't really been able to, really find that position. They didn't have a ton of picks in 2021. Went with Davis Mills as their top pick. Last year, they decided not to go with quarterback. Probably smart. There weren't any really quarterbacks for them to pick. But now it looks like they're finally going to, equilibrate to a quarterback in C.J. Stroud, which leaves us again to another team, that is run by somebody, sort of in your tree a little bit, Monty Ossenfort and the Arizona Cardinals. They're sitting here at 3. There have been reports that they've traded this pick. We have not gotten confirmation on that yet. They obviously have Kyler Murray, Jonathan Gannon, the new head coach, the former defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. And, when you look at the market for this pick, Will Anderson is the favorite right now on FanDuel at minus 160 or so, followed by Tyree Wilson, the edge from Texas Tech at plus 430. Jalen Carter, the Georgia defensive tackle at 15-2. This one is really the truly interesting one where I think the Cardinals need a lot of players. Picking just one picking one from a premium position like Anderson would be great. But but moving back would make a lot of sense to try to fill that roster, especially in a year where it looks like Kyler Murray is not going to be healthy for the whole season.
Yeah, and remember, these guys are still trying to work through Kyler Murray. They know what they have invested in him. The owners told you, get this right, figure this out. A lot of pressure on both neophyte head coach and neophyte general manager. Again, guys that came out the gate that everyone knew were smart football men, and they were going to do what they needed to do to put it together. Again, a lot of pressure on them for other reasons, right? There's been talk out there about him, Monty Ossenforth, potentially taking Jalen Carter, and I'm thinking they need stoutness there in the sense of not physical, but they need something sound. They need, they've had a lot they're dealing with, right? They're dealing with their own stuff right now with Terry McDonough and Mr. Bidwell. There's a lot going on there. This organization needs stability, and when you have a neophyte, first-time GM, first-time head coach, I remember that. Mike Smith and I were that. That's uncomfortable and nerve-wracking as it is. Yep. But the interesting thing is we came in with Mike Smith back in 2008 off the Michael Vick debacle, and we kind of raised our hands. There was a nice settling feeling that Michael Vick is not on our watch. We're going to do what we can, right? So these two gentlemen can go in there. I'm talking about new GM and new head coach, and settle everyone down and say, look, what happened before is what happened before. We are here. We're going to bring this back to a semblance of order and et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's on their mind. I think it means that they have to have a very sound and stable and consistent player in this role.
Yeah, interestingly, you can probably relate as much to them having the third pick there. You went quarterback. They're not going to go quarterback, but they do need some sort of, semblance of consistency. And you look at this division, the 49ers are a great franchise. Obviously, Seattle made the playoffs last year. The Rams just off a Super Bowl, kind of rebuilding a little bit. So it's a long climb for them, but they do need to, sort of make some sound decisions to be competitive. A division that's not quite as strong, but one that houses the team with the 4th pick here, the AFC South, the Indianapolis Colts. Chris Ballard, former Chiefs executive, he goes to Indianapolis a while back. Has really had, a little bit of a string of bad luck with, Andrew Luck getting injured, Andrew Luck retiring, them going after, Phillip Rivers and then him retiring and then, Carson Wentz not being the guy and then Matt Ryan kind of flaming out a little bit last year. And so they need a quarterback, right? This is with Shane Steichen now, I'm optimistic about the Colts here because Shane Steichen, before he would help the Eagles make the Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts, he had, Justin Herbert as the rookie of the year offensively in the NFL with the Los Angeles Chargers. So he has some experience taking on young quarterbacks and turning them into something great. When you look at this with this collection, again, it's not a neophyte general manager, but it's a general manager sort of kind of at a crossroads in his career and a coach who's relatively new, first time he's been a head coach in the NFL. This one's probably a franchise defining pick here.
Franchise defining. Another guy, as I said, I mean, I know it always sounds like I laud these guys, but Chris Ballard is one of the best out there as far as he's a football guy. He's a former coach, right? He understands way back. He understands football at so many levels. He's got a stoutness about him as far as his approach to putting the teams together. And in the end, we've talked about this. All GMs are completely evaluated by their ability to snap the quarterback off the board, hopefully, and parlay it into a couple contracts or 3 or 4, right? It's a very, very important position to be gauged on. You can do all you want to do, but if you come up short on the quarterback, it's complicated to navigate through that with your fan base, with your owner and such. And again, this is a big pick for them, and I'll be really interested to see which direction they go on that quarterback position.
Yeah, for sure. And you're getting a little bit of the analytics behind the Colts here, courtesy of Parker Fremling and Matt Stopsky, as well as Tate Seth, who, by the way, Tate Seth, congratulations on graduating from Michigan today, but a lot of great work here. This is a Colts team, again, not a ton is expected out of them, 6.5 win total, in the markets this year. This is, again, a year where it's kind of trickling by. However, I will say, when you took over the Falcons in 2008, your win total wasn't anywhere close to what you ended up getting. You ended up getting 11 wins, and you were predicted. I mean, you were 3-point underdogs in your first game to a Detroit Lions team that ended up not winning a game all year. That shows how much the market's misunderstood you guys. When you look at the Colts, to your point about Ballard, I think this is not a guy who has bungled a lot of picks. You look at, Alec Pierce is a good ball player. Michael Pittman Jr., Jonathan Taylor are great football players. All the way back to Quentin Nelson, Shaquille Leonard. Those are players that are good ball players in the NFL. And, I think that, it's just one of those where that premium position, that quarterback, without that quarterback, you can really only do so much. It just really hamstrung them. So, and here's a history of the Colts draft success or draft picks and what they've used on the positions for a while here. Quentin Nelson being a high pick at a guard spot when they traded back with the New York Jets for the Sam Darnold pick. Okay, we're about 5 minutes away from the draft. Let's talk about the last team in the top 5. Now, this is a team that, picking in the top 5, they didn't sort of deserve it, right? They traded. This is because they made a trade and they ended up here. The Seattle Seahawks with Pete Carroll. This is a guy, Pete Carroll trades, Russell Wilson to the Denver Broncos. I think a lot of people believe that Russell Wilson was being misused by Seattle. Everybody had the let Russ cook sort of situation during the 2020 season and so on and so forth. A little bit of vindication for Carroll, a guy who's been a great coach in this league all the way back to the 90s when he was, defensive coordinator for some great defenses, won a Super Bowl. People kind of forget that, right? John Schneider, the general manager, also, a great 2011, one of the masterpieces of a draft that people have ever seen. 2022, then he gets, Tariq Woolen to start at corner. He gets Charles Cross to start, Abraham Lucas to start at tackle, Kenneth Walker to start at running back. And they're back, and so you think about this, like this is a team with not that many needs, but it's picking in the top 5. They're truly in a driver's seat here.
Yeah, to me, this is a really interesting cornerstone part of the draft, of course, right? Where they're going to go. If they go D tackle, if they go Jalen Carter, that's one thing. If they decide they're going to, reach out and take a quarterback that's going to be waiting in the wings with Geno, that could be a smart move as well. We'll get into a lot of this talking about it, of course. But look, you have two gentlemen, again, back to John Schneider and Pete Carroll, who know each other so well, right? They know how to build together, Eric. That's important. And they've had their ups and downs over the years, many more ups. But people started to count them out. I started getting calls and texts like, John's in trouble. And I'm thinking, John's not in trouble. John knows what he's doing. And Pete Carroll, they work together well. And Pete Carroll has the ability to take people who have a little wayward soul to them. And I'm not saying bad, but if they have something they have to deal with, that's a big thing for people, right? If Andy Reid does that, I think Bill Belichick does that. You have to be able to do that and have the sort of the wherewithal and the presence to be able to keep these guys in line. And I think that's important. So they're a very fascinating team building duo in my mind.
Yeah, for sure. And you said it, I think you said it very smartly here. Like, they know, when you're a team that's always been very good, you're never going to be able to pick, unless you do like a Julio Jones type trade, you're never going to be able to pick sort of in the top 10 of the draft. So you have to be able to take wayward souls. You have to be able to take the Frank Clarks of the world. You have to be able to take, players that have, that are prickly, right? And to your point, like some of the best coaches in the NFL. I mean, I even think about your old boss, Bill Belichick, where it's like, you take in guys, some of them are Albert Haynesworth and they don't work. Some of them are Ocho Cincos and they don't work. And then some of them are Randy Mosses and they are Corey Dillons and they work tremendously. And that's, again, one of the places where you can be, get an edge in this league is to take players that are undervalued. Of course, that's just Moneyball sort of in a nutshell. And so we're almost to the beginning of this draft, Thomas. Let's talk. Now that we're right here, I want to draw from your experience as a general manager a little bit, okay? What's going through your mind as this is approaching here? Like, what is your day like? What is this time right now? You obviously had this, you obviously had the Julio Jones trade, but you have a number of other moves. Like, what's coursing through your veins when you go through a time like this?
Okay, so very quickly leading into the day, everyone does it differently, right? Some people are out doing their fitness, long walks, long runs, rides, whatever they are. Some are just around their family, and which is a great thing, right? They're spending some time to get their minds off the stresses of pulling that tag off the board, which, believe me, even though it seems fun to all of us, it's a stressful thing, especially a lot of these guys in the top 10. There's a reason that they're there, and they have hay to make for the most part, instead of, versus, trading up, of course. I would say when you start getting really close to it, you get a little edgy. You guys felt a little of my edginess getting ready for this. And I have to tell you, a little bit of that was me on game day. And I was thinking, wow, I'm a little more edgy than I should be. Supposed to be having fun today, because I'm thinking about how the nerves start building up. And you do think of things like, God, our tech people better have this down, and we don't need any malfunctions. That may be one thing, right? It could be, I want to make sure that we have all the information we need. I want to make sure that the trades are going down and we're interacting properly with our trade evaluator. There are a lot of elements that are on your mind that are going so fast through your head, and your emotions are all over the place, I think. And then you take a deep breath, it kicks off, all of a sudden the draft starts, and you're like, all right, here we go. We're finally here after 14 months worth of work.
Well, it's so funny because you're sort of, as a decision maker in many ways. I mean, Paul Tudor Jones is out there. He's gonna come about during the middle of the draft and replace Thomas for a little bit, as Thomas has some CEO work, very important guy work for our company here at Sumer. Wears multiple hats that I think a lot of people don't see. But when I was a sports bettor, when Paul does trades, it's like there's at some point the hay is in the barn, right? And you're like, I've done all the work I'm supposed to do. I prepared as well as I'm going to prepare. And even athletes, I mean, you play college football, I play college football. You're like, why am I nervous? I've either done the work or I haven't. This is either, I'm not, and yet we still, because of the competitive nature of who we are as people, like we still get the butterflies and stuff. We still have these superstitions, and we've heard some of Paul's superstitions. I didn't have that many when I was a player. I don't know if you had any. But we still have, you still get those nervousness, those nerves. And I feel like, while I think a lot of people would love to trade places, I still think it's a really real part of this game. And it's what makes this whole thing human, right? It's such a human endeavor, football.
And everyone has their own approaches and idiosyncrasies and personality traits. and no one wants to hear about our football, I get it. But as a person, I was a very fired up athlete or competitor, however it is. So leading up, the odd thing was I was really quiet and really agitated and irritable, right to the point of when the kickoff was. And then I was always very enjoyable and loved it. Was at the top of, encouraging people. So it's a really interesting thing. We all go through different things when we're getting ready to make big time moves, and hopefully, bring your organization into a championship type of organization.
Yeah, let's take a couple questions from the gallery here while we wait for the Panthers, who are currently on the clock. As we said, people are assuming that Bryce Young is the pick. Here's a great question here from Taylor Vaughn Thaxton. How do you get a feel for the way the board is going to fall? What goes into projecting scenarios as they play out?
You're gonna have to start on that one.
I mean, it's what we're trying to do with SumerSports, right? I mean, we're trying our best to model these things out. We have a thing called DAM, which, like, there's a joke here. If it was omnipotent, we call it the God. But where the draft availability model. So like, what's the likelihood that a player gets picked at a particular spot, and so on and so forth. And there's that, and you have to have a keen sense of that. I think what's so great about you and your football life is like you have so many connections because you have been kind of a football lifer. You had, obviously Scott Pioli, was a general manager with the Kansas City Chiefs, Belichick, obviously. And now, as you kept growing, some people in your tree were starting to get their shot. And so you can kind of call around, right, to a certain extent. Now, do they give you the right information or not? That's a good question. But there's a part of it that's mathematical modeling, and then there's a part of it that's the human nature of sort of knowing how people act.
And when I call around, it's interesting because I never like people calling me, what's your pick going to be? Even the people that used to be GMs or people I knew in the league, I really want to know at the depths, what are you thinking here?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how you're thinking about putting together. You don't have to mention names. I want more insight on the team building sort of a psyche and the nuances of how they're putting things together. And I just think that's something that a lot of people don't get a chance to share. And I think most of these guys will share that element with a former general manager is my thought.
Yeah, I think that this, I said this on a different show today, which I thought was, this is free agency. Different teams have different resources. Different teams have different structures. You talk about when you were with Arthur, with the Falcons, Arthur Blank, like they didn't, they encourage you to spend up to the cap. And then there are teams like Cleveland that are okay with rolling money over. Free agency is not a look into the soul of the team. I don't think so. Like a lot of it is about your initial conditions. A lot of it's how players have done. The draft is very much a look into the soul of teams. And I think when you look at, if I look back and I look at, sort of any decision maker's career, it's not going to be the free agent signings that they have. It's going to be the drafts that they had. And that's, to your point, like when you're trying to decide what these teams are going to do with the resource that they have, it's really not necessarily like, hey, what are you going to do? It's more, what do you think about when this happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing. And I'm actually, and you're in the middle of talking about that, I'm only a little distracted because our really nice clock over there is not working. And I'm trying to wonder and figure out, it's a fake clock, guys. My point is I have no idea when the pick, how long we are.
Well, so we look at one of these draft trackers here. Bryce Young is the pick, by the way, of the Carolina Panthers. Funny, what we knew all along, the betting markets were right. Let's go ahead. If we can put up the player card for Bryce Young. Bryce Young from Alabama, first pick, 2023 draft. Another Alabama quarterback going high. So we had Mac Jones in 2021 went 15. Tua Tagovailoa went 5 in 2020. I think Bryce Young did it with less of a supporting cast than basically anybody. Mac Jones had the quartet. He had Mechie, he had Devontae Smith, he had Jerry Jeudy, he had Henry Ruggs for a time. Not necessarily working with that deck of cards, Bryce Young in the SEC, still putting up tremendous numbers. The Heisman Trophy winner, not this year but last year. For the Carolina Panthers. Thomas, what do you think of this pick?
Look, I think we all knew it was coming, of course. I was holding out a little bit of hope that they would just turn the world upside down. But then again, they need their quarterback. They need consistency. Everything is there in my mind. I know I've made comments about the height being a concern for me. It still is. But they got themselves a hell of a football player that they can build with, and kudos to them. I'm sure they're so excited about it. And you better believe that their owner is, right? They'll be selling a ton of jerseys with this guy out the gate.
Yeah, for sure. And I think about this, they Ike Ekwonu was a pick, Christensen was a pick, Braden Christensen. I think the next question for them, because they've done a good job in free agency, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Miles Sanders, they put players around him that I think are at least going to give him a chance to make plays. The offensive line's got to be constructed to help the offensive line and the system. And I think Frank Reich's a fabulous coach. I mean, my friend John Park, worked with him in Indianapolis, raves about him. they have to build a system to work around his height. He's your quarterback. That is what you work with, right? It's a marriage in every sense of the word. So you really do have to, believe that Carolina is going to do, what's necessary here for him to work, because he is smaller than, basically any quarterback that's gone this high in the draft, and that's not something to ignore.
Look, we talked about it. Their coaching staff is going to be really interesting, not only with Frank coming in, but the coaching staff that he's putting in place, right? Quarterback coach, who there's a lot of respect for, offensive coordinator. I mean, I love that for them. I love that for a team that is in a spot. They're going for it, right? They moved up to make their move and make a very, very difficult decision that's going to be hanging over their heads. And you and I both know this is not negative. I used to get really agitated when Matt Ryan had 2 and 3 balls knocked down. Mm-hmm. He's virtually 6'5". That's always going to be on people's minds. Bryce has an amazing ability, I think. Amazing is a strong word, to move around, throw off balance, and do all kinds of creative things with the ball, right? But when a guy that's that size has balls knocked down, it's automatically going to go to the media the next morning. It's going to go to the meeting rooms, and people are going to talk about it. So they just have to have a really good grasp of some of that. I know that sounds small, but it can build. Yep. It can build. They're going to do a great job with how they're scheming, of course. And I am just very curious. I would love to chat about this for a minute or two while I try to still figure out where we are in the draft. If someone's going to give me any sort of indications that there's 5 minutes left in this pick or not, I have no idea where to go with it. But if someone could kind of guide me with my phone, and I could see a time there. But I want to say Frank Reich. I mean, he has that whole stat that he's never been around. What is a quarterback that's been under 6'4"? Yeah. That's a big thing. All of a sudden, you have this cat that's 5'10" and
5'9" right? Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. And back to Jim Kelly, right? When he was boomer sized, and when he was in Maryland, those were the quarterbacks he was with, traditional type of sized quarterbacks, and then all the way through his time in Indianapolis and so forth. So I think that this is going to be, a stretch of his mettle. But to be honest with you, I think that the biggest thing for me when I think about like how this is going to go from the perspective of Carolina is, do they build around him? Do they understand? Because and I'm not trying to degrade anybody, but I think, when you looked at Arizona, how they dealt with the small quarterback, they did not do enough, in my opinion, to nurture his size, right? He always got hurt, and it always derailed their team down the stretch of those seasons, which was really, not great, for us. So, to watch, because I think Murray's a great talent, and we'd like to see that happen to Bryce Young. Now Houston is on the clock. This is one where they want it. From all indications, Bryce Young was their pick. They win a game in Week 18 against Indianapolis on a Hail Mary 2-point conversion. Lovie Smith, one last whatever to that team on the way out. Now they're picking second. The favorite for this pick was indeed, C.J. Stroud at close, but it was so sort of oscillatory. We are getting, by the way, reports that the Eagles and Cardinals are trading picks up to 3. The Eagles. Wow. Super Bowl.
Okay.
They're kind of pulling a Dimitroff here, right? Because they're right on the precipice of a Super Bowl. And they're saying it's time to move up.
That doesn't surprise me with Howie, right? I mean, Howie, we have some clips of Howie down the street here, right?
Howie's a ballsy guy. Let's just put it that way, a ballsy guy. In fact, I mean, Matt, could we put up the video of Thomas, the CEO of SumerSports, interviewing Howie Roseman, and on how he builds his front offices, because he is certainly, it looks like he is going to trade up here and try to get somebody for his football.
If I were to ask you, or if a group of owners were to humbly ask you, how do you ideally put together a head coach, general manager relationship and basically put together the top end of a football operations of an NFL team, what would you say?
Yeah, I'd say the first thing is I think that what happens is, everyone, like the kumbaya stuff gets a little bit overplayed, right? Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, if you have two people who just go, yeah, what you say, I mean, there has to be a little give and take in that relationship, because at the end of the day, they're very different jobs, right? Like when you're a general manager in the National Football League, you have to build for now, and you also have to protect the future. Like that is your job. Your job is to make sure you are not just going 1 year and then you're out. You have to build it, and you have an obligation to the organization, to the ownership, to the fans, to make sure that you're trying to compete for a long period of time. Now, again, like that doesn't mean that you're in the Super Bowl every year because it's too hard. That doesn't mean that you make the playoffs every year because it's really hard. Whereas you're the coach, you are looking at now. How am I going to win this game? How am I going to make the playoffs this year? How am I going to win the Super Bowl this year? And that's fair. So if you think about those two roles, there has to be a little give and take. There has to be a little bit of a dichotomy between those two jobs. And so I think as long as there's respect and understand, like, you know, it's going to come down at roster cuts. It's going to come down in free agent signings. It's going to come down in the draft, where not everything from our perspective is going to be about this season. And from their perspective, we respect that they have to win because they're under the gun for that season. But we're also trying to help them over the long term so that they can spend a lot of time in Philadelphia, right? You know, Coach Reed was here 14 years. And to do that, you need to compete over a long period of time and to build the team. And to build the team, you may have to take a small step back at a certain area to take 2 steps forward.
Okay, and we're back. We're back here with the Panthers are still on the clock. We did get confirmation that it is Bryce Young, but we do know we are a little bit ahead. However, if you want to be ahead of the broadcast, you want to know the picks as they come in. We might have, I would say it's probably worth it. Maybe if there's 1 or 2 gaps, maybe not. But we are still, the Panthers are still technically on the clock. We have gotten confirmation though that it has been Bryce Young. So we are still sort of working through that. By the way, great interview by Thomas Dimitroff of Howie Roseman, the general manager of the Eagles, a guy who has built 2 Super Bowl teams in 2 different Super Bowl teams, which I love, right? I mean, some holdovers, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, guys like that, but really had to tear it down and build it twice. Very impressive guy, by the way. His son was one of my students in my Wharton Moneyball class this fall at Penn. Very, very intelligent kid, of course. No surprise there. When you think about, a trade up like this, right? You're basically saying, this one player can kind of get us over the top. And I think it's good for Arizona to get value there. I'm really excited to see who Philly gets with this pick.
Yeah, well, I know we're ahead. We're talking about it, and I know there is no doubt in my mind that Monty Ossenforth, given who he is, he's got a conservative side. He comes from the Patriot paradigm, right? Goes to Tennessee, comes in here, finally gets his GM opportunity. He's going to go in there with a Patriot approach, right? He's been trying like hell to get back. I'm really happy that he's gotten an opportunity to get back. I would never in my wildest dreams thought it was going to be Howie to continue to pull it up. And by the way, you mentioned Howie. You're right. His son might even be a better GM to him. His son wants to be a GM. It's really interesting, of course. But I would say Howie's got that approach. Howie's had his ups and downs, which I love watching this. When you watch Howie where he is, he's really starting to climb and get to where he wants to be. I love seeing it. There were times with Chip Kelly, it got funky, and he weathered it. He did a lot of professional development during that time when he was pushed out and away in the building, but he still stayed. His relationship with Jeffrey Lurie was pristine. And he knew in the end, ultimately, he was going to survive the weather, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure. And Kelly, interestingly, right, is a good example of. I think Chip Kelly is such an interesting proverb for the NFL, right? Because there's the whole, you got to learn how to pick your spots. And we're going to talk, and we're going to throw up some really cool footage of Thomas when he traded up for Julio at some point in the draft. We're going to wait on that a little bit, but when you go against the grain all the time. We're dealing with this at Sumer. We're analytical. We're questionably analytic, right? And not embarrassed about it. But that's always going to go against the grain a little bit. And yet, at the same time, of course, our CEO is a former NFL GM, former scout. There are things that you have. There's a reason why the league has done it this way the whole time, and there are elements of it that are correct. And we have and to eschew those is folly. And I think when you look at Chip Kelly, he came in and had success. I mean, you go 10-6 as an NFL head coach with no disparaging these guys, Nick Foles and Mark Sanchez as your quarterback. You're doing something right. But trying to trade his whole draft up for Mariota in 15, trying to, trade all of his good, like he cut Deshaun Jackson, he traded LaShawn McCoy, like doing all that stuff, trying to do it all at once. Like there's a human element of it, that you can't ignore. And so what I really appreciate about your career, Thomas, and Howie's to a certain extent too, is pick your spots. When you pick your spots when you want to go out on a limb, right? You're not always the dare to be a Daniel standalone all the time, because you do have to pick your spots, because this league, there's a lot of noise and it's unforgiving when you fail.
Completely agree. And it's a league right now you cannot sit on your hands. You have to be proactive. And you see it. It's become such a trade aggressive league, much more than 20 plus years ago. It's the way it goes. We get that. And I think, but what you said is so important. You can't be known for just a guy that's always out there spewing, looking for trades, not only looking for trades, but stirring up, some BS, right? I've said that all along. You have to be a guy that people trust enough with coming to the table for a potential trade, and not one that's stirring something up and moving on, right? It's a really important element of being trusted in this league. People are going to turn their backs on you if you're always going to the table to talk and it's not real. They're going to turn their backs on you if you're a person that's unrealistic about what you're asking for. If you have a guy that's always out there saying, I want a second round for this guy all the time, it just gets to a point where people are saying to themselves, this is noise. I'm not even picking up the phone from this guy. And there's other people out there who you are sitting there as a GM thinking, I want to make a trade in the top 8, 10, but there's one team in there I cannot stand dealing with. I won't go into names because there are some there. Maybe if we had a couple cocktails, but we don't do that online here. So, but no, there are guys that you just say, no way. I'm not even gonna knock on this person's door. It's a very important thing to know, because you'd think everyone else would say, well, you got to do what's right for the team. But if you're wasting time and someone's going to take you to the cleaners on something, you just don't go down that road.
Yeah, there's a really smart person that works in the league that I talk to frequently, and he told me, when they made a trade, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you took them to the cleaners, and he goes, yeah, I actually hope the player does okay, so they'll talk to us again. And I think that's a real. I mean, you are in a. Ultimately, you want to be competitive. You want to win the game on the field and all this stuff. Yep. But you are a part of a collection of 32 franchises that's all for the same league, right? And league growth is important, and you do want to be competitive, but you do have to think about those things.
Can I interject? Because this is very important. It's a great point that you're making. I'm not saying in any way you have to be all, as Howie says, kumbaya about it and like, oh, it's all good. Let's just go right down the middle. Of course you want to win the trade. You don't want to embarrass the people, not because if they agree to something that is according to Jimmy Johnson, or more importantly, according to SumerSports and our trade analyzer, that it's really lopsided. If they agree to that, then they agree to that. That's their issue. You don't want to slam them in front of the media. You don't want to make this GM look like a horse's ass because he did the wrong thing. That'll speak for itself.
Yeah.
You just want to be honest with your dealings. And there's a fine line there.
Yeah. I mean, when Jimmy Johnson did the Herschel Walker trade, initially everybody said, oh my God, the Cowboys are getting killed right now. I think that, he said, he's like, no, this is a train robbery is what he said. And then it started to unfold how he was going to use the conditionals and all that stuff, and ended up being such. But you want to be rare. You want to be rare with that. And so Bryce Young is officially, of course, the pick of the Carolina Panthers. He is their first overall pick since Cam Newton in 2011. That worked out pretty well, as you know, having competed against him. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about Houston now, because they are, officially on the clock. The Houston Texans last season, last place in the AFC South, kind of all oscillated between Davis Mills, Kyle Allen, Jeff Driscoll, just kind of neat, Derek Stingley was the third overall pick, pretty good prospect. They've accumulated some talent on that team. They have pick 2 and pick 12 in this draft. They got to come out of it with a quarterback, right? They have to come out of it with a guy that can change the complexion of their franchise.
They have to. Nick's got a lot of pressure on Nick Caserio. I'm talking about, again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I mean, I really want them to snap up a quarterback here. And I know it's not an easy situation. And God forbid this whole S2, this S2 score of 18%. It's not easy when you're in the top 5 and you again have to justify, because everyone's going to be talking about this S2 pick for CJ Stroud. It's one you want to bury. I'm a big believer in that. You can't listen to everyone, but you still have to deal with it, right? So that to me is going to be important for them. Nick has to walk away with a quarterback somewhere. Now the idea potentially of let's think about taking a pass rusher here, and let's think about 12, right? Either waiting at 12 and see what's there as a quarterback if they start to fall a little bit, or this is a time for Nick Caserio to be aggressive, trade back up into the top 10, be in an even better spot, snap off your pass rusher and your quarterback.
Yep.
You walk away with two really big holes, filled for your first-time head coach and an owner and an organization that really needs to get itself rejuvenated.
Yeah, for sure. So the thing here, and we have Houston 5.5 win total or so, 200-1 to win the Super Bowl, still in a rough spot. However, when you look at where they're building, I think D'Amico Ryan's a pretty good head coaching hire. Very solid type of approach. He was in that San Francisco paradigm. You talk about the Patriot paradigm that you were in. All those guys, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, D'Amico Ryans, Rand Carthon, the guys are all sort of getting their shot. And D'Amico Ryans, I think, is a guy you want to bet on here. We do have, confirmation that the pick is CJ Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. He becomes the third Ohio State quarterback. And then we had third Alabama quarterback taken recently in the first round, third Ohio State quarterback taken in the first round. He joins Justin Fields, picked 11th in 2021. Dwayne Haskins picked 15th in 2019. Two guys who have had different elements of success sort of throughout their career. But this is a good pick. I do think that he has the narrowest outcome, and so it'll be interesting to see. I want in the AFC when we have all those great quarterbacks with all that great ceiling. If CJ Stroud ends up being kind of a Kirk Cousins type player, I do wonder what kind of success they can have. But speaking of quarterbacks, so we got two coming off the board right away. Really fun.
I'm so excited for Nick that he's doing this. Again, this is where you need to go. I don't want to drill onto the S2, Eric, but it's a side. He can move on with it, right? He doesn't have to answer those questions anymore. Nick will answer a few questions about it. So will D'Amico, but they got a guy they can build with. I like CJ Stroud, as you know, I've liked him all the way through. I just like the polished side, the moxie, where he's going as a quarterback. I think it's really good for another organization that needs soundness and stability and a stable approach to moving forward. So I think it's a really good pick for them.
And on our podcast, the SumerSports Show with Eric Eager and Thomas Dimitroff, which you can watch every Monday and Wednesday, we went through all the quarterbacks in the draft, and we broke down both Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. Let's go with Young here, as he was the first pick for Carolina, and then we'll go with Stroud as well. He only had 9 turnover-worthy plays, which is 40th, 10.0 average depth of target, which is in the top third of college football, 77.4 adjusted completion percentage, which is 13th. That's for PFF. 12.5 pressure to sack, which is 35th. That's a really good number there. And then 3.2 seconds time to throw, which is 12th longest in college football. Young comes with one question mark, right? If Bryce Young's 6'3", 230, Thomas, there's no question of who's being picked first. Young, very athletic, does a lot with his legs, is very good on the move, but it's 5'10", and had to probably put one of those weights in his pants to weigh 207 at the combine.
It's not easy, but none of the big quarterbacks that have been taken who were shorter are that easy to take again in the role as a general manager and a head coach, right? You have to convince your owner that of course this is right, and who cares what the height is. But it is a concern. When you watch him, his ability to, again, we were talking about moving in the pocket, which is a big deal in today's world. Step up, move to the right, move to the left, have the vision that he has, the ability to quickly get rid of the ball when he needs to at all angles and levels, almost falling away. Sometimes probably more than I'd like to see, right? Times I see him falling away kind of off balance a little bit, but completing a hell of a lot of passes that you might think he wouldn't.
CJ Stroud, second in college football last year in yards per pass attempt, 9.4 per my former employer at PFF. 16 turnover-worthy plays, which is actually in the bottom third of college football. He had an average depth of target of 10.7 yards, adjusted completion percentage about 73. His pressure to sack ratio, which is an important variable we're going to talk about here, 14.1%, which is 41st in college football. And he had roughly 2.9 seconds time to throw, which was among, top fourth in college football in terms of time to throw in the pocket. So that's kind of the profile when you look at CJ Stroud.
I think this guy's got this really complete package to him. That's what struck me, right? I think he has ability to stand tall in the pocket. I think he's got a nice awareness in the pocket. He's got a fluidity and a smoothness about him. I think the way that he delivers, his mechanics, I'm all on board with that. I do like his ability to move and adjust. That's a big thing for me, right? I mentioned before with Matt Ryan, his ability to step up or the struggle to step up when there's pressure in his face is something that was a concern of mine through all of those years in Atlanta. We had to protect that way. I think it's the same way with a lot of quarterbacks out there. I like CJ Stroud's ability. Now it's a little bit different, right? We always project in college to the NFL. Very different when those guys are in your face, obviously, in the NFL.
Impressive quarterbacks going off the board in Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. This is the second time in the last 3 years that we've gone. Actually, yeah, we've gone 1-2 at quarterback, which is not usually. It shows to me a little bit of resolve on the part of both teams, where the Panthers, they know that they need to get a guy. Frank Reich needs to get a guy. They go up and get their guy. Houston, much rumored to be taking a defensive player with the first pick. Now no longer doing such. We are still right now. It's said that the Cardinals are on the clock. Now I think that we talked about this Eagles possibly trading into this position, Thomas, but it has not been official yet. So we have had things about pick swaps and all that kind of stuff. But right now the Cardinals are still on the clock. About 2:30 left. We have not gotten confirmation about who that pick is. Right before the markets closed, we were talking about Will Anderson as the favorite, Tyree Wilson, even Jalen Carter a little bit, and then there was a little bit of Paris Johnson Jr., the tackle, being thought of here, with Murray not getting necessarily the greatest protection in the world. Let's talk Cardinals until this gets confirmed here. Monty Ossenfort, somebody in the Patriot paradigm, as well as Jonathan Gannon, defensive coordinator for the Eagles before then. This is a crossroads draft for the Cardinals. I don't know. They've kind of bottomed out last year, won only 4 games. In fact, a little known fact, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs won more games in the Arizona Stadium than they did last year. So it was just a really rough year for the Cardinals. But they were just 1 year off of a playoff appearance in 2021. So when I look at this team, I think about a team at a crossroads. And you were obviously you took over the Falcons when they had bottomed out, and then you had a couple seasons. You guys obviously let go of Mike Smith and had to rebuild. When you look at this team, Thomas, like the steps to rebuilding, what are they?
Well, I think, again, you have to come in as a new head coach and a general manager with a very clear vision of what you're looking for, right? The type of organization you want, how you're going to approach things, what you're known for. You have to map that out to everyone. Excuse me. When you're talking about, I was jumping over to D'Amico because something came up on the screen. When you're talking about, Monty Ossenforth and you're talking about Gannon, these are guys that have been around really good organizations, right? Oh, you're looking.
The Texans are trading, and you, by the way, Thomas, you called it.
Texans are trading.
Oh, are the Texans trading up to 3? Is that the reports we're getting? The Cardinals pick is in.
Oh, wait. Right now it says the Cardinals pick is in.
Cardinals trade pick to Texans is what we're seeing on one of the broadcasts. So the Texans are going to pick 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
That's your guy, Nick Caserio.
There you go. Well,
swinging the bat.
Okay.
Swinging the bat here.
So what do we have? Oh, wow. Go ahead.
So we're getting the Eagles Cardinals trade was for different picks later on in the draft.
Okay.
It sounds like this is the Cardinal, and this is a top 5 pick we talk about. They don't rarely get traded during the draft, but we see, and funny, Houston was the only team that knew what Houston was doing it too, right? So it actually makes a lot of sense that they had this trade in place. But they trade here, Arizona Cardinals, they leapfrog their division rival Indianapolis Colts twice in the same draft. This reminds me, of course, Washington early in the Dan Snyder days had LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuel pick 2-3 early on in theirs. That ended up working out okay for Washington. Not too many times you get teams picking twice in the top 5.
Oh no, look, this is a huge ballsy move. Really, really excited for Nick Caserio. Here he is, man. There's no turning back here. Bring your new cat in. Let's talk about making this right. Let's clean this up and let's move forward. No doubt about it. What they're doing to me is just full of confidence and swagger. They're going to make it happen. And again, that is not easy, but he has to get the check off from the owner, and he did. He's got the check out for the organization. Remember, you listen to Peter King through this whole thing. He raves about Nick Caserio, but he also says Nick is like a CIA guy. No one would have known this. Kudos to Nick for keeping it quiet.
And that's a really good point, right? Because the betting markets for pick 2 were so wild, and the reason is no one in that building leaked anything, right? And good for them. It was until the end that we knew Stroud, and no one in the building leaked anything. The pick is Will Anderson, edge player of Alabama. 2 Alabama players picked in the top 3. Anderson, very much a Patriots kind of edge, right? He reminds me a little bit of Josh Uche, Kyle Van Noy, kind of, a little bit smaller than Adalius Thomas was, a guy that you guys had when you went undefeated with the Patriots in 2007. Okay. I like Houston, Texans.
Oh, no, look, I like it. I mean, they're both really good program guys. That's what they need there, right? Continue to build as Nick has done, making sure you bring in the right type of people to build with. Man, this is just exciting to see. Again, Will Anderson, I mean, athlete, pedigree, where he grew up. I mean, everyone. Nick has a great connection with Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick and Nick have a great connection with Nick Saban. I mean, there's a lot going on here. This is a really interesting league that way. Everyone, make no mistake about it. There's back channels to figure out if these are the right people for you. And the guy like Nick Caserio is dialed in that way through Bill Belichick in his world. It's exciting.
Wow, what a gutsy move! What a gutsy move! We do have Indianapolis now on the clock. We do need to do some things here as far as Thomas's time, but we have a highlight video here of Will Anderson. We also do, by the way, Thomas, to pay homage to you, we do have some clips of famous drafters, famous draft analysts, just absolutely bagging you for the Julio Jones trade up. And so we're going to put that on the clock here as well. So we're going to first cut it to Will Anderson, edge player, Houston Texans, and then we're going to go and look at one of the most historic trade ups for a non-quarterback in NFL history before this one.
Love it.
Matt Ryan hadn't had this. I mean, obviously, Roddy White, you mentioned, they can slug the ball on the ground with Turner, but this is a home run.
Well, I'll tell you what, Boone, he's got enormous strength. And I'll tell you about a kid 6'2.5", 220 pounds. It can really break some tackles after the catch and give you that home run threat as well. Opposite Roddy White. We talked about the limited ability in that passing game to hit big plays, that ball down the field, that vertical stretch ability, that ability after the catch to be a tight end in the open field. Stiff arm and breaking tackles, running hard. This kid will do that. But I really agree with John. I think the drop passes have to be eliminated. The concentration has to improve. Talk about staying healthy over the long haul. Atlanta's going to be counting on him big time. They're on the cusp of being a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan has established himself as a franchise quarterback. They'd like a compliment to Michael Turner, a speed option there. Still have Gonzalez at tight end. This kid's going to be counted on to take them to the next level. Put a lot of pressure on a young kid like Julio Jones coming to a team that really feels like they're right
6'2",
there.
253, so not a tall guy. Ran a 4.6 in the 40, and to me, 32.2% 38% win rate. He was, 6% stop rate in the run game. Like, to me, he reminds me a little bit of like that Kyle Van Noy, Josh Uche, like Belichick kind of Sam Edge guy that, because I saw him play a lot of coverage when I looked at his film. I saw him obviously rush from depth at times. He's a smaller guy, but he's super effective. And so I think he's really got to go to a kind of a creative defense to get the best out of him. I think if you just line him up at outside linebacker every snap and just say, hey, play like a normal outside linebacker, he might not have the utility necessarily that other guys would.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a guy with legitimate versatility. The Bill Belichicks of the world, of course, will love that. The idea of trying to decide whether in your system or a team system he's an outside backer, an OB, or whether he can rush. I mean, he definitely has natural rush skills. Yeah, I understand that he's 4'6" or whatever he was, 4'6" or whatever his number was. The movement of this guy, I think, even though he's not a blazer, I think the ability to drop, the ability to turn the corner, the ability, because he is an athletic guy. I don't know if you heard that comment where they were quoting Nick Saban, I think he was a 3-star recruit, right? I don't think he came out big time.
He wasn't a high guy.
And the first time that Nick saw him, he saw him lined up, put his hand down in the dirt to run. He saw him run. He said, this guy's a first rounder.
All over him, right? And so Richardson of Florida last year, 7.7 yards per attempt, which is 57th in college football out of 155. 13 turnover-worthy plays, which is 83rd. 11.5 average depth of target, which is 14th, so a deeper guy. 64.1 adjusted completion percentage, which again is what you would get if you counted drops as completions and batted balls as not pass attempts. That was 141 out of 155, right? So that's down there quite a bit. One positive in his data, by the way, 9.2 pressure to sack. That's better than Patrick Mahomes was out of Texas Tech. And that was 12th best in college football last year. 3.18 seconds time to throw. That was the 6th longest in college football last year. So his data says he's running around the pocket a long time, and his passes are deep, and they're not often accurate. That's what the data says. What does your eye say, Thomas?
So my eye says, of course, everything that we know, right? Fantastic athlete. I mean, I will tell you that many months ago when I was watching, I'm like, this guy will be an interesting mid first rounder, to a team that can spend a little bit of time developing him. Of course, there are shortcomings right now, whether it's decision making, whether it's, true accuracy at times, completion rate. I mean, believe me, these are all things that are on my mind. And I think this is the guy where we talk about the upside, right? There is upside there. Can you reach the upside as a general manager? That's you're in a tough spot there, right?
I don't think that people really appreciate how difficult it is to scout and not to draw from your past experiences too much. Because, we all look at Mahomes and we all think about, oh my God, Mahomes came in and Mahomes was much better than Anthony Richardson his final year, but he was very similar to Anthony Richardson in his first year. The issue is that we're not getting the next 2 years of Anthony Richardson. He's coming out after what would have been Mahomes' first year as a starter. All right, we're back. Thomas is off doing a little bit of stuff for Club Sumer. We showed you some Anthony Richardson highlights because Anthony Richardson is the first pick for the Indianapolis Colts. Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen, they take Anthony Richardson. This is one of my favorite picks in all the draft. And I think when you look at him, when you look at the quarterbacks in this draft, CJ Stroud, Ohio State probably had the narrowest set of outcomes. Bryce Young probably had the highest average, highest mean, but had of course substantial floor because of the just the decline in terms of his height. Anthony Richardson to me had the highest ceiling. And so when you're Indianapolis and you're trying to get out of the miry clay that is, a team that was once great, a team that was once favored to win that division in 2022, it's essential to sort of get back into the good graces there and take a guy with such a ceiling. You also saw in the previous Julio Jones trade by Thomas Dimitroff, which was once discussed as really bad, by the media, but also came up and worked. And now we get Thomas Dimitroff back into the fold here as he gets his microphone back on. Again, Thomas Dimitroff, the CEO of SumerSports, with much in the way of responsibility tonight. Thomas, did you know who the Colts took at 4?
No, talk to me about it.
Anthony Richardson of Florida, a guy who, when we look at distributions, when we look at sort of, the wide range of outcomes because of his athleticism, because of his, sort of inaccuracy at the University of Florida, kind of a gamble here. Kind of a gamble. Indianapolis goes with Anthony Richardson. Thomas, what do you think?
Look, all along, I'm sitting there thinking, as we all are, Levis. I mean, we just keep hearing that he's going. He even mentioned recently, did you guys hear that? It had to do with a big, I don't know what he was out tweeting something about potentially even going 1. I thought it was interesting. He's such a swagger guy. They decided not to go with Will Levis, which is really interesting. They sit here and they're like, look, we're going head on with this unbelievable athlete. Again, we've talked about that. There's so much cool upside. I don't think he's necessarily hit and miss. I hate that. I hate the boomer bust idea, right? It's tough for me as a personnel man to really claim someone's a boomer bust. There are so many factors involved here, right? You have to have the right and correct approach with your system and your scheme, and they think they do with Shane, right? That's a big thing. They also, you have to have, make sure that your scheme is in the right place, the right quarterback coach, the right offensive coordinator, the right system around a guy like this, right? I'm talking about everything that Chris Ballard brings to the table. That's important. It's not just about the coaching staff. It's about the whole world. It's macro when you bring someone like this in here. This kid is a really good kid. We know he's a top-notch athlete, doing flips, doing all that other stuff. I saw him the other day just putting on a session on the basketball court, right? Dunking left, right, and center. However, let's just remember, this is really good, and I guarantee that Chris Ballard has done his homework on this because there's no turning back on this, right? On the quarterback situation.
No, I mean, this is one where, and we talked about this with the Jets and Joe Douglas and Aaron Rodgers earlier. It's like, if this doesn't work out, it's, what are you going to do, right? There's not a way out here. And, and football is a game of these gambles, and they made a big one here. Speaking of gambles, so while you were gone, it was announced that Nick Caserio traded 12, 33, a first rounder next year, and a third rounder next year to move from 12 to 3. Now he got pick 105 back, so the third rounders are more of a swap. That's a lot.
Well, I mean, those are the kind of trades that, I know this. I mean, this goes all the way back. I don't even know. Did you guys spend some time watching the Julio pick?
We did.
Okay.
And I want you to come back and talk about that for a second here because and anybody, Michael Hawley is a fantastic writer. We were on his show with Michael Smith when we were at the Super Bowl. I got to be honest with you, I didn't know that was Michael Hawley when I was on so it's one of those. But he wrote a great book about the Patriot Way, and he talked about how that trade and how you had very few people who admire you and who are your friends and colleagues in the industry didn't agree with you either. Yeah. And you took a stab there, and it ended up working out, of course. But tell me about that experience.
Look, I mean, think about this. We make this decision. There was a lot involved in it, right? It, of course, just wasn't me. I mean, you have to get check off on a, organizational changing move like that, right? Potentially could go either way. And that was when I had the conversation with Coach Belichick prior to, and he's like, you understand this is going to be hanging over your head for the rest of your football career. And I think at that time, my mind was, I get it. We had done some good things up to that date. We were moving along positively. And like I had mentioned, you get more swagger as you go. And you're like, I can do this. And we're going to make this move. And there's going to be no looking back on it. Now, it could hit or it could miss. You never know, right? You never know. As great of an athlete as Julio was, you never know. Funny little story, and I think I've told it, but this is for another, like during game day, arm in arm, Arthur Blank and I, watching the big screens, and all of a sudden I'm watching and they bring it up. They say, oh my God, look what's happening here. You know, Atlanta's moving up. They pick Julio Jones. And Coach Gruden, who was on TV at the time, said, I've never seen this before, said, you know what? This is a bad pick. Look at all this. And I've never seen a network show, I don't know, 10 plus drops in a row. I'm holding Arthur's arm closely. We're watching 1 drop, 2 drops, 6 drops, 7 drops, whatever it was. Slowly his arm starts dropping down. He looks at me and I'm thinking, we were so upset with John Gruden because we decided that we picked a guy that was going to be a potential Hall of Famer. And I think he's a first ballot. I know people might argue with me, but I think I would never turn back on that. It's a whole different story about a contract, of course.
Crazy thing, though, when you make a trade like that, you don't get to pick that much more during the draft. So it's not only that, it's sort of like you take a big shot and then they take you out of the game for the rest of the day. You know what I mean? So like you don't get to pick second round. You don't get to, by virtue of the trade up, you also have to live with that pick and only that pick for a while too. Mm-hmm. How crazy. Speaking of, we get a surprise here because the Seattle Seahawks at pick 5, not gone quarterback, no Will Levis, have not gone, defensive line either. They go Devon Witherspoon, cornerback, Illinois.
Love it.
That's a great pick.
Brother, Devon Witherspoon. Okay, there were all kinds of talk about, again, Jalen Carter, whatever we talked about, right? Get a big stud in there because they need to continue to grow. And the talk was they're not going to go corner, even though they have these 2 corners at their fingertips, or so to speak. And, Pete Carroll is very good about pulling those guys. Goes all the way back to Richard Sherman, right? Gets the big guys. He plays them in a certain way. Dan Quinn was the same way, right? You could get these big guys that weren't the top-notch, flip your hips type of athlete, explosive. This kid brings to the table so many really cool things, aggressive, fiery. He's got swagger coming out of his ears. Like, it's unbelievable. So I think it's a really good pick for them. Very surprised because I thought they were going big.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at the player card here for Devon Witherspoon, per our friend Benjamin Robinson at Grinding the Mocks, he was expected to go 7th, or his expected draft position was 7th. The most likely team to take him was either the Detroit Lions at 6 or the Las Vegas Raiders at 7. Your former team, the Atlanta Falcons, was a close second there. I mean, he was 5 interceptions, 14 PBUs. I mean, he only completed about 33% of the passes into his coverage. This was a player who was incredibly good on the ball a season ago. And boy, this gives, when you think about that NFC, you think about, you got a quarterback in Geno that you like, you got a defense that you might like, you got a division where, we talk about the Cardinals trying to rebuild, the Rams trying to rebuild. It's wide open for you to make the playoffs again.
It's wide open. Seattle's a little bit later on in the first round. The idea of them being able to potentially even move up from there to settle in on potential quarterback or another D lineman. You never know how aggressive they're going to be, a defensive line, excuse me. And again, this is a type of move that I see Pete Carroll, he loves defensive backs too. I just think they are thinking about rejuvenating in certain ways, which they've already done, right? To continue to build. And now they have a really aggressive type guy with a really cool energy about him that most of us think has really not come around in a while. And those are the kind of guys that can be difference makers as far as personality of the team and create a new element or a continued new element, with the defense, given his personality and his confidence. Yeah,
for sure. And now we have Detroit. The Detroit Lions, another team. So we have Houston, who had 2 first-round picks. Seattle had 2 first-round picks. Now Detroit with about 6 minutes left on the clock for them in this one. Witherspoon's off the clock. Christian Gonzalez is still there of Oregon. Great corner. I know you love scouting defensive backs. But, you also have the Tyree Wilsons of the world. You also have the Jalen Carters of the world. They could even go quarterback and take Will Levis and sit him behind Jared Goff. Thomas, the Detroit Lions, one of your former teams. Yeah. I think the world is Seattle's oyster in some ways, with being a above 500 team, picking in the top 10. The world is Detroit's oyster too.
It's Detroit's oyster. When you have a general manager like Brad Holmes, who comes from, Les Snead. We all know how. I mean, he lauds Les for so much.
Yeah.
Les, he's always been very creative with how he's put things together. Even as a personnel director, he goes to Detroit, has a really good relationship with Dan Campbell. Right, they work very well together. They know they need to continue to build this defense. Too bad they don't get Weatherspoon, but there are so many other players there that can help continue to change that defense. It could be interior D-line. We know that could be Carter. It could be, look, there are still players on this. Tyree Wilson, as you mentioned, right? There are people like that can help continue to turn this defense into what they need it to be. See, I keep coming back to thinking, restore the roar. Like, I don't necessarily like that. Maybe there's you talk about restoring the roar.
I was a big fan of Wayne Fonz.
Well, I get that. I get that. But roar, the restoring of the roar means like you got to start winning some playoff games. Yeah. They have some people in place, I believe, that can help it. And good on Dan Campbell that he's kind of he's turned the corner, not turning. He has turned the corner where people are believing in him and Brad Holmes and how they're putting things together there. Everyone, that is a really, really important deal. If you go into this with a new head coach and a new general manager over the last 2 years, and they had anywhere at loggerheads and going through with what they went through, that could be treacherous. It wasn't. They're in line.
I wanted to put the Brad Holmes thing up. However, Matt, we have a trade. The Detroit Lions are no longer picking at 6. We have a trade. Arizona, who just traded back to 12, right? Now up to 6. We get to see Monty Ossenforth take his first player as the general manager of the Arizona Cardinals. What do we think it goes here? Because I look at this. You're thinking Jalen Carter. You're thinking, possibly an offensive lineman. You're thinking quarterback. Well, no, Will that like they already have a quarterback. So they trade back here. A, they open the door for Will Levis at 7 to the Raiders. B, again, the world, not necessarily their oyster because their roster isn't necessarily as complete as a team like Detroit. But my goodness, this is a really interesting move by Monty Ossenforth.
It's very interesting, but I just have a hard time thinking. Jalen Carter, right? I mean, I just think he's just not the setup for them, right? Back to our earlier points, they need to get solidness here and consistency and a level playing field in many ways, right? I think it's really important for them. I think they're going to look at someone personally that is going to be a difference maker. I think defensively they have a really good opportunity to take a really good football player, and they're potentially getting Tyree, right? I mean, that could be.
Yeah. Tyree might be one where you're looking at kind of. So you think about Jonathan Gannon, okay.
Okay. Well, look. I mean, we haven't talked about O-lineman either, right?
Yeah, it looked.
Yep.
Yeah, they have their eyes on offensive line here. I mean, look, when you think about their offensive line play, they've tried to miss a match. When's the last time they took a high pick? I mean, they had Rodney Hudson at center, a very good player for the Chiefs and the Raiders, but he was at the end of it. They had Justin Pugh, I believe, for a while, a guy who kind of a journeyman for a long time. Like Kelvin Beachum was there for a while, but you're really, and it is the pick. And by the way, this was the betting favorite to be the first offensive lineman taken. It's Paris Johnson, tackle of Ohio State. We have 2 Alabama players and now 2 Ohio State players taken in the top 6. Paris Johnson, wow.
Well, I think about Paris and I think about all he brings to the table, athletic guy, a guy who's going to help in that whole transition as they're trying to get their quarterback in check and back to where he needs to be. I think this is a really good move by Monty. It's a thoughtful move, getting back into where they need to get to and to hone in on a guy that's going to help. I think that's important for them. I think it sends a really good message to the organization as well. They're doing all they can, and make no mistake about it. Mr. Bidwell has looked at both new GM and new head coach, and he's saying, take care of this. One way or another, that's your obligation. We have a lot of money in this guy. Get him right, get the people around him right, and let's move forward.
Yeah, for sure. And you think about why this was the case, right? Vegas has had touchy situations on their offensive line. Chicago, this was when you look at the player page here for Paris Johnson, longest arms in the draft, most athletic tackle in the draft. He was rumored to go to the Bears with pick 9. That was supposed to be the pick. It was between him and Skoronski, and now only Skoronski's left for Chicago Bears. And you think about when you're Arizona, you make that trade up because you're trying to get him before other teams are getting him.
Yeah, look, I mean, the O-line going to start going, quick once you get to the other side of 10. However, there are going to be 2 really good O-linemen going inside, the top 10. There may even be 3. You never know how that works, right? So I say watch it really closely. There are teams out there that I think are probably salivating to think about, or maybe salivating is the wrong word. They're on the edge of their seat anticipating, like, do we move and make a move up here by a few picks? I'm even talking about in that 14-13 range to get up inside 10, pull yourself a really good offensive lineman and build with for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one approach, and then the second approach is to sort of build with numbers. But obviously, top tier players that come off the board at this time of the draft. So very interesting. So Detroit doesn't pick. The Raiders are now on the clock. You got to think that if Will Levis is going to go in the top 10, he's either going right here, and maybe, just maybe, he might go to Atlanta. Okay, let's go ahead and throw let's actually go to an interview that Thomas Dimitroff had with Jason Light, Tampa Bay Buccaneers GM, about a ballsy move that he had when he was GMing sort of at the precipice of his career in the spring of 2020.
I'm a big believer in, as GMs, you have to not sit on your hands. You have to be aggressive. Call them ballsy move. Well, let's call them the baller move. If you look back on your career as a GM, and there's really one move that you made that was the quintessential baller move, what would that be?
Everybody would assume would say going after Tom Brady. And that was. But I would say talking Bruce Arians out of retirement to come to lead this organization.
Love that. And you think about Bruce Arians, how important it was. You and I know, and we could riff forever about relationships between general managers and personnel departments, head coach, and coaching staffs. Vital. There's so much conversation to be had there. Where is Bruce in that? What is your relationship with Bruce, personally and professionally? Is it something that you realize to have the right head coach as your partner is paramount to being successful?
It's the ultimate factor in having success, I believe. That we worked together for a year in Arizona, so we had built a relationship based on trust there, and we became very good friends. Now we get along great. He's like a best friend, uncle wrapped up in one, but we also argue well. I've said this numerous times. We know when we disagree, we agree to disagree, but there's never a divide in our building. And Bruce is all about inclusiveness in our scouting and coaching staff. He's all about inclusiveness in terms of diversity. He's taught this organization a lot of lessons that hopefully continue throughout the organization and the league.
All right, we're back on. Thomas is gone for a little bit longer. We are on the Vegas Raiders now. While Thomas is here, I can tell a little joke. Like the Raiders have moved cities a couple times since the last time they won that division, the AFC West. But they are on the clock here. Very interesting. Let's throw up the team page for the Raiders. The Raiders went into last season with a win total of 8.5, and high expectations. I don't necessarily think that they were a bad team last year. They lost a lot of close games, including a Monday nighter in Kansas City, including a 4:00 game against Arizona. They lost in overtime to the Cardinals. But ultimately, it ended up going badly. Derek Carr ends up on the way out. And, they go, with Jimmy Garoppolo here. Jimmy Garoppolo gets a 3-year deal, kind of a middle-class quarterback contract. I'm still kind of, when you look at their team needs, they kind of need everything. Both, all offensive line, interior defensive line, cornerback, safety. They can go Christian Gonzalez here. They can go Jalen Carter here. They can go Tyree Wilson here. And I think Will Levis has been mocked to them quite a bit as well. So this one could truly go in any direction. And when they do, we'll sort of let you know here. But they are on the clock here with about 4:30 left. Just a very interesting, Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniel in year one, transitioning into year two after a surprise playoff appearance. in 2021. Look, the most likely pick here, now Devin Witherspoon's already gone. This was before the draft. So the most likely pick going into the draft was Christian Gonzalez. He is still on the board. Devon Witherspoon second, Paris Johnson third. And, this is going to be, interesting to see if they go corner here. They do need, obviously, the corners to match up in the AFC West when you have quarterbacks going against you like Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and what Denver fans hope would be an improving Russell Wilson. Pick is still not in. Maybe there's a trade coming up here. Maybe we're thinking about trade here for the Las Vegas Raiders as we wait for Thomas to come back. Here's an interesting comeuppance here for the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions got 12 and I believe 34 in the trade with the Arizona Cardinals, and we have a pick now for the Vegas Raiders. It's Tyree Wilson, edge defender, Texas Tech. Now, it's really funny. Tyree Wilson is a player, there's a few people I know in the league that I'm quite close with. And on Saturday mornings, I text them and say, who are we watching this week? And Tyree Wilson came up a number of different times, edge defender from Texas Tech. I watch him. I immediately get it. Now, my colleague and friend Parker Fleming would say, what kind of tackles did he play last year as a member of the Texas Tech Red Raiders? But he does have that athleticism. He kind of strikes me as a Michael Bennett type player, a player who was, really a fantastic football player for the Seattle Seahawks after he came over from Tampa Bay. But this is surely a swing for the Raiders here. Now, he at one point during this draft cycle was favored to go second. So him now going, seventh is a little bit high. Parker does not like that I outed his take for the offensive tackles that Tyree Wilson faced. But look, them, as some people would say, them's are the facts. Tyree Wilson, edge player, Texas Tech. Interesting pick there. Will Levis is still on the board. The Will Levis fall. If you blind bet Will Levis over, you have won your money. And congratulations to you, because he goes over his, basically any live prop that he had. So we're waiting on Thomas to get back here, because his Atlanta Falcons, the team that he general managed from 2008 to the middle of 2020, is on the clock. They could use wide receiver. Will they take Jackson Smith-Njigba? That seems a little rich. Do they take Jalen Carter? They just got David Onyemata. They have Grady Jarrett in the mix. They also got Calais Campbell this offseason. So that doesn't feel like a place where he might go. To me, I think you might want to take a swing at quarterback, but Will Levis does not seem like the kind of quarterback, that this Falcons offense with Arthur Smith will deploy. So that is also one to think about as well. The Falcons also could go Bijan Robinson. He's been the favorite here before. If a running back goes at 8, I think all of Analytics Twitter might lose their minds. But there very much might be a situation where he goes ahead and goes with that pick. So this is one to really watch out for. Do we have highlights on Tyree Wilson? We don't have Tyree Wilson was a little bit further down the list here. So we're just going to continue to sort of run with this. Again, I actually am going to go back to this Lions trade with Arizona to kind of get an idea of where you go. So just the tail of the tape here, the Lions, they traded the 6th overall pick, the one that they received from the Los Angeles Rams in the Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford trade. They got back, they traded 6th and 81. They got back 12, 34, and 168 in the trade with the Arizona Cardinals. A pretty solid get for the Detroit Lions. Pick 34 is incredibly valuable, one of the top surplus value picks in all of the draft. And so they now have pick 12, pick 18, and pick 34 over the next few picks. So a very good comeuppance for the Detroit Lions as we wait on the Atlanta Falcons to make their pick. Do they go with Bijan Robinson is a good question. So Bijan Robinson, the running back from Texas, forced over 100 missed tackles a season ago, a fantastic, sort of player. But obviously with running back, the whole thing is the surplus value of the pick. is not necessarily going to be that high when the top of the market is only 16 million. Pick 8, you're going to be making, anywhere from 6 to 8 million or so. So a surplus value of about, 10 million or so is not really going to move the needle for a team. But they did make a lot of acquisitions this summer. Jesse Bates, they made David Animata, and guys like that, Calais Campbell and so forth. We have Thomas Dimitroff back, and he is back just in time, Thomas, for your Atlanta Falcons to be picking here. Your former team. Once we get you off of mute here, we'll be able to discuss this. Tyree Wilson went to the Raiders at 7. So Will Levis is still on the board, the only quarterback still left. And the Falcons here with on the clock here, about a few minutes, about 5.5 minutes left. You want to Thomas, what do you think?
So we're on the Falcons.
We're on the Falcons. Pick 8.
Look, I just want to say Tyree Wilson, really, really happy for them. I like the Raider group, of course. We have connections to the Patriots. I like what they're doing there. I know you've already spent your time talking about them. So, we're sitting here looking at the Falcons, and, I know I've had to be careful locally. They have so much on their plate that they can go to as far as, they can add a corner, of course, right?
Yep.
Christian Gonzalez is staring them straight there. I've said it before. I would love to see Christian Gonzalez here along with A.J. Terrell do a really cool setup here, but that may not be the way they go. Of course, there's been a lot talked about with Bijan Robinson. I get that. This cat is one of my favorite running backs to come out in quite a while. Categorically, yes, you can get good running backs in round 2, 3, 4, 5, and beyond. But you don't get a guy like this just every day. And I think there's an element to him pass catching. There's an element to him running with explosiveness, toughness, nut up and take people on head on. I love that. There's a cool side to this guy that I really like, can be really beneficial. Remember, we did this with Matt Ryan. We did it with Michael Turner. Rich McKay's still in the building. Arthur Blank's in the building. There's a lot of talk about making sure you surround your new quarterback who is evolving, who we still don't know is going to pull it off. Get a really good running back around there. It can be justified. That said, this defense needs to continue to be built, and we need some good energy on it. But I'm just saying with Bijan, man, I think you got to keep an open mind, because I think he can do some really good stuff for a run game that Arthur Smith has done a really good job with.
Yeah, I'm really surprised here, though, right? Because you think about, are we? Oh,
this is wild. It's coming to fruition.
Yeah, it's coming to fruition. Bijan Robinson is the pick. Like I said, amazing football player. Over 100 missed tackles forced. Really good out of the backfield. Just an absolutely, really good back. Issue is, right, Tyler Algier was a 1,000-yard player for them last year. Cordell Patterson does a lot for them. Can you talk about, Thomas, can you spend a top 10 pick on a guy whose play time might only be 50%?
No.
So you got to play him. You got to run him into the ground.
No, you got to play him, and you don't think about 6-7 years. You think about running this cat. And he is a strong guy. Of course, you can run him. We can run him ragged. Unfortunately, you have to be smart about him. You have to play him. You can't go in the top 8 and pull someone off the board that you're not going to. He's going to be such a stellar part of going. Again, back to a guy like Michael Turner. Here's another big back, right? What's his weight? He comes in at
216.
16, strong. He's probably 22, 25 eventually as he settles in. Mm-hmm. He's just a strong guy with explosiveness about him and versatility about him. They already have a really good football player in Algiers, right? So you bring this guy along, they continue to build this. I am interestedly a little bit taken aback that that the defense wasn't where they ended up going. I think they feel strongly that they can get, I think in the second, third, and whatever the rest of their picks are, they think they can pull off some of those defensive players that are going to make a difference, along with this whole group of older players that they're bringing in, right? Sorry. Not older, veteran players that they think they can build with. And they got a hell of a safety in free agency. We know that. Mm-hmm. They got some older guys along the D front that they're going to be counting on. So they're going back to the O, and they're saying, let's just make this a power-packed offense with a quarterback that needs help along the way. Call it the way it is.
Yeah, for sure. And that cements Desmond Ridder as the quarterback this year, doesn't it? Will Levis was the only guy left. I think if you look through sort of our videos of these guys, we were the lowest on Levis, I think, among all the quarterbacks. Not terribly. I don't think like by an extended amount, but it kind of stacked up the way that we thought it would, Thomas, right? With the three guys that win and Levis falling a little bit. So the Falcons say, okay, let's enhance something that's already good. Let's run the football really well. They were a really good running team last year. Arthur Smith is so intelligent with the way he does this thing. They were at their best when Titans went to the AFC title game in 2019. They won their division in 2020. Arthur Smith was the OC. Derrick Henry was the rushing champion both years. I mean, for me, obviously, the math is never going to add up for me to take a running back there, but I understand what they're doing. And so your Falcons, your former team, goes ahead and goes with a running back there. I wouldn't say surprising. I mean, you looked at our graphic before, like our models, or the models in turn, had that as the most likely, even though it's a plurality. Now, Howie's traded up to 9 with the Chicago Bears.
So, I mean, that's a big move. What is he going up there for? So he's traded to 9.
So he's gone from 10 to 9. So it's a one, but you got to wonder, what are they doing that they need to leapfrog Chicago for?
Look, I think they're looking for an O-lineman. I mean, they have such a great O-line. I don't know what they would be doing that unless they know someone's going to move up there and they've got some inside information and they can say, okay, we don't need an O-lineman. Of course, they have a great offensive line, but instead of going up for a lineman to take that spot, someone's going to potentially trade up and potentially take, a guy like Jalen Carter. And they're like, let's roll with Jalen Carter and let's make this move. And that's fun. That's going to be a fun pick for them. And I think they are one of the organizations that have, again, just the foundation that they can build with him and work with him. They will keep them in order. Back to what I was saying before, right? Howie Roseman, how that building is, they're going to be on top of him and keeping him in order. They've checked the box where they're saying, we've looked at the personality and character stuff. It's something to be reckoned with, but we're ready to go. Howie's reached out to Jeffrey Lurie. He's like, Jeffrey, are you good with this? Is your head coach good with it? Of course he is. And let's move forward. Yeah,
for sure. And Ryan Poles now trades back twice in the same draft, sort of trying to pick up picks. It'll be interesting to see what going up from 10 to 9 was worth for Philly. But yeah, I mean, this is a team. Last year they traded up for Jordan Davis, the big nose tackle. Now they're trading up for their under tackle, their three tech. They have guys like Josh Sweat, Derek Barnett, Hassan Reddick, guys like that on the outside. Their run defense was suspect at times last year. And especially, they had to go out and get Ndamukong Suh. They had to go out and get Linval Joseph. Like, this is a guy that fills a need for them immediately. And they're a team that, fabulous roster last year. But as it had building two teams that made it to the NFC title game, they poach your players, right? And those players leave and they get better deals elsewhere. And so even though I think Philadelphia has a great starting 22, the depth needed to be there. And Jalen Carter comes in and fortifies the depth along the
line. Look, you don't get a D lineman like this, an interior D lineman that comes along every day, right? He's big, he's strong, he's fast. He can rush the passer. He's not just a guy that's holding the gap, and holding the point. He's not just a one gap dude. He's a dude. He's not just a two gap either. I mean, he's got the versatility to be both, of course. He can penetrate. He can make plays behind the line of scrimmage. He can also rush the passer. And again, I think you look at Philly, they're getting a little bit old from the pass rush, but the pass rush isn't always on the outside, right? They rotate their guys pretty darn well, I think. Bring another guy like this inside and grow with him. I think it's a really cool
Fletcher
pick for
Cox
him.
getting up there in age, to your point, and a very, very important pick here for them. So now Chicago's on the clock. By the way, we're almost through the top 10 picks. Chicago here. Paris Johnson's already been taken. Peter Skoronski, Darnell Wright, tackles who are the likely pick here. Chicago's got to build around Justin Fields. They've made the decision to go with Justin Fields, and so they got to build around him. They get DJ Moore. They traded a second-round pick last year for Chase Claypool. Cole Kmet is a tight end they took early in a draft. Running back could have been somebody for them. This, to me, feels like offensive tackle. And it's interesting because when the Eagles moved up, I thought to myself, well, Lane Johnson's on a deal. You can't cut him for a while. Jordan Mailata's on a deal. You can't cut him for a while. Skoronski could move to guard, and they did lose Isaac Salmaltu this year. But Chicago comfortable trading back because I think they knew the Eagles weren't going to take an O-lineman.
Oh, I think that for sure. At least this is what this feels like. They need that. They need to continue to grow. Yeah. That, again, is always helping put pieces together to help a young quarterback, right? We know how important that is. This is a situation in my mind. Skoronski's he's a really solid pick for them. Remember, yes, ostensibly his arms are a little short. We get it. There's a projection to the guard. But to your point, I have always said, guard and tackle, if you're legitimate enough and adept enough to play both positions.
Yeah, there's so much value there.
Oh, I think there's so much value there, right? It's not olden days where you'd be trading up in the top 10, inside the top 10.
Yeah.
You're outside the top 10 now, right? Aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, you're 10.
You're 10 right now. Yeah.
You're no longer you can say, I wasn't, I didn't trade up or I wasn't at 9.
Yeah. Or you trade if you trade back for a guard, like you can call that off and say, hey, like we didn't, it's not a big swing here. By the way, we are at pick 10. Right now it's Chicago at 10. It's good to reset here because of course a lot of picks have been traded. So it goes Chicago at 10, Tennessee at 11, Detroit at 12, Green Bay at 13, New England at 14, and the Jets, who have newly traded for the services of Aaron Rodgers, at 15. So the Bears are on the clock here, and we're sort of in a position here now where they could go sort of anywhere. By the way, if you like this show, every single week, Thomas Dimitroff and I do 2 podcasts. The SumerSports Show, Monday and Wednesday. We're right in this spot, right? So if you like what you hear, go back and watch some old ones. Like, subscribe, all those kinds of things. Do those fun things because me and Thomas really do love the show, and people so far have given it rave reviews, which has meant a lot to us. So we're to the top 10. Chicago sort of right in here. We have. I know you want the time on the clock left, Thomas. Here we got the pick. So it was a 4th round pick next year, by the way, that the Eagles traded away to move up 1 pick. That seems like not that much, Thomas.
It's not that much, and I mean, 4th round
next year.
Next year's 4th
which
round.
is like effectively a 5th round. I mean, and it might have more like obviously utility to a team like the Bears who are trying to build than a team like the Eagles who are built. In some ways.
I just can't wait to figure out and find out how he moved up 1 pick. And I do think it must have been the intel, like, look, here we are. Someone's going to make this move. And remember, Jalen Carter's agent, one of the best ever, Drew Rosenhaus, categorically said, this player will not drop out of the top 10.
Yep.
And my mind is Drew and Howie talked, and Drew gave Howie some information. Someone's coming up. You need to make this move. I guarantee you. And then it happened.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Now we do have the pick for the Bears. It's Darnell Wright, tackle, Tennessee. That's
Darnell Wright. Okay.
Little higher than I think a lot of people had him, but he was on that list that we had for Chicago. Most likely picks. He infamously got into it with some reporters, saying that he was only a right tackle. But the beauty of the Bears is that they have so many needs that if, wherever he can to contribute on the offensive line will be a positive for them. I'm surprised, but I think Darnell Wright's a pretty good ball player.
I think he's a good ball player. He's a big guy, right? He has some lumber to him. And I say that positively because he can engulf, take care of business. He's your stud in there. What's his weight? Is he 330?
Yeah, he was a big boy. Yeah.
He was one of the big guys in this group. A lot of times that used to be, there was always been waves, right?
Yeah.
Those groups of guys that were all of a sudden back when Mike Tice was our O-line coach, man, all he wanted was 335s plus. Yeah. Everyone else was a bunch of light asses. Look, going back to the decision not to go with Skoronski and to go with Wright, I get that. I mean, I get it because this guy, when you talk, he is truly a right tackle in my mind, right?
Yeah.
He's not a left tackle.
Yeah.
I can't see him playing left tackle, at least in my mind.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the versatility that Skoronski has, but he's a big dude that they know that they can anchor off a right side. And you need that.
Yeah.
You need that for your new, and budding quarterback. So I'm
6'6", 335 pounds.
Yeah, he's a big.
That's Phil Lodeholt, right? Like that's like
that's right.
That's a guy like that where
he is big.
Where you get like the nickname boatload or something like that. Like he's really blocking out the sun at that spot. this is where I think the question has to be: do the Titans take Will Levis at 11 here? He falls. This was one where we thought the Titans could have moved up for Levis. As it happens, he falls all the way here. By the way, for the gambling community, 4.5 quarterbacks was the number. We're only to 3 so far through 11. The people who think Malik Willis is good, not Malik Willis, but Hendon Hooker is going to go in round 1. They're kind of feeling like Malik Willis backers were last year, where he's free falling. So this will be interesting for the Titans because they do. I mean, look, Ryan Tannehill led the NFL in yards per pass attempt in 2019. One of the most efficient offenses in 2020. Still a pretty good offense in 21. They were the 1 seed in the AFC. And then they started out 7-3, sort of fell off the face of the earth, lost a game in Week 18 to the Jaguars with a chance to win their division. They were starting Josh Dobbs at quarterbacks in that game besides Malik Willis. So quarterback's a need. Rand Carthon used to work for you. He was got to start with the Atlanta Falcons. What do you think Rand Carthon's thinking here?
I think Rand is stepping back. He's a solid, sound mind. He's one of those guys that's going to be thoughtful about this. He's not easily moved by emotion. He's a cool cucumber. And I think his do people even say that anymore? Cool as a cucumber?
Cool as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber. He's not a cool
That's
cool
like the
cucumber.
same thing, though, right? Like if you're a cool cucumber, like the implication, I think, is there. I mean,
okay, as long as you're saying that. The point is he is a cool, even-keel guy, right? He's going to have great conversations with his coach, Mike Vrabel, who has a very strong opinion, and he's a very smart guy. That's going to be a nice combination. I think Rand is going to listen to his head coach and say, we can continue to win with the quarterback we have. Yeah. And I feel like there was a really good chance all along that Levis was going to get there.
Yeah.
I think Levis is a really smart thought for them. I just don't know. However, are you going to take Will Levis here, or are you going to take Zay Flowers? Are you going to get an explosive receiver?
Or Jackson Smith-Njigba, right? Like that's one that
or Smith-Njigba.
To me, like if you're like, I'm not trying to be predictive here, but I do think Green Bay could leapfrog Detroit, a division rival. Jamison Williams out for 6 weeks because of the gambling stuff. They lost DJ Chark. They do get Marvin Jones back, but wide receivers not out of the picture for the Detroit Lions. By the way, let's be a little instructive here.
Sure.
Christian Gonzalez still on the board, right?
Yep.
Detroit loses out on their favorite corner because Seattle takes them. Mm-hmm. They move back, right? They move back a bunch of picks. They get pick 34, right, in the process. They still might get one of the top 2 corners in football. This is a very analytically sound move by Brad Holmes. I know we're not on his pick yet, but it does show, right? Like they lose out on Witherspoon, who many people had them mocked to, and they move back, and they're going to get a chance at either Levis if they want to do quarterback, they're going to Smith-Njigba if they want to do wide receiver, Gonzalez if they want to do corner, one of the tight ends if they want to do tight end. There's a lot of value in moving back.
No, there's value in moving back, and Brad's going to be smart about it again.
Yeah.
I think I do believe that Brad Holmes I'm talking about, of course, the GM from the Lions. Let me just go back to, Rand Carthon, first-year GM, of course, background.
With a coach that existed there before him. That's an interesting dynamic, right?
Well, it's interesting. And to me, the O-line, let's not keep that out of our minds as well, right? Skoronski seems to me to be I call him a Patriot player in this. He's not, Vrabel's a former Patriot, of course, but he seems like he would fit into Vrabel's approach, right? Get a tough guy there who is through and through consistent. I think there's a chance that they look at O-line. Maybe this is their opportunity to get someone that they didn't think was going to be there. You never know. There's a lot on the table with this group right now. And in the end, it could all be for naught because they're so surprised that Will Levis is there, and they maybe snap that up for years to come.
Yeah, and that we have not seen the pick in. Maybe they're trying to trade it. I don't like this would be kind of a really rough situation for Levis. Although the broadcast right now, the national broadcast is just in on the Bears pick, so we're a little bit ahead, Thomas. We're kind of chugging through here. I have to say it's just because look, I think one of you add so much value to the show. I think the biggest value add you have is slowing down my talk. Like I think that if I being able to pass the ball to you is certainly helpful. Man, we have so many interesting picks here. We have Titans, Lions, Packers, New England, New York Jets. There's just a lot of teams that can go. There's a lot of teams that are really sort of in this process of possibly making a trade here. Really, really interesting. So we do have Peter Skoronski, tackle, Northwestern, with the pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Okay, so we commented on that down the stretch. That's good. At least we fit him in. Look, Skoronski, again, he's a solid, sound guy for Mike Vrabel's approach and for the first pick that, Ran Carthon's ever had.
Yeah, it's a safe pick.
And by the way, just so everyone knows, when you make that first pick, I usually collected all of my cards, right? The first pick cards. I don't know where the hell they are in my house right now. I feel really bad. But, you get the card, your person at the draft brings it back to you, you sign it, and you move on. So think about this. Ran Carthon, Florida grad, Florida running back, right?
Yeah.
Comes in, and his very first pick is right down the middle with Peter Skoronski. And I think it'll look good on him when he starts collecting those cards over the years.
This offensive line for the Titans, now they got Andre Dillard. I love the Andre Dillard signing because, it's sort of like buying into a failed first-round pick for somebody else. I like that. Petit Freer at right tackle, he's probably going to be the one that steps aside for Skoronski. But they also have Dylan Radun's a guy from a Division I, FCS, North Dakota State, who hasn't quite worked out quite yet. And they lost Taylor Lewan, right? And so they do need to fortify that. Tannehill's probably good enough to play another year, right? And so we pass on Levis one more time. Probably, he gets to Detroit here, in pick 12. Let's throw it over to Thomas's interview on the GM Journey podcast with Brad Holmes.
You alluded to the fact that Les Snead had a big part in your growth. We talked about it earlier. Les and Kara Henderson, his wife, who are fantastic people who love you, thrive.
Big fans.
They thrive talking about you. Even when I was out there interviewing with Les, I was like, wow, I couldn't wait to try to secure this interview with you. So if I asked you one salient leadership point that you would take away from yourself from Les Snead, it doesn't have to be long and drawn out, what would that be?
I would definitely say lead with empathy. The ability to lead with empathy. Sometimes when things are happening to you and you're actually feeling it, you don't obviously consciously know it's happening, but you're just like, he's got good leadership. Like I want to listen. I want to reach out to him. But then when Les starts talking to me about leadership, and then we start sharing books and research and all that kind of stuff, and he's actually teaching me, and I said, wow, that actually, what you've been doing, which I thought really worked and resonated with me, then that's a leadership style or a leadership main point and cog that has really worked for me. And the other thing that I'd add is just being honest and direct, and there's a way of doing it, like there's a way to provide feedback. Everybody wants feedback, but everybody just doesn't want to hear the bad news. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you don't want to fabricate or not be authentic or be disingenuous with good news. So it's just finding that balance of actually providing critical feedback and leading with empathy and being honest and direct, has bode well for me, but points that I've learned from Les.
Well, look, I think about empathic leading, what we're talking about here, and I think about Les, of course. I think about how important that was to me. And it's complicated, to your point, meaning there's a side of us who are competitive and driven and we always have that football element in the back of our world, whether we're big dudes like you or scrawny defensive backs playing in Canadian college football. It was something that was always a part of my drive, right? And so when I got into leadership roles within the NFL, there were times that I was like my tough, driven, hard-nosed element that I was brought up in a football family with a father who was a tough-ass dude. I had that, and I had to start looking at it a little bit differently, not being myself, because you still have to always be yourself. Absolutely. To an earlier point.
Absolutely.
But you have to make sure that you are driving the point home. You have to make sure that there are times, I like to call it semantically responsible, right? How you deliver something in those earlier years in your leadership might be very different than how you're doing it now.
Absolutely.
Right? To make sure that morale is at the right spot.
Okay, we have a little bit of a surprise for everybody. We have the co-founder of SumerSports, Paul Tudor Jones here. Paul, welcome to the show, man.
Well, it's exciting to be here, Eric. Glad to be out in the trenches finally.
Yeah, it's it's been such an invigorating ride at SumerSports. I know we'll talk about the picks as they come in, but with you, I just want to talk about the vision, like the sort of the genesis of SumerSports. Why we started. You guys started this company and this great odyssey we've been on. It just seems like a dream come true for anybody who wants to do analytics in football. Where did it start?
I think there's some weird gene in my family that has sports addiction. It's funny, I grew up hunting and fishing with my father. My father did that his whole life. When he was around 67, he discovered basketball and became a basketball fanatic. He literally went to every Memphis Grizzlies game for the rest of his life. And there's zero doubt, my mom died when he was 82, and there's zero doubt that basketball extended his life till he was 100. He died when he was 100. He watched basketball all day. So for me, 1993, my uncle and I put together the bid to try to win. Memphis at the time was competing for an NFL team. We came in third behind Charlotte and Jacksonville. We lost out. I think we bid $145 million. I think Charlotte beat us by $10 million. And I'm sure David Tepper wouldn't mind selling me that today for 40 times. I can't believe $10 million cost me $4 billion. And then in 2007, I had a handshake deal with who's the guy that did Blockbuster? The owner of the Dolphins. And then beginning of 2008 came and I got really scared and backed out, which again,
was that Wayne Huizenga? Was that
Huizenga I think we were going to do something around 1.2 billion. And I got nervous when 2008 because I could see that all hell was getting ready to break loose. And that was another great big miss in my investing life. But anyway, I just always loved football. And the sad thing is my son is completely football obsessed. So a year and a half, he's been managing my fantasy team a year and a half ago. He's also a statistics major. I'm a huge analytical and data nut. Obviously, a great deal of my success is based on this. And then so a year ago in January, when he still had a semester to go at NYU to get his master's, he said, let's do this. And here we are today. Yeah,
it's such an evolving field. I think that, it was the right time to go in, right? My history has been, player evaluation at PFF and some of the sort of components of what goes into what we're trying to do at SumerSports. But I think like a great deal of what we're trying to do is synthesizing all those things, right? So fourth down decisions are a great leap. The player evaluation is great leap. Wins above replacement, great leap. But no one is really, and then we're seeing this right here. And I'm gonna interrupt this for a pick. The Detroit Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. I'm staying positive. I know I'm staying positive. I love Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs reminds me of Alvin Kamara. Alvin Kamara was taken in the third round. So I think about Detroit, and I love the Lions, and they do a lot of great. I think they've built a team, and yet.
Wait, can I just say one thing? I've got something more exciting than that, or more incredible than that. Do you like Chinese food?
I love Chinese food.
How often do you open the fortune cookie?
I like the taste of the fortune cookie. So
how
every time.
Often do you read the fortune?
100% of the time.
Okay.
I want to see.
How often have you gotten a fortune that really got you going? A great fortune.
Well, I think so. I know where you're going, but my issue is sometimes the fortune isn't even a fortune anymore.
Okay. Exactly.
Yeah.
Today, I don't know. I think you were in here 1 minute before the draft when I was finishing my Chinese dinner and I opened my cookie. Guess what the fortune cookie said? A financial investment will yield returns beyond your wildest dreams. And listen, I've been trading for 40 years. Anybody that's ever traded a long time, we're the most superstitious lot on earth. That right there is the greatest talisman I've ever had in my life since I won the Ducks Unlimited lottery in the 6th grade in Memphis, Tennessee, and got this beautiful lab puppy. And that was the most, I'm telling you, this is so huge. I would be so long Sumer that I couldn't even stand it. That is the greatest event of all time.
Yeah,
anyway, sorry.
I mean, and look, like, I think it's, you know, and speaking freely, like it is really inspiring given, like, you know, to me, it feels like when we talk and we started remotely and we do have a lot of cool meetings together and everything. I think every time we get in person like this, it is just fertile. It's
Can I just say this? I have spent, if you think about football, so I've had 3 PhDs in the last 14 months in football. If you think about football, we all are captured by these 22 magnificent players on the field, huge impact, and you're running the whole emotional gamut: joy, pain, anger, elation. We go, and they're these larger than life figures and coaches, and that's what we think of as the on-field collisions and the drama around it. But what I've learned in the past 14 months is, holy cow, there's another war going on off the field, the analytical war. And that war, which we all know about and we talk about, and certainly we talk about strategy, but that war is so much more complex and so much bigger than anyone even begins to think of. And so let me just ask you, if you had to say analytically where football is in the possible universe, where would you say, how far has analytics progressed in football?
On a scale of 1 to 10.
No, 0 to 100%, like we do. So we're measuring
15%.
15. Okay, so I've spent the past couple of weeks doing a deep immersion on large language models, like everyone in my field. Anyone in data has obviously done a complete, total pivot to trying to understand neural nets and tree networks and genetic algorithms and large language models and all that. What I now understand with great humility is how limited we as a human species are cognitively and mentally.
Yeah. I mean,
and what I understand at Sumer and in football, I would say, I think 15, you're way too high.
Okay. So that's like an owning of my like, to this point, I feel like I'm like a decent fraction of that 15. But if you want to make it like 8, I just want to make sure that I'm a decent fraction of that 8. But yeah, I feel what you're saying.
So again, the fun part of this for me is, again, I break football down into 4 quadrants. You've got player selection is 1 quadrant, and then you've got performance enhancement, and that's what most people think of when they hire it. Player selection is your GM. Performance enhancement, that's your coach. How does he get the most physically and intellectually out of a player? And with 1 trillion neurons firing in your brain, good Lord, the search space there is huge. Then you've got play design. What are the plays that we're going to run on those 136 opportunities every game? And then finally, you've got in-game decision-making. So the fun part has been going through and trying to understand the size of the search space. In-game decision-making, by our reckoning, is 2 times 10 to the 264th. That's more than all the subatomic particles in the universe. It's why it's so easy to Monday morning quarterback someone, because the search space is so much bigger beyond any human comprehension capability.
Yeah, it's crazy. And to your point about the degree to which we've understood this, right? So football analytics to this point, I think we have 4th downs nailed. I think even like there's actually some research that one of my friends is doing that's actually showing that like what's job preserving and what's game preserving are different. Like we've touched around the corners. 4th down decisions are one of the corners. We've done run pass ratios. We've done play action stuff. Those are the corners. The question is like, do we have a unified theory of like, okay, you come out in 12 personnel with this personnel with these mismatches, and then what, you know, all this stuff. Like that's the other 99% of the problem. And we spend, you know, months and months and months during an NFL season complaining that Mike Vrabel doesn't go for a fourth down or this, that, and the other thing. And, we haven't gotten to that bigger problem.
We're so, and again, I say this with the greatest humility. The search space is larger than any human can comprehend. And the exciting thing about what we're doing at Sumer, and particularly on the player selection side, I feel I keep thinking, I go through these analogies, and I know is it horse and buggy to the automobile? Are we Oppenheimer in the Manhattan Project? I feel like Steve Jobs with the iPhone at times. I know, because we're getting ready to bring truly, I don't think we've ever assembled this many smart minds together to focus on one aspect of one sport. And here we're just looking at player selection. So it's exciting about the revolution that's coming.
To your point, like when I started at Pro Football Focus, now I was still a math professor, but I was the first data scientist there, and I wasn't even full time. NFL teams, like now you have Baltimore and stuff, they're considered like really, awake to all this stuff, and they have 6 to 9, data scientists, right? We have 3 times that, in the building right now. And to your point, it's just such a big problem. And I think what makes it even more fun, or maybe more daunting, and this is maybe where you can draw on your experience in the markets, is it's not time invariant. What works as a defense, the 2 high stuff works now. And in a couple of years, it's going to be single high stuff with some other definition of what a linebacker is. And so like the hardest part is football is such a small sample game. You have 100 snaps a game for some of the most voracious teams on offense. You have 17 games a year, and adding tracking data has helped because that's multiplied it by about a ton of but on the play level, there's only like 200 per game, and there's only like a little under 300 per season, and it evolves. So
but again, we calculated this. There probably at least a minimum. If you took reasonable variations, there's a 36 million set of plays. And that's really undercounting that an offensive coordinator has to choose from. Imagine 36 million. And of course, they have on their little paper, their 100 or 200 plays, but there's 36 million. That's what's so exciting. Because what I see is football on the verge of an analytical absolute revolution, explosion that's going, I think, it's going to be like, again, watching a horse race versus watching a Formula One. We're going to go from watching horses, which is exciting, wonderful, fantastic, but we're going to start watching Formula One.
Yeah, for sure. So a couple updates. Lucas Van Ness has been the pick. Edge defender for Iowa is the pick for the Green Bay Packers at 13. The pick that they used in a trade to move when they got Aaron Rodgers. And now Steven Santiago's Pittsburgh Steelers, our great VP of consumer engineering, they have moved up to pick 14 with the New England Patriots, which foils some of our plans over there with some of our tools that Thomas is working on. The Steelers.
But hopefully our tools can accommodate that.
Exactly. So we'll see what those trades have netted out at. But the Steelers are at 14 here. Interestingly, Will Levis
probably feels like he's just right back at the Falcons, right?
Yeah. And the Steelers were previously at 17. So they moved up. The Patriots have moved up 3 spots. Who knows what this is for? But to sort of bring it to a broader point of what you're saying, like it's so crazy because you talk about the search space and how big it is and how vast it is, and yet there's only so many of them that are played a game, right? So you think about all the statistical tools that we're going to have to bring out, the Bayesian, stuff that we have to, that we're going to have to bring to the forefront to solve those problems are so immense. And I think some of them don't even exist now.
I think you're 100% right. Again, if you think about what reinforcement learning is doing in the world today and how it's ChatGPT-4 is transforming the world literally under our feet and will continue, that's saying a similar type of revolution is going to come to football, just the same way now. Someone going it on 4th down, we kind of look at it, but not really, because we're coming to accept that. Whereas 10 or 15 years ago, we would have thought that's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see as analytics come to the game, how the game changes in terms of the way it's conducted.
Yeah. So, and think about it. Like, one question I want to ask you, because I'm not, I have a broad idea of what the trading world is like, but like, I mean, there analytical advancements in trading changed the trading game, right? And like,
100%.
and you had to evolve in order to stay. I mean, we were just talking about that outside, where it's like you're sort of you had one way of modeling these systems, and then you sort of had to change into a different way of modeling these systems, or you're transitioning a different way of modeling these systems, and it's like we're gonna have to do that in football, right? We're gonna have to. I mean, player eval. I mean, and it's kind of what happened when the NFL gave us tracking data, right? Before. Back when I was at PFF, like we had the charting data. It was like every play got a charting, and then the NFL said, well, we want to add more data to that. And so they put, chips in the shoulder pads, gave us that. And it took a long time to incorporate that, right? Because the teams weren't ready necessarily, to advance, to make those advancements. In player eval, like, do you see a parallel between, do you see it as a faster pace evolution or a slower pace evolution to what you're dealing with as a trader?
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot more efficient. For instance, right now, in free agency and the draft, so often as a fan, you sit there and you go, I can't believe they drafted that person. I can't believe they took that person as a free agent. If you think of what's going to happen, and particularly with the tools that we're building, there's really 4 big variables to selecting a player.
Right.
First variable is what's the scheme of the team the team need. The second variable is what is that player's grade, i.e. his physical and intellectual capabilities. The third one is what is that player's usage on the field. If you're drafting a quarterback that's going to sit the first year behind your starting quarterback, but you want to win now versus win 2 years, well, again, you wouldn't do that. They're different ways. So usage and snap counts, really important, forecasting. And the fourth one is what does that player cost? And you've got obviously free agency, and then you've got draft capital. So the point is that once you have a number for each one of those 4, your team need, your grade, your snap count in the field, and what it costs, the rest of it's just math. What's happening right now with, I'd say, many GMs is they're not getting the draft right. They're not getting the math right when it's really just a math problem.
They're just playing the math by year, right? And in many cases, they don't have. A lot of GMs don't necessarily understand surplus or roster value, that kind of stuff, performance value.
And again, they shouldn't, because the search space is 10 to the many thousands. It's huge, and that's why no human's going to compete with a computer. They're not. So I guess the bottom line is where teams are going to be focusing on in the future is going to be making sure they get the grade right, the usage right. Again, injury forecasts are going to be huge. There's going to be a lot of time spent on those 4 foundational things, but the math is the math. And hopefully we're building something that's going to help teams to get the math right. Yeah.
I think we're almost ready for Thomas to be back here.
We bring the brains back?
Yeah, we're bringing. Well, this was fun, PTJ. I really enjoy it's so much fun just to talk. You have so much experience in so many areas that it's so much fun to just chat with you about these things. And every once in a while, I'll have a good idea, and it's good to see, the smile that comes on your face when that happens. But it's just really fun to just sort of pull on your experiences here. And hopefully the listeners realize what kind of treat they got when they got a few picks of you.
If I could just say this, working with you and all the other young, brilliant quants in our place, the engineers, it's been exciting and energizing for me. And I've always loved games. I've played games since I was a kid. And I look at this as like we're solving this enormous game. And it just brings me so much joy. And, I was offensive coordinator for my son's Pee-wee team, and he was 11 years old, and we had a 165-page playbook. So I just enjoy football so much.
Well,
and all the variability, it's just really exciting.
Well, I can't wait. I mean, we had a really great accomplishment this week with the draft dashboard. I can't wait until we have the unified theory of football, and hammer it out, and we can enjoy, looking back at when football was the way it was when you called plays and the way it was when I grew up playing, and look at it as just a simple relic relative to what we're experiencing now, because we've changed the game at Sumer. So Paul Tudor Jones, thank you for being on the show, and I can't wait to see what happens in the rest of this draft. We're going to bring back Thomas Dimitroff here in a second. Okay, so Thomas is we're still missing Thomas here. Okay, well we're gonna let's put up a video, Matt, we're gonna bring back Thomas here.
There he is.
There he is.
The man in black. Johnny Cash. Come
let's
on back.
Let's put up the Ricky Williams trade, because we just had a trade up. What's that? Let's do the Joe Douglas.
Okay.
So, Joe, you have what's called, 53. We talk about it often in football. Sometimes it's worth talking about. Other times it's not worth talking about. 53 ultimately is final football say on the roster. Interestingly enough, I've had 53 with Mike Smith in my first 7 years with the Falcons, and then when Dan Quinn came on, we gave the head coach 53. You have 53. If you were, again, to advise young, up-and-coming general managers about dealing with that topic, how would you advise them?
Yeah, I think my advice would be the 53 means nothing if you can't collaborate, if you can't work hand in hand with this coach. To me, if you need to hold an org chart over someone's head all the time, it's probably not going to work out, right? So the most important thing is the communication piece that we always bring up, and the ability to collaborate and have these honest conversations.
Okay, we're back. Thomas, you're back. Love talking to PTJ. Always a ball of energy. I did not know he was the offensive coordinator of Jack's team when they were growing up. But I'm really excited to have you back, because the Detroit Lions, the team I lauded, this is how difficult the prediction game is. Before you left, I lauded the Detroit Lions for trading back. Look at all these players they're going to be able to get. Will Levis, Christian Gonzalez, all these great players. And they go Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
Yeah, I was in the middle of being off set here for a minute, and I was blinking hard to look at that, thinking, okay, I always look, and I always have to remember, I'm going to be the soundboard here, or the settling force here, because I know your mind is wandering on this. Bill Belichick used to always tell us, you know your effing organization better than anyone.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to complain when you make moves that are not necessarily in line with what everyone else thinks. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell know what they're doing as far as what they believe they're doing with their organization. So it's pretty damn tough for us to question. I get there's going to be question marks about it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to have to deal with it. Like you said, passing up some very talented football players.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they've talked about that, and they're moving forward with what they think is the right thing for their team at this point. But I want your opinion as a data scientist, not mine as a former general manager, because I've been in those situations where I've picked and I've gotten skewered the next day. People try not to worry about that. But let's call it. You're Restore the Roar, people. I'm coming back to that.
I know.
Tell me about it.
Everybody on Twitter is basically like, let's check in on Eric. How the hell is he doing? What the hell? I mean, look, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a great player. I have no problem with him as a draft pick, maybe a little bit later.
Can I interrupt you and say, I am with superlatives.
Yeah.
Great?
I mean.
Or good?
Good, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's not, I don't think he's going to change your franchise. Now, they traded back, so that helps them because they get some stuff back. Yeah. They pick at 18. They pick again at 34. They had to think that somebody else was hot on Gibbs here, or else they wouldn't have taken him. Packers go Luke Van Ness, and then the Steelers trade up and get Broderick Jones after. Christian Gonzalez still on the board. Will Levis still on the board. Jackson Smith-Njigba still on the board. We have not had a wide receiver yet taken in round one. Mm-hmm. My issue, again, is just like, this is very, very convicted. It feels very convicted. It feels like if Detroit's saying if we had a running game commensurate with our offensive line and our passing game, we would have made the playoffs last year, and we're going to change that fact here. Both Atlanta and Detroit, they go ahead and do those things. And to me, It's a little steep given how good their offensive line. I think David Montgomery, a guy they signed in free agency, would be a good running back for them.
I believe so. I don't know where to go with this conversation because it's a complicated one, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to. I mean, look, Brad Holmes has done almost everything right since he's been the GM of the Lions. Like, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. And look, like, I don't think, they obviously have a reason for this. But very interesting, by the way, Will McDonald is the pick now for the New York Jets at 15.
Wow.
That
towards the end of the draft or the end of the first round draft. Of course, what I would love, I wish I could pull my PFF draft show. I'm just giving them a little bit of lauding. I have to because I was using a little bit of theirs, and it's just gone dead back at pick 9.
Oh, really?
There's no world, and I wonder if any of our really adept tech people could help me out with this.
I think, it might just be an internet connection issue for you, Thomas. But let's go ahead and see here. With the Jets, I mean, look, like before the draft, Broderick Jones, Peter Skoronski, Nolan Smith going later than Will McDonald is a little bit of a surprise. Yes,
it is a surprise. We're sitting out there doing some mock ideas, for where things are going with teams like the Patriots. They traded out. Of course, they were not confident where they were with Nolan as well. I mean, 4.38 or 4.39. That cat can smoke it.
Yeah.
Now, Will's a good football player. I like him when I watch him.
A little small.
Yeah.
Very fast. When we looked at the tracking data and stuff, he was very, very athletic.
There's
interesting though for them, right? The Jets. Think about the Jets, right? Offensive line was when you looked at the betting markets, offensive line was like minus 220 to be the pick, which is hard. That's big, right? Elijah Vera Tucker a couple years ago, Mekhi Becton a couple years ago. Mekhi Becton's been injured. Dwayne Brown's older. Laken Tomlinson did not have a great season last year. You thought about offensive line there. You look at Carl Lawson was a big signing a couple years ago. Jermaine Johnson was a pick, a pick last year in the first round. Go back to McDonald. I mean, they're basically saying, look, we got a great defense. We're going to bring a guy in to be a situational guy. Because that to me right now, given the depth chart, you took a guy at 15. Now they did trade, or they traded back basically to get Rodgers, but that's a situational guy at 15.
It's a situational guy. Again, back to understanding where they are with this and how Joe Douglas, wants to put this team together, along with a head coach who has a growing strong opinion about how they're going to do things. Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of things sometimes I just want to stress to everyone when you're looking at it from the team building perspective and as a general manager, going in here with some of these guys, because let's talk a little bit about this concept. The grinding the mocks out there are always saying what they're saying. And everyone just assumes that because the mocks are saying he's going to go 28, 29, 30, that's the right move.
Yeah.
And it's a little unnerving.
Yeah.
But you have to have, I mean, again, Joe Douglas comes from a system in the Ravens, ultimately, who you do not care about what the media is saying here. You're going to do what's right, what you think is right for the club. So again, another situation. We were just talking about Detroit. 2 situations where these guys believe they're doing what's right for the organization. Yep. Joe's coming off a situation that Joe Douglas, as a general manager, saying to himself, I'm sure, we got a quarterback here.
Yep.
We have really, really high expectations. And somewhere along the line, they must have thought, Will McDonald. Yes, I was blanking. And Will McDonald is the guy for them over, some of these guys that can get up and around the corner with more natural pass rush.
Yep.
Will McDonald comes in at what's his full measurables?
Yeah, he's a little bit. He's in that 234 range. That's right, 6'4", 245. So not a skinny guy, but like that's light for being a defensive end.
He covers ground. When you watch him, he has some things that stand out. I happened to be watching him a couple of days ago, and I'm like, all right, this guy has an opportunity. Interestingly enough, I thought to go between 20 and 32 or 31, and here we are. In the middle of the round. We
get a surprise here, by the way. So it's funny because, a couple of the people that I know who are really good at this inside information, when the markets open, Will McDonald was minus 160 to be a first round pick. Emmanuel Forbes was minus 160 to be a first round pick. And those things got bet almost immediately. Emmanuel Forbes is the second corner off the board.
Emmanuel Forbes, 167, 68.
Washington Commanders.
No, look. 65 maybe. He's tall and lean and lanky and doing whatever he's doing. He's a production machine.
Yep.
And I knew that, he kept building and building, of course. Surprised over Christian Gonzalez. I'll be interested to see how this has all come out.
Well, so here's a question I have, because I wanted to back this in, because I think when the mocks were coming out, Forbes was not considered a number one first round pick. McDonald wasn't considered where he was picked. And I wrote this in our, if you go to SumerSports.com and look at our draft proverbs, I said, there are things that teams know that can push people up or down boards. What are some examples of those in your, because public mocks, generally speaking, do a good job. If you aggregate them, they do a good job of predicting how good players are. But then there are situations like this where you get surprises. Where could the surprises come from when you're a team and because we've seen in the last few picks, Jahmyr Gibbs goes way ahead of where his consensus was. Will McDonald goes way ahead of his consensus. Emmanuel Forbes goes way ahead of his consensus. Where does that come from internally as an NFL team?
The sort of push up the look.
Yeah, because you know what the boards are.
Yeah.
So you're not blindly taking these guys, not knowing what everybody else thinks, right? When the New England Patriots take Cole Strange in round 1 last year, they know that he's not mocked a round 1 guy. So where does the conviction come? Where do you it takes some guts, right? Where does that conviction come from, and the information source associated with it?
Look, where does it come from? So you think about Emmanuel Forbes for a minute. Can I talk about him for 1 minute and then come back to your question? You can fold back in. This is a guy who's, what are we saying? 6 feet, 165, I believe.
Yeah.
66. Okay, so 166, 4'3", what? What was he rocking there?
4'3",
4'3", Yep. So you're talking about a long guy. You're talking about a guy that has some arm length, I'm sure. You're talking about a guy who can, of course, athleticism wise, he's got some really interesting talent. Here's what I would say about it as well. A lot of people start talking about that, and then what they do is they take their corners, they take the ostensible 3 to 5 corners, most teams, and they start juxtaposing, right? They get in there with all of their group and they really hone in on this player, and they say they compare all traits, right? This is what we would do. We would compare the measurables, and then we would compare the ability in man coverage, the ability in zone coverage, the ability to jump, ball skills, hands, awareness, quick twitch, whatever it may be. You would go down the entire list, and you would literally compare and have, your staff. We would have not only our scouting staff, we would have our coaching staff break it down, and everyone would come to the table. If you were in a spot where you were really trying to break down those 3 to 5, in this case, corners. I've done it so many times. So of course, what they did is they broke it down, and they were breaking it down probably up to most recently, this is a guy we want. If we get to where we get to, and I guarantee I'm sure they probably thought Christian Gonzalez is gone. They spent probably so much more time on this guy thinking, guys, we like this guy better than Christian Gonzalez. Let's just pull the trigger on it.
Yep.
Only thing I'll say to you, Harry Douglas, I know he was a 3rd-round receiver for us. He was 168, 67. He was a bear for us. When you have a guy like that that's that lean, they may think Mississippi State, maybe their system isn't set up as much to put weight on a guy. They're probably thinking this guy can be 185. It's not always that easy. If you get a guy who struggles with his weight and has always struggled with his weight for a reason, I'm sure they dug into it. But that is something that I realized it took us probably 4 or 5 years before Harry ended up putting on some weight. I think it changed his style of play.
Right. Our data scientists, by the way, Pavel Babicek, Udit Ranazaria, both messaged me talking about how fast Will McDonald was in our tracking data metrics like that, and Emmanuel Forbes, there might be information there that the public isn't privy to, that the teams are. Now New England's at 17. Will Levis is still available. So let's actually look at some players who are available that are surprises. Sure. Will Levis, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Christian Gonzalez. Those have to be the corner. Those have to be the headliners here. Gonzalez, over under pick 8.5. What pre-draft Will Levis was depending. Will Levis was a favorite to go in the top 5, let alone fall away here. In Jackson Smith-Njigba, his over under was about 10.5, 11 or so. All of them are gone. No wide receivers have been taken so far. We went all the way until this last pick with just one corner. None of the tight ends have been taken.
Right.
It's all about the trenches. Like these football teams love the trenches, and for good reason. I mean, you have to stack up numbers. It's a weak link system. You have to be in that spot. Now, New England trades back here. We still had pre-draft Smith and Njigba as their most likely pick. Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith also on the clock, also likely picks for them. They go with Christian Gonzalez, corner from Oregon. It's a good pick.
It's a good pick.
It's a good pick.
I mean,
I know we don't want to editorialize too much, but that's a good pick.
No, it's a good pick. Think about it. I'm sure they sit there and they dial in thinking about the corners, and they're thinking about the same situation, right? They're thinking, we don't have a chance unless we potentially trade up for a guy like Witherspoon at 6-ish, 5-6-ish, whatever, 5, but 5-6-ish, or we have to be in the top 10 to get a guy like Christian Gonzalez. Okay, he's still there, and we're thinking we like Gonzalez, and we also potentially, let's just hypothetically, we also potentially like Joey Porter. And all of a sudden, we're there, we trade back thinking we're going to get one of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
What they normally do is they map it out, and they're saying, look, I like these two corners who are still on, and I also like maybe it was Nolan Smith. We're going to get one. Let's trade back like they always do. I think it was a very smart move, and kudos to Bill and Matt Groh.
Yeah. There were some questions about Gonzalez's medicals that have been reported today. New England, of course, one of the best organizations in all of football, maybe better able to take care of that than some of the other programs. Who knows? Detroit now at 18. This is where, Thomas, I want to get your thoughts here, because Minnesota is at 23.
Mm-hmm.
They, of course, are in probably the final year of the Kirk Cousins deal. They kind of gave him void years, pushed money back, kind of tried. Haven't taken a quarterback in the first round since Teddy Bridgewater in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy Bridgewater. The only reason I remember this is because I was there. First career win as an NFL quarterback was actually against the Falcons, interestingly. But had a bad knee injury. They've had to go with Bradford, Keenum, Cousins now. Does there ever become a time when, because I always thought that Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah would move back, because I figured all quarterbacks would be gone now. I didn't think Hooker was worth it here. We're starting to get into a territory where I think one of these teams is going to move up and take Levis in 18, 19, 20 or so. What do you think?
Yes, I think it's a prime spot. We have a guy that just made millions and millions of dollars who got drafted where? I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers. What was his number?
24.
24?
Yeah, 2005.
So that stuff happens.
Yep.
That guy went on to be one of the very best. So I want to give Will Levis a little bit of kudos here. He's obviously still has talent. He's not a guy that's fallen. I think, however, you have to remember there are certain people out there who want a quarterback to be a certain way personality-wise. I think it's interesting as people look, have people been turned off up to this point because of a personality trait, 2 or 3, his approach, his swagger? Some people get turned. I mean, the dude looks great, right? He's all rocked up and he's ready to go. Yeah. He's got he can move around, do all he does. I saw him hopping over defenders the other day on some of the highlights and such. But, here he is right now falling to where he's falling. How far does that go? And if you're a team, I'm just telling you, the teams that are excited about it, they're like, see, these people don't know. And if we can get them there, it's great. In the back of their mind, though, they're going to be answering the questions. Why did he fall?
Right. What do these teams all know about him that you don't know? It is a good question. But, just like, I said this a number of times, like you look at the history of this quarterback league and you look at 2017, DeShone Kizer fell to the round 2. 2018, the expected number of quarterbacks in the betting market was 5.5. And Lamar Jackson fell to 32. That 6th quarterback, Mason Rudolph, didn't go to round 3. 2019, you had the fall of Dwayne Haskins down to 15. Drew Lock fell out of the first round entirely. And then last year, like the quarterbacks, there's always one that falls, and everybody sort of thinks about sort of the same way. They think about these guys. Once they start to fall, there's always that question, right? Like, what is wrong with these guys? What do these other teams know that we don't know?
What do they know? And you're talking to your owner about it, and you are sitting around right now. They're sitting around the table when they start thinking about Will Levis, I'm sure, in this situation. Is he the next wave? Are they comfortable enough with it? I mean, we look at some of the needs here: wide receiver, tight end. Is that D line? I guess?
Defensive interior.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's some really good tight ends on the board. Do they do something like that?
Yeah. I mean, if you're Detroit, though, you think about the history of that. Like, it's a good question because you've obviously been in this chair. Eric Ebron, Brandon Pettigrew, TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah.
When your franchise has swung the bat at that position, especially when it's a position like tight end that doesn't go in first round a lot, you've swung the bat at that position and it hasn't connected quite all that long. Does that influence how you're? Because I know Detroit's been marred with this in there. I mean, you think about Charles Rodgers, Mike Williams, and then Roy Williams, 3 consecutive wide receivers taken in round 1. Like they're a like, does that can't factor in? You're right. It can't factor in, can it?
I think no. I don't think so. I think it's a good thought on your part, and it factors into the fan base and maybe some of the people in the building who have been around that long. No, look, I think a tight end would be a nice addition for them.
Mm-hmm.
Again, depending on where they go with their quarterback situation. Look, I am such a believer. I like TJ. We talked about that.
Yeah.
I really did. I don't still know why they decided to move him, and in division as well.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Well, I felt like they were like 1-5, 1-6 at the time. They didn't know that they were any. Well, they hopefully they knew they were good, but like it was one of those where they kind of came on at the end, but they were selling pieces. And now you think about Minnesota only has 5 picks, so they have Hawkinson, but they only have 5 picks. In many ways, they did kind of hurt their division rival in some ways, although Hawkinson's a great player. But yeah, I mean, tight end's one of those positions, as you know, having picked up Hayden Hurst and. Like those guys, they graduate, they get better later in their career, right? So that's the tough part about them being a first round pick is just that it takes forever for them to kind of grow into that role. Detroit's still on the clock here, about 3 minutes left for the Lions, and after that it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then after that it's the Seattle Seahawks. And who do we have here? Wow.
That's a big one. If I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
Wow. Okay. So.
Wow.
Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa.
That, you know what that just completely speaks to?
They just need toughness.
Chris Spielman in the house.
Yeah. Chris Spielman.
This guy, go ahead. I mean,
I look, Jack Campbell's a good player. I mean, look, and I know, you can go to the SumerSports show with Eric Eager and Thomas Dimitroff. Please subscribe on all your podcast platforms. We talked about all the linebackers, and I said Jack Campbell's a football player. That's a football player.
Yeah.
That's a football player. But at 18, when no other linebacker is supposed to go in round 1, there's a conviction in Detroit. Detroit's doing what they want here.
Detroit is doing what they want, and they have a plan. I'm saying that because they wouldn't make these moves if they don't know, if they've not done their research. There's no way in the world, right? These are good football players. Okay, we all imagine that they're reaching or whatever people want to say or the fan base does. I mean, he's a good football player. We talked about it. To me, he just screams Dan Campbell, Chris Spielman. And I know Chris is not calling the shots at all, but Chris is there. Chris is around. He's around Brad Holmes. And they know when they talk about restoring the roar, they want to get the people in that spot. And this is a guy that they think can be a tough, hard-ass guy moving forward.
Well, and you look at this like, look, they were 9-8. They missed the playoffs because they tied with Seattle. Seattle beat them 48-45 in I call it Pontiac just to be funny, but in Ford Field. Rashad Penny rushed for like 200 yards in that game, right? Like when they were at their worst, they could not stop the run. And, I don't know if linebacker is necessarily what's going to stop them from being, like you need guys up front. You need the fatties to hold the point. But, oh, my gosh, this is a conviction by Brad Holmes. Like he wants what he wants. And, look, who's the beneficiary of this, right? If you need a wide receiver, you need that fourth quarterback. If you need another corner, like when you see other positions go off the board before you, you're the beneficiary because you're picking a pick ahead of what you were expected to.
Where are they in your mind right now? I know we won't want to do this that much with the corner position. because there are still some corners on the board, of course. To get rid of Okudah, like, where are they on the starting side of this corner position for them? Are they that comfortable or are they not?
Well, they got, what is it, Sutton from the Steelers, I think that was a guy that they acquired, and then they got was it Emmanuel Mosley from the 49ers, and then they went ahead and got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So they have one layer of depth. But the issue is if any of those guys get hurt, you play in a dome, and like that's bound to happen. That's a problem. Now, Monty Aguilar is gone, right? He's a guy who had 6 interceptions for them in 21. He fell out of favor. Last year was benched. Okudah has been traded to the Falcons. Yeah.
Well, look,
they're drafting like they're a team that's on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
like this is what you do. Like when you pick the last pieces, and that's interesting.
Well, there's a run and hit element to him. He's a tough ass. He's from Iowa. They love that type of player. That's Dan Campbell, of course. That's organizationally, it is a guy you could build upon. Where you could have gotten him. You're suggesting, and he was suggested to go in the second round. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like that was kind of where he was planning to go. So
look, I've moved up out of what I thought someone was a second rounder, and I did it years ago, of course. And it was in the first year with Matt Ryan, and we needed a tackle, and we move up for Sam Baker. Sam should have been in the second round. Now we didn't move up to this point, but we moved up into the first round to make sure we solidified someone who was probably 5 to 8 picks higher than we should have gone.
Yeah. The roar is tenuous at this point right now. Look, I still think they're a plucky team. I'm a huge fan of Brad Holmes. I'm a huge fan of a lot of people that work there too. This is somewhat in jest, of course. Like this is a fun event, and Jack Campbell is a good player. By the way, for the betting folks out there, never, ever pick the favorite in first linebacker, first safety, first running back in the NFL draft, especially when they're supposed to go in the round 2, because it's all about styles make fights. Somebody when they're all back there, right? When there's not a Bijan Robinson, when there's not a Micah Parsons, when there's a bunch of guys that are kind of mid-tier guys, and you want to take one of them, it's always going to be what kind of player do I like, not which player do I like. And and so if you're betting the draft, just know that, because that's that can come up and bite you.
Look, the last thing I want to say about this is, and I can see you over there. You're just kind of smirking. You're like,
I actually, Tej texted, our friend Tej, who's a real Lions fan, grew up in Detroit, is losing it a little bit. I'm praying for him right now. Interesting. Okay.
Well, yeah.
So we have, it hasn't come through one of our trackers here, but there is a rumor that the Bucs have taken Kalijah Kancey, defensive lineman Pittsburgh, going after the next Aaron Donald, Thomas. It's a little rich.
They have a number of needs there.
Yep.
At least listed a lot, probably a little lower than we imagined in interior. But I think this is one of those situations that, again, I do believe this. Jason Light's in a spot right now that I think is really interesting for him, right? He was at one time, and I told him, the best general manager in the world. That only carries on for a certain time, and you start your next season. It's important for him to get this organization back with some hop in their step, right? This is an important time for him. And this guy's got hop in his step. This guy's a talented football player.
Yep.
Maybe was he projected to go another 10 picks? Again, remember, when you're sitting in this spot, you don't give a flip about where he's projected to go if you get the guy you want.
And I know we gave the Jason Light discussion earlier on your GM Journey podcast, which, by the way, fantastic podcast, wherever you can find your podcasts, iTunes, Spotify, a great place to watch Thomas interview, his contemporaries in the league. And there's just so many, good spots there. And Jason Light was gracious enough to, I think, give away a lot of really good information. I'm going to say this, though. The Bucs have had one of the best off seasons in the entire NFL. Everything else told. You knew you were going to lose Brady, right? You knew you were going to eat 30, however many dead money. You won the Super Bowl. And I got to say this, because I look around the league and I think all these teams trying to hang on, all these teams just not knowing when is when, it's 2:00, go home, that kind of thing. Jason Light, Brady retires. They send him off well. It's not a bad send off. It's not awful, right? They eat instead of just pushing all the money in the future and saying we're going to try to compete this year. And again, I'm trying to be semantically responsible, but instead of doing what a lot of teams do, which is just spread the money out and try to be 9-8 every year, they said we're just going to eat the cost. The Super Bowl is worth it. We're going to eat the cost. Brady's gone. We're never going to replace Brady. And we're just going to try to build back from. And Greg Gaines, fantastic signing on the D line. Matt Filer, a great value, not a great, but a great value. Chase Edmonds, a good value. Baker Mayfield is if I need a bridge to the next year, Baker Mayfield's my guy. I'm not trying to. Baker Mayfield's not winning you a Super Bowl or even the NFC South.
You love you some Baker,
but he's getting you to the next year. Ryan Neal is one of the better contracts that was signed in the offseason. I think Jason Light's done wonderful work.
Yeah, no, I think he's done smart, thoughtful work. And here's a spot. Let's talk about this player a little bit because we haven't talked about him. I mean, people are trying to compare him to the last University of Pittsburgh interior D lineman who has ripped the world up at all levels. I mean, he's that explosive guy. I mean, when you look at Kancey, the way that he can shoot the gaps and make plays on the other side of the line, he's a disruptor. However, and he can pass rush. He can pressure when people get on him, when blockers get on him and engulf him, it's a different story, right? Mm-hmm. So they know that. They also have to know, and I've said this before, they're going to use this guy in a world, in a football world where there's so much movement and pass. Of course, we're not talking about the old school where you're having to sit in there and two gap and just hang on.
And Vita Vea is the two gapper on that team, right? So you have a really and I think there are truly only about 5 nose tackles that matter in the NFL, and Vita Vea is one of them. And you put a lot of money into that position. You took Joe Schwayan-Troininka, and you had the guy from Houston in the first round. I always forget his name from last year, or that they took at pick 33 last year. You're starting to build that D line. I know Devin White has requested a trade. They brought Levante David back. I didn't even mention this. They brought back Levante David and got Jamel Dean on a $13 million deal, which Jamel Dean was thought of by many to be the best cornerback in all of free agency.
Good call.
And you bring him back. It's a good offseason for them. That doesn't mean they're going to be good this year. It doesn't mean you should bet their over or whatever if you want to bet that. I just think that if Tampa Bay is competitive again in 3 years, we're going to look back on this year and say Jason Light made some tough decisions that ultimately made them have a better chance now than then.
And this idea that he's going to his owners and he's saying, look, you guys believed in me. We did what we did, and we'll never look back winning a Super Bowl. Let me take a chance to continue to rebuild this football team. I have heard that out there, and I completely agree with it.
So Seattle's at pick 20 here. Will Levis is still on the board.
Wow.
Will Levis, Jackson Smith-Njigba still on the board. The Detroit Lions passed Jackson Smith-Njigba twice.
Zay Flowers still on the board?
And Zay Flowers, all the wide receivers. We have not had a wide receiver taken so far. Parker is saying, one of our great data scientists, but also helping us produce the show here, that the Seahawks have taken Nolan Smith. So he's not. It's a rumor.
Saying he's still on the board.
Okay,
that's all right. See, that's what.
We need. Gotcha. I'm sorry. That's my fault. It's not Parker's fault at all. Nolan Smith. So actually, let's reset. Let's rally here.
Yeah.
The best guys still on the board, more or less. Will Levis, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Nolan Smith, and then you have the tight ends. You have you have Michael Mayer. You have Dalton Kincaid. That's a bet that's still on the board, by the way. If you bet pre-draft, first tight end taken is still on the board. First wide receiver taken, by the way, still on the board. For those people sweating that one out, thought they had a lock in Smith-Njigba. Brian Branch, safety, Alabama. Joey Porter Jr., cornerback, Penn State. Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma. Deontay Banks, cornerback, Maryland. All kind of guys still on the board. Seattle's got their pick of the litter here.
Look, we knew this all along. I think as we even evaluating the receivers, at least we felt strongly about it. There was going to be a wave of receivers taken 20 and beyond. Yeah. Let's call it the way it is. Anyone who was taken earlier than that at the receiver position, it was a little bit of a reach, as much as I hate saying that. But there's just that that 20 to 30 plus is a really good area for this group of receivers. And quite honestly, some of these corners that we're talking about, you know, I mean, I do believe that there's some good corners out there that people can get, and they can be solid contributors, maybe come in as number 3s early on and develop into deuces. That's a big thing for them. You're not missing on a corner or a receiver if in that first year, one guy's playing nickel and the other guy's playing kind of a number 3 receiver for you. We do call those guys starters in the league. We don't say that they're backups.
Well, and this is different now, though, right? So you remember, like, so you talk about Harry Douglas. Harry Douglas was your 3 for a while, and back in the day, the 3 was a little guy that would come in and play on third down. You had Roddy, you had Julio, and those, and I think about Chris Carter, Randy Moss. I think about but nowadays, John Taylor, Jerry Rice. Nowadays, it's like they all play, right? They all play a few snaps here and there. They all play kind of in their spots. One guy plays slot on these downs. One guy's a blocker early downs. All this stuff, and so the bar for being a useful wide receiver is so much lower now. And I think the same thing's true for corners. That so and on one end, you're not willing to go up and take one that high unless he's a Julio, unless he's an everything to everybody all the time kind of wide receiver. If he's not, and you were very astute when we did our podcast. You said Jackson Smith-Njigba was a kind of a slottish kind of guy, like not a guy you really want to do that much stuff with early on, at least. I think that these guys falling makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think you're going to get good football players who are going to contribute. I don't want to repeat myself on this. And, there's the fact that some other guys were picked up here. Do we have how many we've projected as 3 or 4 as far as going early? It's pushed these guys back.
Yeah, wide receiver. I mean, Smith-Njigba was really the only one we thought going high.
Yeah.
And corner fell more than, obviously we had Witherspoon early, and then from there it was a fall to 16 before we got the second guy.
I mean, I will say there was talk out there about Zay Flowers going to Tennessee because they would get an explosive guy, of course. So look, this is a situation, right? Well, let's start talking about it.
Jackson Smith-Njigba has been the pick for Seattle. Actually, what I really want to throw to here is an interview that Thomas had with Seattle Seahawks general manager John Schneider, who has appeared, in my opinion, to have a great draft so far with Devon Witherspoon, Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's going to talk to Thomas here about how much analytics and the great people, Patrick Ward, Brian Ayers, that work for him in Seattle have helped him evolve through what is going to become his second decade as general manager.
Where is your stance on emerging technology / analytics / the evolution of our league? In general, do you like where we're headed? And I'll fold the next question in. What is your biggest fear for the NFL? So that's a 2-part question. Yeah.
I'm all for it from a competitive standpoint and making sure that the game is the best it could possibly be, whether that be on the field or acquisition. What I personally don't want to have happen is what we've seen with Major League Baseball with the shifts, right? You kind of go to a game and the second baseman's in the middle of right field or whatever. So it's kind of I think we got to be careful not to take it to a certain level like that. Like I think again, whatever we can do to maximize the sport for the fans, awesome. I don't know how the gambling part comes in yet, right? Like what's that going to look like? With people on their phones at the game, are they going to be watching the game? Are they going to be watching just like their phones, or what's that going to look like? Because there's nothing like a game day experience. Nothing like going to the college games we go to, like pretty cool.
It's cool, and that's,
so I don't want to lose that.
To
me, that's the most important thing. Like do you want should a fan be able to like get on his phone or whatever and order a beer and a hot dog and a brat or whatever? And I use brat.
I use brat.
Yeah.
You use brat,
Yeah.
and I wonder what that brat. I haven't had that in a while, but
no, but I think it's advanced. For us, it's basically with acquisition. It's basically like a balance. Like, is there something we're not seeing here? I remember doing a running back a couple years ago, played in the Mountain West, and I was like, yeah, but he's not really, not really playing against anybody. The competition's not great, just that year. Nothing against the Mountain West. Okay.
Yeah, don't go there. You're gonna have some fallout.
Yeah, no, like I remember, studying a back, and and I was like, man, he's just got these big lanes. He's not really, he's not. It just seems like he's like you and I would refer to him as just a lane runner, right? Like he's a one-cut crease guy, right? Yeah. And our analytics guys were like, well, actually, he was the #1 back in the country for yards after contact behind the line of scrimmage, and I was like, no way. Again, looking through my stuff, like, really? And but sure enough, like going back and studying it, you're like, okay, that's legit. And now we can pull those things up.
Yes.
Like you just go right to it on the computer, right, and sort through it and everything, right? Like, okay, let's watch this guy behind the line of scrimmage after every time he, or what's he like every time he gets hit behind the line of scrimmage. I would not. I truly believe this. I would not have a job in the NFL today if it wasn't for like with this technology right now. Because I sat there and made these cut-ups for Wolf. Like, hey, can you get me every target that this guy had, so that he could just grab the tape and watch it. Wasn't wasting his time going through every single game. And I would spend hours. John Gruden was doing that for Coach Homer, and we'd bring these tapes into the video department. Poor guys, they'd have those stacks of paper, right? And you'd give them that, and they'd sit there, and then they'd have to sit there and go, click, make the tapes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now it's like, I literally did that for Ron, like maybe about a month ago. We were talking, and I'm like, check this out. I'm going to pull up every deep ball thrown on this corner I'm watching right now. And I'm like, watch. And I'm like, I'm going to hit enter right now. And I went, and the thing goes, like goes on through.
That's
8 seconds. There it is. He's like, you got to be kidding me. There's no effing way you could do that. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, you wouldn't have hired me. I made all these tapes for you.
It's amazing. It is really amazing.
Yeah.
And you have, speaking of, relationships and, kind of what we're talking about, evaluating and looking at how things are playing out within your organization, which is where I want to go next.
Yeah.
You have again, like you do with Tracy, as far as relationships with your head coach, Pete Carroll, who's one of the very best in the league and most accomplished over these years. And it's been fun watching that from afar. I take a lot of pride in both of my relationships, one with Mike Smith and one with a good friend of yours, Dan Quinn. I loved both of the relationships. They, of course, had their challenges like anything.
Right.
Talk to us about how you manage and thrive in a relationship with such a strong personality and an energetic personality as you do with Pete Carroll.
Wow, that's really good. I think really Tracy and I were blessed at that time, the timing of everything. We had worked out here before in 2000, and then went to work with Marty Schottenheimer in Washington, and then back to Green Bay for a number of years. And then, Pete had gone through that period where he was out of the league and spending time with Coach Wooden and figuring out who he was at his core. And so when we got together, he was like, I want to have say into who the general manager is going to be. I want to have, I have strong opinions. I want to have input into what I'm doing. The previous places he had worked at in the NFL, he didn't feel like that. And then they had so much success at SC after he had okay, who am I? He's like, okay, I'm a competitor. He learned that, and he, again, spent time with Coach Wooden and really honed himself in. And then you saw all the success that they had at SC and all the #1 draft picks. When we got together, he was basically like, I want this to be the best marriage that it can be, right? So, what that's like, right? I mean, marriage is there's an everyday negotiation. And so we have our periods where, we try to have fun, because we're gonna be working our tails off no matter what. And then, not let people necessarily see the conflict. We kind of, we can keep it separate. And then we're just both like-minded in the fact that okay, what are we doing to get better? So, and Tracy knows, it's like if I go on a vacation or something, I'm just like, what are we doing today? And Pete's like the same way. He goes to Hawaii, and he's like, calling me at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be like, what time is it there, bro? But no, really with Pete, he's really been. I caught him at this really cool time in his life post SC. It had happened before SC, but like really into the leadership, really into who he was, and that helped me where I was in my career too, right? Like, wow, I'm just gonna be myself.
Yeah.
Like I finally got this opportunity. I'm gonna do it. Like,
Do it your way. Do it your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks to John Schneider for all the really good videos we had, so you and I can go up and go to the bathroom after a few hours here of hanging out with all you. By the way, we really appreciate you all for coming to the stream. We're about 2/3 of the way done with the first round. If you like what you're watching, please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button. Please follow us on on Twitter at SumerSports. Fantastic job so far. By Matt Stopsky and Parker Fleming helping produce the show for us.
They're killing it.
They're killing it, Thomas. And look, wide receiver, we talked about it, and it manifested itself. Jackson Smith-Njigba, before we got off, we just went to Seattle. And then Quentin Johnson of TCU just went to the Los Angeles Chargers. Let's start with Jackson Smith-Njigba, who was the favorite to be first wide receiver taken. It was a little bit more of a sweat than I think a lot of bettors expected it to be. But he goes there. Tyler Lockett, a little bit older. DK Metcalf, just got a top end of the market deal. Now you get JSN. I'm thinking about this offense. Geno Smith, a great year last year for him, kind of emerging after being a career backup. I like what Seattle's doing a little bit.
I like what they're doing. While we're talking, can you throw me out the measurables for JSN? I just want to see what the finals were. Look, you and I talked about it. You alluded to it. You actually mentioned it outright. He has slot to him, and he is a hell of a football player.
Yep.
He's not the special guy. You're not watching him light it up and explode here and there. That's not, his numbers came in. Was he a 4.5 guy?
Yeah, he's about a 4.5 guy, but 6 feet, 198.
He's a 98 guy, but they've had big guys. They've had small guys. They do everything. They're creative with what they do there. I think he's a very good natural athlete, but again, he's not one that's smoking out. There is a difference. He's more of an inside guy in my mind with versatility to jump outside if you need him. He's not a guy stretching the field, of course, but he's got a really good feel for it. So I would love to hear, if you get a chance, Stopsky, to toss out his 40 time, because, I think that's one of the things when you watch video. He's a very good football player with good, solid play speed, not a burner.
Yeah, he's kind of reminds me. 4.45. He kind of reminds me a little bit of like Nate Burleson in that way, where he was kind of inside guy, very smooth runner. Doesn't look like he struggles when he runs, but it's not a burner. He's not going to outrun you to the end zone, but you also have very good balance. You also have very good after the catch ability, all that kind of stuff. I think is where he shines. And when you look at Seattle, down the field guys a lot, like Lockett is one of like historically the worst yards after the catch guys in football. Amazing when the ball is in the air, amazing contested guy. Sorry, but a little bit, not a great yards after the catch statistically. Metcalf's more of a complete guy. You add to that, I like receiving cores where you fill in the weaknesses of the other players with certain others. And this is where the Chargers pick doesn't make a ton of it's interesting because you look at Mike Williams, a big contested catch guy. Keenan Allen's kind of the everything everywhere all at once guy. And Quentin Johnston, now we said he was like a kind of a TO type, right? I always thought, though, that the Chargers offense was missing kind of the Jalen Hyatt type, the deep guy, the take the safeties away from the defense guy. And they go with Johnson here, who has a lot going for him. But I'm interested in seeing what the fit ends up being.
Yeah, I want to talk about the fit. Can I just finish up with JSN?
Sure.
One last point here. Remember, you guys even saw it on the video when John was talking about Pete Carroll and about competitive through and through. That's what he is. He comes from USC, et cetera, et cetera. To me, this is quintessential Pete Carroll, John Schneider picking really aggressive, competitive guys, at a corner position and at a DB position, at a corner position and a receiver position, two guys that I think they can build around given their competitiveness. So that I just wanted to go on record with saying, like, that's a really good duo for them, right? So far, I think. Look, I think you're a little bit harder on Quentin than I am as far as being able to stretch it. I'm really interested to know if our trusty data people over here are going to throw out what he ended up popping on his 40-time Quentin Johnson. But the reality is, he's an outside guy who can, he can stretch it in his own way. He's a rangy guy, big long strides in doing what he's doing. I'd love to know exactly what his measurables are. Gosh,
It looked like 4'4" or so. It's 6'4", 215.
Yeah. He's a long cat who is a big guy, of course.
Do you get worried a little bit about the lack of contested catch ability, where last year was about 36% of balls that were contested? Yeah. This is by PFF's number. So actually it was 4.52.
Okay.
But PFF's numbers had him at basically, basically had him as like a 35%, contested catch guy, which is tougher when you're kind of one of those bigger guys, and you're basically banking on being a separator at the NFL level with great route running ability.
It's a concern. I mean, it's on the contested side. I mean, I wouldn't beat my head against the wall with it, because we're going to take him out. We're going to, as GMs and coaches, we're going to take him out. We're going to run the routes. We're going to see what he truly is. We're going to, again, salivate on the fact that he's 6'4". He's going to be covering a lot of ground. Again, not a burner, but of course, a guy that can cover ground. You'd love to see that a little bit more. It's not, he's just got 6'2", is what we're talking about, right?
Yep.
I mean, if we're talking about the legit numbers.
Yeah.
I just, this is just one of those guys that, you miss on that receiver but I will say this, usually when you're building a team, you want to get one big guy.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get a guy with some height, right?
The only real offense that has been consistently great, I would say, in the history of the NFL that didn't have a big wide receiver, right? Is the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Like they're the only, and they're a separation offense. But like you even think about like the old like Washington Commanders when they were great. Yeah. Art Monk was big, right? Like you look at like all the old, even the Smurfs, like they were called the Smurfs, but Art Monk was actually like fairly solid. Every single good receiving core kind of fits all the, and to your point, like I think that's an incredibly important one. Now we're going to get wide receiver 3 off the board here.
Oh my gosh.
In a row.
This is where it was going.
I love this pick.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens, fresh off of giving Lamar Jackson a $52 million APY deal, getting Odell Beckham Jr., and then they have Rashad Bateman coming back from injury. Mark Andrews already a very a top 2 tight end in the NFL. They get Zay Flowers from Boston College, who I watch. I love college football just because I think it's just such a fun game. And then every once in a while I come across a player and I'm like, he's good, right? He plays Boston College, but he's good, right? And like I ask people like Parker who know more about college than me, I'm like, Zay Flowers is good, right? And everybody's like, yeah, he's good. And now 22nd pick feels about right. Yeah.
It feels right. I am so much happier that he's going at that number, because I think I was worried about someone picking him at 10, 11, or 12, Eric. I thought that was a reach for it. I think where we are with this guy, it's just an ideal spot. I love it for Eric DeCosta and the group there. I mean, things are really coming together, right? When you start thinking about Zay Flowers, you start thinking about, re-signing Lamar's ability to move around, this guy's ability to duck it underneath, get the ball on the run. I mean, I just envision some like really, really explosive elements to this offense that I think it's going to help take them to a different level, I think.
Yeah, by the way, kudos to our modeling here, which had Zay Flowers going into the draft, is the plurality, the favorite of the Baltimore Ravens. They're at about 13%. The Ravens, by the way, lost in the wild card round in a game where they really could have won that game with their backup quarterback, Tyler Huntley. They get Lamar back with a new contract, Pro Bowl backup quarterback, Tyler Huntley. And they get Lamar Jackson back. This to me feels, I mean, the Ravens came into this draft with not that many picks because of a lot of trades that they've made, Roquan Smith, that kind of thing. And good day for the Ravens.
Good day for the Ravens.
You get your quarterback back. You get Zay Flowers. Now, Minnesota with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah is on the clock at 23. Everybody thought that they were going to pick Hendon Hooker here. Will Levis is available.
Oh my goodness, right? We did talk about. Remember, we had that discussion about Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I don't think Hooker goes in the first round. I could be wrong, but like if you bet under 4.5 quarterbacks,
I think he goes in the first round.
You think Hooker, Levis and Hooker still go here today?
I'm just feeling like they don't get out of it. But look, let's stay on task here.
Yeah.
Let's stay on Minnesota.
Yep.
We did a mock, right? Didn't I give him Hendon?
You gave him Hendon Hooker.
In my wildest dreams did I think Will Levis was still going to be available.
No, I mean, I thought Will Levis falling to 11 was going to be a fall to Tennessee, but he's fallen even further. He's going to have a chance. But look, we take a step back. This is the second straight year that Kwesi Adofo-Mensah late in the draft has had an opportunity to take. Well, for one, he backed out of 12 last year to 32. While Malik Willis and Kenny Pickett were on the board. Then he took a different player at 32 when Malik Willis was on the board. Does
he back out now? Does he back towards the end, still get Hendon Hooker at the back end of this round?
I mean,
and I can see.
I think you look at who's on the board besides the Vikings. So Minnesota, then Jacksonville doesn't need a quarterback. The Giants extended Daniel Jones. They don't need a quarterback. The Cowboys, they don't. I mean, the back end of the first round is filled with teams that don't need a quarterback by virtue of the fact that their records are pretty good, right?
Yep.
So you have Cowboys, Bills, Bengals. Now the Saints are a team that might take a quarterback, and then Eagles, Chiefs are not taking one. So I mean, if Kwesi's calling around, don't you think? Saying, I'd like to move back. I like Hooker. I'm like,
he is trying. I can't imagine he wouldn't. Given all you data people and your real sound approach to that.
Our love for trading back and all that kind of stuff. And I think one thing that's true about Kwesi too, and this is a really good thing to bring up on the show is, I think a lot of general managers, and maybe you can talk about this, when they get an offer to trade back, and I'm assuming you got some, teams don't have the correct change sometimes, right? They don't have and so the team that's trading, that offers a trade back is always they're going to have to take less. And I think a lot of general managers are like, look, I look like I'm getting screwed. And I know when Kwesi traded back from 12 to 32 last year, a number of people in the league, talked to me and said, he didn't get as much as he could have. And that's like, well, he probably got exactly about as much as he was offered. And it was one of those trades that did really well in the analytics charts and did poorly in the Jimmy Johnson chart. And, so he's shown a willingness to do that. I think if he trades back here, gets another pick, this is a team with only 5 draft picks this year. That's another part of it because they traded for Reagan, traded for Hawkinson, and traded for Ross Blacklock last year. It might be a perfect spot. Now, somebody's got to want somebody at 23. And that's the other part that's really tricky here, right? Who in the draft right now is a player? Nolan Smith, right? We have not seen Nolan Smith go.
We've not seen him go, right.
So a team that really wants some juice in the pass rush, maybe it's Kansas City, maybe it's somebody like that, could trade up with the Vikings here. But somebody's got to want to trade up with them. But I got to think Kwesi's calling the phones and trying to trade back.
And I will say 23 is a cool place. If you're at the back end and you're thinking about moving up, we made our move up for Trufant back in the day. I mean, I liked moving up for him. It was a strong move for us. I like where we're going. Look, I mean, let's talk about Kwesi for a minute. Everyone knows Kwesi's story, right? We've talked about it. Most people do. His background and such. Second year as a general manager in this league, or second year going into second year, second draft. You've been pretty outspoken about the Vikings and what they had last year and what they're going to do this year. And they had to put it all out there last year and where they are this year. I'm really curious where you are, where you think Kwesi is, and what you think, respectfully, Kwesi, if you ever listen to this, what you think from an analytics standpoint, your analytic favorite son GM should do.
I think that they should just bite the bullet and take Levis here. Like, I think that, but at the same time, I understand trading back. Like, look, Kwesi had an incredibly hard job last year. They were a team that, lost a lot of close games the last 2 years. They were a team that had good players on it. I mean, if you join a team and they have Daniil Hunter, Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson, Christian Darrisaw, Brian Mullins, you're not going to tear it down, right? Like, and I think a lot of people have said, hey, tear it down, get rid of Cousins, do all these things. And I think, for one, I think ownership didn't really want him to do that. I also think, and understandably, you have great players. You've invested money in, and you've invested upfront money in terms of signing bonuses. So, he had the difficult job of trying to compete while also trying to rebuild a roster in his own image. And that's hard to do. Like, it was it's a much trickier, like Ryan Poles, who's in his division, signed to the same year, had a much cleaner job. Roster wasn't good enough. You rip it apart, you start over. And ownership gave him the blessing to do that. Kwesi had to try to win while also trying to rebuild the roster, and they won 13 games. So I'm very sympathetic to what he has, because also winning 13 games, as you know, as somebody who took a Falcons team from a bad record to a great record, it changes things.
Well, look, and there was a lot of talk out there, as you had mentioned before, about people taking shots at them. They kept winning. They're winning games in the NFL. I don't care how they do. You remember people were saying, "Oh, I can't believe it. They're pulling this off." Let me also ask you this question: as a GM to a data person who played football, tight end. Could still dunk a basketball. Pretty impressive every once in a while when I think about that. But let me just ask you this. Okay, does a guy like Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who knows so much about data, does he invest in a advanced, stout data analytics department? Or because he's so comfortable with it, can he get by with 2 or 3? Like, what does a guy like that go in when he finally gets his job? How does he approach it?
I mean, I think selfishly, it's tough because early on, effectively what he did was hire Ryan Grigson to do the football stuff. Right. And then he did kind of the analytics stuff. So you saw his trades, and you saw that you saw the void year stuff. You saw him do things around the edges that were very analytical. But, we know this. I mean, we've been building analytical models at Sumer for a year, and it's tough to do, right? And so it's not a good. And now he can't bring IP over from San Francisco or Cleveland. So, he started I think early on, you kind of just try to do it better. You try to do it the way other people are doing it, just maybe a little bit, adding a little analytics on the corners. And then from there you build out later. Now, I would say from our perspective at Sumer, it's much more cost effective and better to hire Sumer and to hire maybe a couple generalists to know how to synthesize Sumer. By the way, that's a good, alliteration.
It's nice. I got it. I picked it up.
And to me, that would be the approach I take, because we've already seen, if you go out and build a really great analytics staff, like Cleveland has a really great analytics staff, you may or may not see to the end. Like you may draft a Baker Mayfield, he might suck, and then you might lose all those.
Well, look, I think. Are we talking another receiver?
Okay.
Wow,
Kwesi. Jordan Addison. So over 3.5 wide receivers in round 1 cashes as an underdog, a wild underdog here. Under 4.5 quarterbacks is still Kwesi. Well, but I get it though. Like, you think about this. They lost Adam Thielen. Jefferson's a top 5 player in the league probably.
Yeah.
But you don't have secondary guys, right? You don't have secondary guys. You brought in Hawkinson, but again, that's a tight end. I think this is a little rich for Addison. I'll say that much.
Well, I like Addison. I think he's a good football player. I mean, he's obviously, injury-wise, where he is, I'll be interested to run our model on him, what his projected misses are. To me, this guy runs nice routes. I think he's a good football player. I think this is the right area. I think you're maybe a little bit harsh because you love your purple people leaders and you want them to
I'd like to see Kwesi succeed. I really would.
Well, by the way, let's just go there for 1 second. We've talked about this for a little bit more than 1 second. Remember, everyone, the last GM out there that had a very stout, strong data background was Sashi Brown. And Sashi goes to Cleveland. They turned the world upside down. There was a lot of attention on Sashi there. Sashi is a really, really smart person.
Yep.
And it's unfortunate because he and a head coach, as we've talked before, weren't on the same wavelength, right? And things went awry.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of a spot there where owners were not going to hire sort of data approach people, right? It's swung around now. This is really good for us as a company, but it's good for everyone to know that there's a really good place for a mix of data general managers, as long as I think they bring in the right football people. And I think Ryan Grigson, by the way, had one of the best win percentages as a GM in the 4 years he was there.
Yeah.
I think he should have been there a lot longer, but that had to do with a lot of other things that were going on. That organization has a good football understanding and mix of data. I think that they've done their work on this guy. And I think,
and look,
solid pick.
You have one of those everything, everywhere, all at once wide receivers, and Addison at 5'11", 173 is a smaller guy. Ran in I believe the 4.4s, maybe low 4.5s. But you have Kirk Cousins right now. You have a very efficient passer.
Yep.
You have, KJ Osborne's a lower pick, but he's been productive for them. Hawkinson, and they drafted, like, people give Rick Spielman a lot of flack, but he drafted Brian O'Neill, he drafted Christian Darrisaw to be the tackles. That offense is still going to be pretty good, like that. And
Sure.
and Addison, I think, comes in, and can probably contribute right away. But you got to think, given that they went all the way to the buzzer with this pick, that they tried to trade out of it. Don't you think?
Yeah, I'd be very interested to find out down the stretch because, I mean, the size, it's not kind of like it's one of those things that you're going to have to answer questions, right? Just like you, with a good mind, are asking questions. His local fan base and media are going to ask questions. But again, they have an idea of what they're going to use him. I'd be interested to know if he has punt return background here.
Because they sent a conditional late pick to the Eagles for Shalen Rager, who returned punts for them last year, but not well. We have New York now at 24, the Joneses' favorite team, the New York Giants.
Coach Jones and Jack Jones loving this. Let's see what's going on.
I mean, they could even take Will Levis. Who knows if they're not? I mean, Daniel Jones.
Oh my gosh, I don't think so.
By the way, Matt Stopsky, our producer, one of our producers over here, is a Giants fan as well.
Do you want to switch seats or?
But the Giants here, after a really good 9-7-1 season, right? A really pop-up season. A really pop-up season where they had a playoff spot, win to Minnesota, the aforementioned Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah Minnesota Vikings. They go on the road and win a playoff game by 7. Daniel Jones, I think, was really plucky last year, right? Very, very tough. Didn't have a lot to work with. Wide receiver, by the way, one of their biggest needs. And so you have 4 wide receivers sort of going off right before them. Do you think that what do you think they do from here, Thomas?
Oh my God! Look, I'm sitting here thinking about this going into this part with a head coach that we know has deep seats and background with the New England Patriots. I think he's really, really smart as a head coach. I like where Joe Shane is. And look, I mean, they could be trying to trade out of here. I get it. That's something that makes sense. That said, and I know what they did with Waller, but I'm a big believer in deuce tight ends, double tight ends. If you get 2 really good tight ends, there's some really good talented tight ends. Continue to take the pressure off of their evolving young quarterback. We've talked about that a number of times. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if a tight end didn't come off here as well. I think that could be a guy like, it could be, a Michael Mayer type of guy.
I mean, none of them have gone yet. No. I mean, we look at we look at the likely pick before the draft, and it's these 3 wide receivers just went up the board.
Right.
So I don't think any of our assumptions can be foiled here. Now, this was the Jaguars trading down with the Giants, so this is the Giants actually moving into this pick here, which is very interesting. Jaguars, I think in a good spot. I like this pick. The Deonte Banks, cornerback, Maryland, is the pick here.
Well, I like it. I like this player. I think this is a nice place for him. I was worried about the middle of the first round.
Yeah.
Meaning, I think they have a good number 2 here, is what I believe. I think he can start off as a number 3, as I mentioned earlier, in that corner position and let him grow into it. I'd be interested to see what he flew off. If you get a chance to pull up, that final time that he had. He ran at the pro day, I think, right? I don't think he ran at the combine.
4.35 at the combine.
He was at 4.35. That's right.
6 feet, 197.
Yeah. Nice.
I mean, that's a good athlete. And look, the Giants needed lead corner. I mean, Julian Love, secondary member's gone. Adoree Jackson's kind of on that fringe for them, whether or not he's there year to year. They're in a division where you got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and then CeeDee Lamb, and then the Washington crew is actually very good. Jahan Dotson, Terry McLaurin. So to match up here, you're going to need secondary members, and I think this is a pretty good one.
Well, I mean, look, let's go back to thinking it was going to be offense. I mean, thinking with Brian Dable that's where he was going to go. I mean, the Cap pulled off the Coach of the Year. He knows what he's doing from a coaching standpoint. He's got a really good partner in Joe to be the team builder. And the fact that they're going to take one of the corners that they felt was a legit corner. The third corner coming off or fourth? What do we?
So we had Gonzalez just now.
Yeah,
we had Forbes. Yeah, so the fourth corner.
So a fourth corner. I think this is a good pick for them to build off of, and I like where they're going with it. I mean, I think he settles a need, of course, that they continue to grow on. I am a little surprised. Would they have done something different if a receiver, one of the four, happened to be on? Yeah. And they very, very well might have. Yeah. I don't know where Stopsky is, if he wants to chime in at all. But
yeah, Matt, what do you think? Thumbs up or down with this pick? Oh, okay.
Midline?
Typical Giants fan.
Okay.
People forget, like Stopsky, like you're roughly my age. So were you alive during the 1990 Super Bowl?
I was born.
Okay, so you have 3 Super Bowls in your lifetime. That's above expectation, Stopsky.
Yeah. Well, no, I wasn't born. I wasn't alive for the 1990 Super Bowl.
Okay, gotcha.
I was 2 months later.
Okay.
2 months later, I was born.
Jack Jones, one of our co-founders at Sumer, a Giants fan, son of Paul, who was out here earlier today. He gives a thumbs up. So look, the pick has good reviews from the people at SumerSports. Okay, now we're at the Jags again. They move back. Again, like I'm gonna keep going back to Levis because this is the story of the draft. Jacksonville's not taking him.
No.
Dallas is not taking him. Buffalo's not taking him. Cincy's not taking him. Maybe the Saints. By the way, the Saints have held their water this entire draft, and we know Mickey Loomis loves moving up. Moved up for Marcus Davenport. Moved up last year for who was the Chris Olave.
Yep.
This to me, the Saints move up, right? Like that's, or you have Pittsburgh. Well, no, Pittsburgh. I mean, look even at round 2, Thomas. Pittsburgh at 32, Arizona at 33, Detroit at 34. Maybe is the next one. Colts at 35. They just got Richardson. And now Buffalo has moved up to this pick with the Jaguars. So
wow. Okay. They just keep popping down.
Yeah, they keep popping. Good for them though. By the way, you keep accumulating picks. What do we think Buffalo is going to do here? When we look at it, best available here to both tight ends? Could it be tight end? They really struggled at tight end with Dawson Knox.
Yep.
Had a really pop-up season a couple years ago, but kind of faded last year. Do we think it's tight end?
I think a tight end has to go somewhere in this area, and that's a good call. I mean, is it the athletic tight? I mean, look, people were saying Michael Mayer was the best tight end out there. Dalton Kincaid has legitimate athletic ability. There's other athletes there. I mean, we're talking about, we're also talking about Musgrave as well, and our kid from who's the other kid from Iowa?
Laporta.
Laporta.
Yep.
I mean, I like those guys.
Yep, and we had Osiris Torrance, a guard, actually, as one of our most likely pick. Although by the time it gets down to this part, it's like 7%. But the Bills did struggle on the interior of the offensive line last year.
I just wonder about it. I look, the kid is big. He can move people, right? He's a grader in his own way. I'm talking about Torrance. He's got his limitations on bend. He's a 35 guy, I believe, and he'll get in and lock on and do what he needs to do. I'm only concerned some about where he is with the pass protection, right? And we got to protect this quarterback because he is a hell of a quarterback. That's my only concern about Torrance right now, at least a standout concern. Doesn't mean he can't continue to develop. But I will say, when you have limitations on the mirror match and mirror situation, you just have to be mindful of what you're dealing with. You got to continue to help coach it.
I mean, they could go there at guard. I mean, we saw them last, right? The Bills were the favorite in the NFL going into the season to win the Super Bowl. They beat Kansas City in Kansas City early in the season. Up until that game in Cincinnati, they were favored to be the 1 seed in the AFC, and they kind of fell apart in the playoffs to Cincinnati in a game that was at home in the snow, where I think the narrative is that Cincinnati kind of punched him in the mouth, right? And so I think Mayer kind of is on that side. Yep. Kincaid's more on the athletic tight end side. If you're the Bills, you're saying, why have we fallen short? Why have we not been able to do what Kansas City's done? You have the great quarterback. You have a wide receiver like Diggs. You don't have that tight end that the Chiefs have in Kelsey. That to me is really a sticking point. So we'll see what Brandon Beane, who is one of the really good general managers in this league, thinks here. Really good general manager. I wish we would have had his clip. I had it somewhere, but for some reason it was tucked away. It was not you, Stopsky. That was he is a really good general manager. And I think when you start talking about a guy like Brandon Beane, he knows where he's going to go. They have a really strong opinion about it. And look,
Could it be a tight end?
It is. It's actually, and by the way, for those of you, congratulations if you bet Dalton Kincaid as the first tight end, because he was about 2-1.
Nice.
He was about 2-1 because Mayer was the favorite, but Dalton Kincaid is the first tight end taken, and he's taken by the Bills at 25.
Like it.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
Yeah,
trading up for a tight end is not an analytically inclined move just because of the way that the pick that it goes and all that. But given that they picked I like the player. I like this player for the Bills a lot.
Like the player a lot. Athletic, stretches it. He's got ability to do his separation as far as running routes. Of course, like anyone, understand this when you're watching this guy. All you Bills people, he's not going to blow people up as a blocker. He's going to be adequate at times. He's going to be good, and quite honestly, at times he might be below average on certain situations. He's always going to put his nut in there and try to do what he needs to do. He's not a guy that's like avoiding it, but he just has some of the limitations that way. They're drafting him as an athletic tight end. I think it's really good for what this offense can use. Kudos to Brandon Beane for doing his work on this and making an aggressive move to come up. Like you said, maybe not analytically sound, but.
Well, let's go over this for a little bit because we are an analytics company. Like the issue with tight end is like when they hit, they're not worth as much as like a wide receiver running back. So now later in the first round, that's fine. I mean, we've seen guys and some of the more athletic guys take a while to produce. So, I would probably, just curb expectations for him as a difference maker right away. But that's really, I mean, it's the same thing as running back. It's like they don't necessarily mature as quickly. When they do hit the ceiling, they're not worth as much, and so that surplus value just isn't there. Now with your Buffalo, you already got great edge in Rousseau and Von Miller, of course. You already have great corners in White and Kahiri Elam, who you spent draft capital on last year. Okay. You have a great wide receiver in Diggs. It's like I get it. I get where they believe this is the last piece. The Dallas Cowboys.
Can I just talk about a little bit more about Kincaid?
Okay.
When you think about measurables, right? Think about this again.
Yep.
The athletic guy. To me, this is like prototypical 6'0", 3'5", 246. He ran a really nice time. I think he was in the 4.5s, right? I think he was. Kincaid. Oh, yeah, he didn't.
Because he was injured at Utah, I think, right?
He ran at he did not run at the combine. Did he ever run anything? I thought he ran at the pro day. Nevertheless, again, I just wanted to hammer that home on them. They've done their work on it. I think it's great. You want to go to Dallas?
Yeah, Dallas.
4.6, 4.7. He ran that.
That's kind of what I ran in college, Thomas, at Division II Minnesota State Moorhead.
I think it was wind aided.
Mine or his?
Yours.
I always ran a little slower when I knew it was going to be wind aided. I'm like, if I'm not going to set a record today, what's the point?
Yeah, he runs faster than that. By the way, he plays faster. He plays all of 4.5s of mine. I love the way Dalton Kincaid moves, and I don't normally go off.
And look, a guy like Kelsey was only a 4.61 guy, which is, like that's not blazing. Like a guy you guys drafted when you drafted New England, Benjamin Watson was a 4.5 guy, 4.4 guy. Obviously, Vernon Davis a 4.36 guy. We're not talking about that, but we're talking about a guy who's fast enough. He's not Mercedes Lewis running a 4.9, which is Mercedes Lewis played a lot in the league because he could block, but. Okay, we have Dallas. Jerry Jones.
Okay.
12 wins, 2 consecutive years. I feel like Mike McCarthy's on the hot seat a lot more than he maybe should be, having 12 wins 2 straight years. And yet, but I get it to a certain extent, right? Kellen Moore's gone, offensive coordinator. He left for Los Angeles. I almost said San Diego. They could go a lot of different places here, Thomas.
They could. I mean, they're still trying to figure out the running back situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, they knew they weren't going to trade up and go get the University of Texas guy. Of course, Bijan's not going there. They weren't going up that high. Alabama goes. And that's another thing. And we've already talked about that story. So where are we here? I mean, is Dan Quinn going to get another opportunity to add to that defense?
Well, Nolan Smith feels like a Dan Quinn player. Right? Like you think about J-Ron Kearse is a versatile guy, right? Micah Parsons is a versatile guy.
Oh, yeah.
They brought in Keanu Neal for a while. before he went.
Yep.
But like that's a versatile safety linebacker guy. Like this is kind of a type for the modern day Dan Quinn. But I also think Michael Mayer could be like they gave Dalton Schultz the franchise tag last year. Didn't work out. They're tight endless right now.
They're tight endless.
And so, and the biggest problem for the Dallas offense last year wasn't that CeeDee Lamb wasn't ready to be the wide receiver one. He played great football last year. It's that they didn't have any secondary options for Dak Prescott. And you saw a lot of interceptions. You saw a lot of late in the drop stuff that wasn't great for him. Mayer makes sense. Dallas, I mean, look, it kind of reminds you of Jason Witten, right? Kind of the big lumbering athlete, high praise because Witten was a Hall of Fame-ish kind of guy. But
so you're talking about these guys, you're talking about, you're still talking about Nolan, right? I mean, I get it. There's no real corners left, or are there? Would they truly? I don't know. I knowing Dan, just remember, we got a guy from Alabama who's still on there, right?
Yeah, Brian Branch feels like another one of those safety corner hybrid type guys that he would like having.
The only thing I'd say about Brian Branch is the fact that he's not a smoker, right? He's not the guy that's when I say smoker.
We do have one guy left, and actually Joey Porter Jr., the corner from Penn State, is still available.
So Joey Porter Jr., let's move away from Branch for a minute because I love Branch, but he's not like prototypical what Dan Quinn would necessarily want there, at that position. Joey Porter now, big cat, long arms, mug, you do your thing. That's what we brought, when we brought him over from Seattle when Dan was in. I mean, that was our approach. We unfortunately made a big-time mistake in the second round of our first draft together, right? An LSU corner. We've talked about him before. Yeah. Jalen Collins, I believe it was.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to sometimes remember that. That was a mistake, but it was a big old cat that we thought we were going to grow with. Joey Porter's got a lot of really cool things to bring to the table. That might be interesting. I mean, he's a
6'2" guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a 6'2".
Long arm.
He's a long arm guy.
Also football guy. His dad, Joey Porter, is a football guy.
He's a football guy for sure. He's a football guy. And it's fun to be able to watch him do what he needs to do to get up and mug. He can play on the outside, of course. That may be one that settles in for them.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's some cool players there, I think, to pick from.
I mean, a lot of people, it's interesting because we always talk about how people say, oh, there's only 15 first rounders in this draft. And I think, we always talk about, like, professor would always say that about their students, like, oh, none of you are as good as they were 10 years ago, blah, blah, blah. But then when you have a draft where a team is going to go up and take a linebacker that was a second round projection, you take a running back who's a second round projection, does that push a guy like Mayer back? Even though he's back here, right? As you said, did people have Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter, even Anton Harrison, obviously Will Levis? Were those first round picks on people's boards?
Oh, no question they were.
Yeah, and they're still there.
And they're still there. And there are people doing exactly what we're doing inside the buildings. Go, I cannot believe. And you know who's really doing it? It's really funny when you get area scouts that have done Levis, and you get the scouts that have put big time grades on those guys who fall. They're getting nervous there. They're eating more popcorn and candy, trying to quell their issues because they're nervous as hell that they're going to be called out on, like, really, you have that type of grade hanging out on this player.
You put a top grade on a guy who might go second round. Now, interesting discussion topic here because we do have some teams that didn't have a pick, including at pick 36, one of your good friends in the league, Les Snead, of the LA Rams. We have Snead up here. Let's actually go to Thomas's interview with Les Snead because I do think there's a chance that they trade back into round one. Here.
I like that thought. We often, as general managers in this league, talk about presidential roles. Some organizations thrive with their president and their GM and their head coach. Others, there are, let's call it the way it is, there are acrimonious relationships between because there's this banter about stay in your lane idea. If you were at a symposium and a group of owners were there and they were going to tap into Les Snead's knowledge about an organization that manages well with an ownership and a president and a GM and a head coach, of course.
Yeah.
What would be your recommendation to owners around the league as far as putting together their organization at the top?
Great question. And I can speak, let's go Los Angeles Rams. And like you mentioned earlier, we've been fortunate to have consistent success recently, but so let's start with Kevin, our president, myself, and then Sean, head coach. What's very interesting, I can say about our group, is at the end of the day, all of us as humans are thumbs up, right? You'd want them in your bunker. The neat thing that has occurred authentically is Kevin. Right, Kevin's the steward of the franchise, and a lot of that has to do with all the things that go on in business. And Kevin really doesn't want to make football decisions. He's there as a great resource, can ask, I call it, somewhat less emotional, in the weeds, unbiased, bigger picture questions that's always helpful. But at the end of the day, right, he doesn't want to. I mean, he doesn't show up at CLU every day, right? We have a business office and a football complex right now. Let's go to Sean. Sean's a 10 in terms of tactical. He's a 10 in terms of leadership, but he's a 10 plus in terms of, I call it, humility for someone that's as good as he is. And he got the job at such a young age and was easily willing to admit, I wouldn't have gotten this job if I hadn't have been lucky enough to study under John Gruden and Mike Shanahan and even Kyle Shanahan, and took that with him and would come in the building and go, look, I don't ask me about how we get from point A to point B. I've just been offensive coordinator, so I don't know anything about traveling, you know what I'm saying? So he has this humility to go, hey, y'all go do what you do. And so what's interesting too about Sean is he wants to coach, and he really doesn't love scouting. Like, he's one of those, when you sit down and watch college players with, he is a couple plays in and he's already into the nuances of, you know, either look at this great, look what they're doing. Look what they're doing to this safety. They're putting that safety in such a hard spot. I'd hate to be that safety's dad because this is impossible. You know what I mean? He's already in the nuance of the tactical. And so what's interesting in my role in all this, I certainly can't help our business side, right? We'd lose. So I don't want to do that, and I don't want to coach. And so that's the neat thing, if I were to say, of all that, right? You've got really good people who all we want is success for the Rams, but we know our domain of expertise, and we want to probably try to dominate that domain. And then, again, we're in the bunker and our backs turned to each other, and we know that we're getting, and no one wants to jump into this domain for, like, we are, whatever the reasons are that we see happen in this league, right? Where you try to jump into maybe a domain that's maybe not your area of expertise, and it just muddies the water, clouds it up some.
Let's talk about them.
Yeah, so Dallas goes with Mazi Smith, defensive interior player from Michigan. There was a time when we thought it was Nolan Smith for a little bit. Nolan Smith continues to fall. Mazi Smith is interesting, right? Because Dallas does have at times in that Dan Quinn defense a little bit of a weakness against the run. He steps in there as a bigger guy that can sort of hold the point of attack. I know this makes some sense, right? This makes some sense for them, especially considering, you know, with DeMarcus Lawrence there, with Micah Parsons there, they might not think they need edge pressure yet, although Lawrence is getting a little longer in the tooth. What do you think about this pick, Thomas?
Again, if they're going to utilize him in a first round, again, you know my feeling about that. If he's playing 30-something%, that's a different situation. If he's playing 60, 70, well, that's what you want, of course. I think it's a good pick. I was looking for more speed. I get it. But to your point, you have a guy in here who can move fairly well for a big guy, right? He has the versatility to hold the point and also disrupt. He's a disruptive player. I thought he might even go in the middle of the round somewhere. So the fact that he's there, I laud them for it. I like where Dan is. And again, Dan is a mix-up guy that way, even though he's all about athleticism and speed. He knows the importance of it.
Well, let's talk about that, because you obviously Dan was your your head coach, and he had come from Seattle, where that cover 3 Gus Bradley kind of like defense was, where you go, you play the cover 3 with the big physical corners, you play that Sam backer, and then he rushes on third down, and you have the 2 stud linebackers, and when you first started in Atlanta together, you didn't have that personnel yet. And then you went out and drafted Deion Jones and Devondre Campbell. You had Vic from 2015 and 2016. He hit on that promise with all those sacks. And it was more of a straight up defense. It wasn't necessarily as creative is the wrong word, right? But it wasn't as multiple as it is now. Is it interesting to watch that now in Dallas, where he's very much reinvented himself after he left Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, look, Dan has had chances to continue to look into the head coaching situation. I believe many people are really, really, really interested in him. He's pulled out the last couple of years, right? In the end, when he's decided, a couple times, and he's being smart about that.
Yep.
I mean, Dan left being, I think, a very good football coach, like I said, very good leader. He goes down there to Dallas, and I know he loves what he's doing right now, right? He works for a very energetic owner, and the owner loves him there too. I think he's in a really good spot there to continue to do really good things with the defense. He loves Micah Parsons. He loves his defensive personnel. And look, Maisie, back to that. I think you bring him in, he continues to fold into that defense. And, again, I like the pick for Dan.
Yeah, Jaguars pick is in, by the way. Okay. Jaguars last year started 2-6 and then 3-7, won all but one of their remaining games to win that AFC South title for the first time since 2017. Trevor Lawrence emerged as one of those quarterbacks where you're really on the up, I think, with him. And they take Anton Harrison, tackle Oklahoma. I like this.
You kind of like this guy.
Yeah, I do. He's
Let's
big.
Let's pop off his numbers again when you get a chance.
He's big. He's young.
Please, Stomsky.
I'll look it up here. Okay. When we look at Anton Harrison's draft profile. I mean, you're looking at a guy who is just I think he's under 21 years old. 6'4", 315, 34 and 1/8-inch arms, 4'9", 840. So you're looking at an athlete, and he replaces Jawan Taylor, who was just signed by Kansas City, 4 years, $80 million. Very same profile, right? And so I like this, right? I like being able to replace one-on-one with a draft pick like this.
So there's upside here. Of course, he can run. I mean, when you get a guy like that, he has his shortcomings. I mean, he's going to have some work to be done. This organization is a type of organization that's dialed in on that, right? They hire good football coaches or sound football coaches. And, again, this guy can move and he's got range. Just they need some refinement on him. Mm-hmm. And, we know they needed an offensive lineman, to your point, right? Yeah. I think it's a good move for them. They kept moving back thinking, well, we don't need to stay where we are to get him. There probably weren't many people that were going to go up in the first round to get him. Yep. And I think this was a really good move by Trent Baalke, moving back and getting a sound player that they can hopefully grow with.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Lawrence is one of those guys. We look at his arm talent, we look at his moxie and all that stuff, and we think, oh, he's a traditional drop back passer. Yep. Lawrence is a very good runner, and he does things that protect his offensive line. And I think, when you have a guy like that, you can allow your young offensive lineman to grow with the quarterback, and so there's a positive that there's a benefit to having a QB1 like that. And you had that with Matt, and a lot of these great, you have these great benefits of having, a quarterback who's a true QB1 that you can kind of take swings on guys like this, just like you guys had with Brady and like all those tackles that ended up being good because they work together.
Look, I want to segue into a little bit of conversation. We haven't had much about Trent Baalke, right? I mean, look, he had a lot of darts thrown his way, a lot of people. I mean, it was almost to a point where, whether you like someone or not, because, Trent's a really strong football guy and he's got a really strong opinion and he's very good at what he does. But there were a lot of people that were against him. And when the man was down, people were throwing darts like crazy, right? And he was a part of something. It was sad there almost because I thought that's not how things should be. Mm-hmm. And he's not the kind of guy that wants sympathy. But to his credit, he's risen out of the ashes there, ostensible ashes. Mm-hmm. He kept his mouth shut, and he won over the owner there, right? Mm-hmm. And he's got a really, really good relationship with Doug Peterson, which is a great thing for him, right? And I think he's settled himself into a spot where the owner is going to trust his moves there, and the head coach is, and that's a very important point.
Well, and you've talked about this a number of times on our show. the executive that gets a second chance in the NFL is few and far between now. And I think that it might require. I mean, I think it'd be different. Like if somebody who had your success will go back in, it might not necessarily take a guy like Doug Peterson as a partner. But I think somebody who had Trent's kind of out, his way out was a lot more tumultuous at times than yours.
Sure.
And so but pairing up with a guy like Doug Peterson to me was very sage. I think a very good, like, just and look, they had success this year, and I hope they continue to have success because I think Doug Peterson's a great thinker. I think he's got a good mind, a good football mind, and Baalke, I think the rest was left unwritten with him at the end at San Francisco, right? Like and he's starting to write it a little bit again.
Yeah, he's starting to write it again. And by the way, I know you folded in the word sage for JT. I love sage, but I like sagacious even more.
Yeah, I know. Sagittarial is also one that you like a lot.
It's like everything is good. But look, I like it. I'm glad we're there. Do we already have someone else up here?
Yeah, so the
Okay.
Cincinnati Bengals, the 2021 AFC champion, they go Miles Murphy, edge player at Clemson. This is another one. And actually, Matt, put up this question because there's a really good question in the chat from Otto O, who is one of our faithful listeners here. He says, is there such a thing as diminishing returns for premium positions? How do you balance drafting a year ahead of versus needs and addressing current deficiencies? Because the Bengals are doing the exact thing here that Otto says might have diminishing returns. Because Sam Hubbard, great player, had the long return against the Ravens in the playoffs. Trey Hendrickson has been a very good free agent signing, very good value for them. Devin Osai is another one. He was the one that hit Patrick Mahomes out of bounds to put the Chiefs into the Super Bowl. And now you have Miles Murphy. So you have 4 players for 2 spots at a very premium position, which means you're going to move on from one of those veterans I just talked about at some point. There is diminishing returns because now you're taking a guy at 28 that's going to play 30% of the snaps.
Yeah, and 30% of the snaps is always on my mind. I mean, this guy was projected to put, there were mocks and people that I really respect that thought he was going to go in the top 15. Where he is, the fact that they pull him off is, if you truly believe it's only 30%, well, look, I believe this. Here I'm going to fold into some background. Duke Tobin is tried and true, one of the very sound evaluators in this league, right? And he's been there a long time. He's going nowhere, right? They trust what he's doing. He is the son, by the way, of the famous
Bill
Tobin.
And do we have that? We have that clip, right?
Oh, it's such a great
Stopsky
clip.
of Bill Tobin. And okay, so we did not get that
Kuiper.
one. And Kuiper, right? So the famous one is Bill Tobin being told in the 1994 draft that because, and let's, this is not lost on me, because he did not draft Trent Dilfer, that he was that this is why the Indianapolis Colts are bad and all this kind of stuff. And Mel Kiper goes, who the heck is Bill Tobin goes, who the heck is Mel Kiper? He doesn't know anything more than my postman, and my postman doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL, which is an all-time great quote. And Duke is, of course, his son, right? And
Duke is his son. Very
and is pulled. I mean, the Bengals are an interesting franchise, right? Because the way ownership is and everything there. The Bengals have had multiple eras of relevance, despite some of the limitations they've had, right? They had the Carson Palmer era, then they had the Andy Dalton era, and now they have the Joe Burrow era. All very, and only one Super Bowl out of it, but a very compelling franchise for the last couple of decades.
Look, here we are. We're in a situation where they're going to continue to build. Look, I think it's a good, solid pick for them, and we'll see. We'll see. I am just concerned, as I keep repeating myself, on the 30%. If he ends up playing more, I get it. Great question by Otto, by the way.
Yeah, very good question, and I think it's important.
Yeah.
By the way, look, the most improbable things that have happened in this draft so far is one, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah did not trade back. Second one is that Mickey Loomis did not trade up. They are here at 29 with their original pick. Well, not their original pick.
Yep.
This is the pick that they got for trading Sean Payton to the Denver Broncos. This pick has gone through San Francisco, through, I believe, so San Francisco to Denver and all the way. Okay, and then so this pick, let's trace this pick back. So this pick was first in the Trey Lance trade when the Niners traded up from 12 to 3 in 2021. Then the Dolphins traded it to the Denver Broncos for Bradley Chubb in the middle of last season. And then the Broncos traded it to the New Orleans Saints for Sean Payton. We talk about, if you go to you go to our YouTube page, one of the SumerSports shorts is me and Thomas talking about what the value of an elite head coach is in terms of draft picks. I think that the Denver Broncos got a good one in Sean Payton.
I think they got a good one in Sean Payton. And although, do we even talk about what you were telling me was online here today and all over?
Yeah, there was a video of Sean Payton like hitting a bong or something like that on Twitter, and I mean I don't know if it's new or not. Allegedly. Yeah, I mean, is draft day not? I mean, look, can we talk about, obviously 420 has to be the number one day for bong hits that make it online, but I do want to say the draft day is second biggest, right? Laramie Tunsil, Sean. Okay, but yeah. So. Like I'm just doing statistics here.
Yeah, no. I want to say, bong hits or not, you're in a legal state.
Legal state, Colorado.
So, come on.
Do you consider yourself a Coloradian?
I do.
Okay.
It's my utopia. Live in Boulder, not for any of the reasons like that, because I like keeping it clean. But I do love the mountains. I love the high air, and look, the reality is he is going to do his thing, and he's going to roll, and he's going to turn that organization around. He's not looking back.
No. I mean, like I said, I think he's one of the great coaches that have been. I mean, when you can go, not to disparage these men, but if you can go 9-8 with Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston, and Trevor Siemian as your three quarterbacks, you're a great coach. People we've told the story on the podcast. You and I became friends on your trips to Denver, right? Or Boulder. You would call me. We talk about football analytics. We talk about trying to build great products, and now we're here. So. We have a lot to owe the state of Colorado.
By the way, I do think it's got this fresh feeling there. And Mickey, we had a clip of Mickey, but it doesn't really matter. Mickey, if you ever watch that, he let off saying that he was just very direct. He said he hates the Falcons.
Yeah.
He wanted to be very clear about that. And he said, I don't hate the people, I don't hate the coaches, but I hate the Falcons.
The Falcons and Saints have such a storied rivalry because it started. Did you how Brian Breesy, by the way, is the pick? Clemson, 2 straight Clemson players go off the board. Brian Breesy, the defensive interior from Clemson, is the New Orleans Saints pick. Probably eventually trying to replace Cam Jordan inside, one of the better Steve Jordan, a great Vikings tight end, his son. Eventually replacing him. Falcons Saints, of course, NFC West rivals forever. Now NFC South rivals forever. Just a good rivalry there. And Mickey Loomis holds his water and gets a pretty good player. What do you think of Breesy here?
Look, I saw something earlier on in the day. I don't know where it was that he was going to go in the top 10.
No way.
I swear to God, I wasn't dreaming. I know there was a lot going on.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
He's one of those guys. They lost some guys, as you said. They're losing. With the new D coordinator at Atlanta, you're just talking about their Atlanta relationship. I mean, he's got a little bit of heavy leg to him. He's a strong guy, of course. He's not the most, he's not one of those guys that's going to excite you with a whole bunch of explosiveness about him. But it feels like they're making some moves and bringing some younger guys in.
Yep.
I'm a big Cam Jordan fan, by the way.
Oh, he's so good.
I passed on him, just so everyone knows.
What year was that?
Gosh, I wish we could pull it up.
Well, so here's a question now. Now that the Falcons, now that you're gone, they got Calais Campbell, a very Cam Jordan-y type guy. Sure. Those players are my favorite, right? Like the Forrest Buckners, the Cam Jordans, the Chris Joneses, those kind of guys. Breesy here, by the way, when you look at that, similar, like 6'5.5", 298, 32-inch arms, not as long of arms maybe as a guy like Campbell.
What did he run?
4.86, which is that'll get you there. 22 reps in the bench. So I mean,
look, I'm going to say this. I know Mickey is in charge ultimately, but he's got Jeff Ireland there. Mm-hmm. If you guys all remember Jeff Ireland, he took a beating way back, unfortunately, at Miami. I think he's one of the best out there. He's done great things for Mickey and the Saints as far as building the team. And unfortunately, he has not got another opportunity to be a GM. He has the abilities to. I just want to give him his due because he is really good with providing Mickey with all he needs to know about it. So what I'm saying is he's dug in on Brian Barisi, and he has a pretty good idea of what they're looking for. So don't underestimate the fact that they pulled this guy off the board, having expectation that they need this type of player.
Okay. Best available still. Will Levis is still on the board. You're only out, by the way, if you bet over 4.5 quarterbacks, is for the Chiefs and the Eagles to draft one each. Which, unless you're Chris Collinsworth, my former boss, who did it on a mock the other day because Patrick Mahomes needs a backup quarterback, I think you're going to lose that bet, folks. But we have Will Levis, we have Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer possibly making it out of round 1, which would be interesting. Joey Porter Jr., Osias Torrance, DeJuan Jones, and then there's the Felix Uzama from Kansas State, a Kansas City kid, which I will say, if the Chiefs keep this pick, which politically I think they almost have to do given the draft is in Kansas City, that is one that I think that they could do. But do we see, Thomas? So one interesting thing about we used to see teams trade back into round 1 and take the guy because of the 5th-year option at QB a lot. You know, Bridgewater, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, guys like that. But the 5th-year option is different now because it's more expensive if the guy hits.
Sure.
And so I don't necessarily know. I think a lot of people in the chat are saying, somebody's going to trade up for Levis. Somebody's going to trade up for Levis. When we look at round 2, Steelers, Cardinals, Lions, Colts, Rams could do it because Stafford's a little older. Maybe the Raiders at pick 38. Maybe the Saints at pick 40. Maybe the Titans at pick 41. But there's not a lot. Like, these teams are going to have to move up a decent amount to go up and get Levis if they want to in the back half of the first round. I think Levis makes it out of round 1.
Yeah, look, I mean, I get that moving up, but I also know, every year, that beginning of the second day was a show in of itself, right? There was just so much going on. It's people moving up there and feeling comfortable moving up there versus really moving up into the first. But it's justifiable. It's a few picks ahead. I get it. I don't see it happening right now for some reason, but there was all the trades that we had early on and everything. It seems like it's settled in. Maybe, Does Philly trade out of there if possible?
Yeah. Maybe. So Philly took Jalen Carter early in the draft. That's a pick that we lauded at the time. They moved up 1 spot with Chicago. Okay. They go D-line again, Thomas.
Wow.
Nolan Smith.
Good for them.
This is their roots, though, right? This has always been Philly back, right?
Yeah.
This has been back to Jim Johnson.
To me, this is a great pick here.
This is back to Jim Johnson, where you had Javon Kearse was the year they won. They made the Super Bowl with Andy. You kind of go like Trent Cole and all the way until you get to now where they're just stacked there, right?
But they have age there and they're rotating well. We were talking about it earlier. I agree with you. Nolan Smith, look, I want another laud here. Howie Roseman reaches out. We've already listened to Howie talk, and he's a very opinionated and strong-willed guy who's a really good guy and a smart guy. He brings around people like Matt Russell, former assistant general manager at the Denver Broncos, who is one of the best evaluators in this league, and Dave Caldwell, former general manager of Jacksonville, another really, really good evaluator. He's got those 2 guys in his quiver telling him, this guy is a guy that we need here who can get up and around. He was a 4.38 guy.
Yeah.
I know he's not big. He's had a little bit of injury stuff. They have a good setup. Just understand this. When people like that have some injuries to them and they've been off a little bit, I heard Michael Lombardi talking about Nolan, how he's always off with a hoodie. And I'm like, if you have a sports performance group and Philly has spent money on them, they've spent, I think, $1 million on 2 different guys, separate guys, and to build that, they know that they have people that can keep people healthy, at least ostensibly. And so I think this is a really good, smart pick for them.
Great analytics group, by the way, too. One of my former interns, Zach Drapkin, I just want to give him a shout out. Alec Hallaby, the assistant GM, one of the few assistant GMs in the NFL who is an analytics guy as well. Just again, like there's a lot that goes into building 2 Super Bowl teams in the span of half a decade, and they've done it there. Now Kansas City at 31. By the way, before the Chiefs pick, the last pick in the draft. We really do want to thank all of you that have come to our first ever SumerSports NFL Draft live stream. We do want to encourage Thomas and I. We do want to encourage questions from the audience. We'll take 2 or 3, here before we wrap up. But we really do appreciate you all coming here. If you like what you saw, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We will post this as a podcast as well afterwards, on all your podcast platforms. If you want to re-listen to the show as well, it'll also be up on YouTube. As well. Give us a follow on Twitter at SumerSports as well. So if you have questions, throw them our way. We are waiting for Kansas City. Frankly, given the patterns that Brett Veach has had, the fact that he made it to 31 too is also a surprise. Chiefs could go in a number of different directions here. Edge is a spot, wide receiver is a spot, defensive interior is a spot where they could use some talent, even tackle as well. But they're even tight end, if they're thinking post Travis Kelce, Michael Mayer might be a embarrassment of riches for them at the position.
He might be. I mean, gosh, let's talk about that. How many more years does the host of Saturday Night Live have there? And to have 2 guys that have ability,
right? I
mean, that's an interesting thought.
And Travis has always had a second tight end with him that could block.
Sure.
He's kind of that and you think about this, like you obviously traded a second rounder for Tony Gonzalez, another great Chiefs tight end who was later in the career that couldn't necessarily always be the hand in the grass guy.
Yep.
That was blocking all the time. So you needed other guys, Ben Hartsock and stuff like that, to play with him.
Yep.
As well. So that could be a spot for Kansas City to go here. With this particular pick, they could also trade out of it. I think trading out of it would be tough in your own home city, but that could be a spot as well.
Could be a spot. Look, I just keep coming back to imagining, and we're not watching it right now, Levis in the green room, how devastating that could be. And I know a lot of you guys are like, well, fine, he'll make a lot of money in the NFL. We're not feeling sorry for him, but that's a tough situation. Do you guys know who his agent is, by the way? Yeah, I'd love to know, because I'd be loving to know how he's dealing with it. Telling his not having the feel of this. I mean, I'm going to put this on some agents. That's part of your job, to have a feel and to tell your guy, like, look, there's a chance. I mean, I'll be really interested to see who his agent is. If it's a veteran guy, I'll be surprised. If it's more of a younger, I can't even remember who it is. It will be really interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. So as we sort of wrap this up, the Chiefs picking at 31, Kansas City 14-3 last year, won their 3rd Super Bowl title as a franchise, 2nd in the last 4 years. Andy Reid made Super Bowl number 4 of his career, and obviously with a 2nd victory. Andy Reid right now.
Is it? Whoa. So think about that. Jimmy Sexton, one of the most famous agents out there, who is really dialed in for the most part, he's not happy.
Yeah.
He's not only happy, not happy for Will Levis. He's not happy that he's sitting in that situation where Will is looking across the table at him going, are you kidding me? You put me in this spot. That's tough.
Yep.
Again, Jimmy's one of the best. That's a really interesting situation that played out that way.
Yeah, all the Chiefs, like most likely picks, are all off the board right now, pre-draft. Will McDonald, Anton Harrison. So it could go either way here for them. Either they're probably on the clock looking to trade the pick too, but it could be any sort of thing for them here with the pick. Actually, right now the Eagles pick. They are panning the Levis in like the sort of
are they
the ESPN broadcast, unfortunately, which it feels a little mean, right?
Well, it's
compelling
reality
television,
right?
Compelling television.
Everyone wants to see, everyone wants the ups and downs, and again, we talked earlier. He had a real air about him, and he was kind of throwing it around. So, I'm sure there's some people out there. There's a reason why he's fallen that low, And then you have Hendon Hooker, right? You have 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
There.
If you thought
there's different reasons, of course.
Yeah. So we got a question here from Ben Stinson. How do you like the Giants pick? I think it makes a lot of sense, right? The Giants, they had needs at wide receiver, but they weren't gonna They weren't going to get them after those 4 guys went off the board consecutively. Banks has the size and the speed that you want in a corner. A martingale system, that's another one. Martingale system is a betting system, funnily, but like it's also a football system.
Wink's got it. He's got it figured out that way. Like, let me say this so everyone knows. You know, we're always driven by need, and there's always people arguing, do you draft for need or you draft the best player? You draft for both. Don't let anyone tell you any different, right? You're not going to draft some guy that you don't need and he's the best player. Every once in a while you do that, but that's kind of ridiculous if you already have a need. There's got to be some semblance of need and excellent player, right? So let's keep that in mind. I mean, you know, I'll be interested. I don't even know how we had it mapped out with Sumer, but as far as talented player and where Will Levis was there as a true football talent.
So in our models, just to be upfront, in our models that do not include club IP, so we're not getting that out. Is, you know, there was basically the top 3 guys were about the same, and Will Levis was, you know, sort of down the list a little bit. You know, he was actually more comparable to Hooker than he was the top 3 guys. So, you know, ultimately it looks like we've kind of nailed it here in our first draft at Sumer in terms of quarterback eval, which I always said on our podcast, the SumerSports show, with me and Thomas Dimitroff, I always thought that quarterback was the hardest position for us to nail, right? And because it has so much variability, so much human aspect to it, that it's just difficult to pin down with analytics. But it looks like we've done a good job here at Sumer.
Yes, all of our people have done a really good job at Sumer. I'm really impressed with how it's all coming together. You know, from a quarterback standpoint, you know, I'm really curious. Why is it? Why has it been such a tough position? I want to hear that as a football person.
Yeah. So, like, for one, like, how do you? So, you played college football. Like, I feel like you kind of can relate to this, but like, when you have the football game is mental, right? And there's a lot mentally to it. And when you're better physically than other players, the mental aspect becomes a second order term. You're just bigger and stronger. You can throw it farther. You can do all this stuff. And because I always felt like, a guy's mental makeup was manifested in his production. But it's not, right? Because when the physical natures of everybody equal off, then it comes down to whose mental acuity is better, whose mental ability to play football is better. And I think that's hard to measure in the QB. Like, and I know we're S2 and all this kind of stuff and whatever, but like when the game speeds up for you, do you have it there? Because we're not going to see that in college when the game is slower. And I think that that's a big one. Like, physically, like, we can measure accuracy, we can measure footwork, we can measure ability to, like, you know, sack. That, by the way, pressure to sack ratio, Anthony Richardson was really low, Will Levis was really high, right? That was one that we talked about on the show. We can measure all these things. But the one part with me is, like, leadership is tough to measure. And also, like, how do you deal when everybody else is just as talented as you is hard to suss out in the college level.
Okay, while we're talking about it, sussing out and Brett Veach, for some reason I want to fold into Brett Veach here. I mean, I know you're a big believer in it and bigger believer in him as I am. You know, what's your feeling about Brett Veach and, you know, continuing to run this? How old is he? 43 maybe? He's got 2 Super Bowls as a GM. He's got the trifecta as far as the owner, you know, the quarterback.
Yeah, no, he's in his like mid 30s or
no,
mid 40s.
Mid 40s. Yeah, come on.
Look, he has the hair of a guy in his mid 30s, aspirationally for me. But no, I mean, look, I think that he's grown a lot as general manager. I think, like, early on in his career, he was very much a go get your guys guy.
Sure.
They would come out of these drafts with 5 or 6 players, and it was always because they'd trade up or trade back into a different year or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Tyreek Hill trade, I felt like, was a very seminal moment for him in saying, you know, building around a quarterback on a rookie deal is one thing. Building around a quarterback on a veteran deal is an entirely different thing. And I think a lot of general managers don't necessarily come to grips with that as much. And so then they struggle when that great quarterback is paid more. And I think Brett Veach did the exact opposite. I was very and you know, picking players is very hard, but playing the draft like he did last year, they had the most games played out of any rookie class last year.
Yeah,
and they won the Super Bowl. Yeah, like that's that is a very big, when you look at when Mahomes hits, you can overspend for Sammy Watkins, you can overspend for Frank Clark, you can do all that stuff, and there's so much surplus in the quarterback that you can and so a lot of people in Kansas City are like, oh, Veach is just a product of Mahomes. I believe last season was Brett Veach's coming out party.
Yep. I mean, look, he's when I was there and we went through these GM journey interviews with him and spending time with him, he just has a presence about him, which I love. And look, I don't think anyone's going to trade up.
No, because it's Felix Anuduke Uzama, the defensive end from Kansas State, a native of the city of Kansas City.
You were foreshadowing that. Yeah. Tell me about that.
Yeah. I mean, he's been mocked there, but like he's a native of Kansas City. Yeah. Very athletic guy. Oh. Let's take the tail of the tape here before we wrap this show up, by the way, Thomas, because we are all the way through the first round. A Kansas State kid, very, very athletic, very, productive in college. When you look at him, he's got the Brett Veach build, a 6'3", 255, 33-inch arms. I don't know if we have a combine workout for him, but yeah, I mean, this pick makes sense. Look, they took George Karlaftis last year at pick 30, and now they got Felix here. So now they have two defensive ends, much like, when Scott was running the Chiefs and they had Tamba Hali and Justin Houston now, and, back when it was Neil Smith and Derek Thomas, now it's, Felix and George.
What did he pop off this year with sacks? Just watching him as you guys are pulling that up. Thanks, Matt. This guy, I like watching him because there's something about his approach. Yeah, it was,
13 last 13, 21, I think.
Yeah.
And it was like 7 this year.
I think it was 7. Okay, yeah. No, look, I like this guy. I think this is a really interesting pick. When you watch him, you're like, God, I really thought he was going to go more in the early 20s. So I'm sure they have to be pleased with a guy like this, has the ability to get around the corner, and he gets production. He's got consistency with him with his production.
6'9", 4'3" cone.
See, and I'm a 3-cone guy. Remember, let me just talk about that. I love that for a guy that size to be able to stick his foot in the dirt, do what he needs to do to change direction, get around it, keep his body control. That's what you need getting around the corner like that. Thanks for bringing that up.
So how many picks did I call today, Thomas? Like 3, 4? Yeah. Pick the Kincaid one. Now this one. I'm pretty solid as a. By the way, my friend Rob Pizzola, I'm going to give him a shout out. He told me Chiefs are going to pick an edge defender 2-1 in the markets. Good on him. Now I thought it was going to be Will McDonald, but it went that ship sailed a long time ago. So the Chiefs go and they get their guy. Tomorrow, the NFL draft starts with round 2 with the Pittsburgh Steelers picking at 32, followed by the Cardinals and the Lions. Those are the first 3 picks tomorrow. Okay, before we wrap up, Thomas, this was fun. I told you before this show, let's just have some fun tonight. I thought we had a lot of fun. I hope that everybody that joined us had fun. I hope the people that joined us on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, LinkedIn, Facebook, anywhere, they had fun. Let's just end with this. What was your favorite moment of round 1?
Look, the favorite pure moment.
Yeah, like what's the most enjoyable moment of round 1?
I'm just really, really happy that CJ Stroud was picked by the Houston Texans.
Yeah,
I really am. And then they come back and take the guy they needed. They were able to snap it up. Kudos to Nick for doing it.
Yeah,
Nick Caserio. So that's where it probably was.
Yeah, my favorite of round 1 is Anthony Richardson for the Colts, and here's why. Shane Steichen is was one of my favorite offensive coordinators in all of football when he was with the Chargers and the Eagles. And while I think Anthony Richardson could bust, very much could bust. Every quarterback has bust potential. To me, he provides the athleticism of Jalen Hurts, a quarterback that Steichen's had success with the arm talent of Justin Herbert, a quarterback that Steichen's had success with. The Colts love a lot of people in that building. Yep. I think it's this is a pick that I think changes the complexion of the franchise. So I really like that one, and I'm encouraged by their future.
Okay, let's flip it around because we have to do this.
Yeah.
The one that stunned you and has you back on your heels where you're like surprised?
It's 2 picks, right? It's pick 12 and pick 18,
I knew
right?
it was
Like,
going
like
there.
the Lions. I mean, look, I like Jameer Gibbs. Like this is what I don't want to do. I don't want to say I hate this pick because I think Jameer Gibbs is going to be successful. I think behind that offensive line with that coordinator, I think he's going to have success. I also think the Lions do need a linebacker. Just don't know if that's the picks that they should have taken him at.
And I don't want to ask this, or I don't want to be asked of this.
Yeah. What's yours?
Well, no, I want to ask you. And what'd you think of a running back being taken at 8?
He's a very good running back, and I think he's going to have a lot of success in Atlanta. I hope for the Falcons' sake that in 2 years they don't look back and say, gosh, we really need a wideout or we really need a tackle. Because like I think about this, and again, this is anecdotal, but I'm just using it to prove a point. In 2020, the Chiefs just had won the Super Bowl, and they took Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and their reasoning was we really don't have any needs around the roster. Fast forward a calendar year, Mitchell Schwartz gets hurt, Eric Fisher gets hurt. Neither one can continue their career at the Chiefs. And now you have to trade a first-round pick and the franchise tag and all that stuff for Orlando Brown. Mm-hmm. And I think to myself, I'm like, if you lose a running back in a similar vein, you can just go in free agency and spend that money on a running back. If you lose players at premium positions like tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, edge, like when the Chiefs whiffed on Breeland Speaks and Tano passing, they just spent 2 1s and So I get worried. Like obviously, I think Bijan Robinson's going to be a great back, but I worry in the future when the Falcons are like, well, God, we really need a quarterback, and they're going to have to trade 2 first. They're going to have to trade what they traded for Russell Wilson to go get a quarterback because they didn't just take Will Levis at 8. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
there's some of course needs. Let me start by saying love Bijan, like we talked about earlier. I think they can really benefit with a fledgling quarterback. Is that what the right word is? Or
no, fledgling is the right word. Yeah.
He's a quarterback that needs to continue to grow. So I like that. Could you have done it later? I mean, I've been always wildly impressed with the fact that they did what they did with Algiers. Mm-hmm. So then you just that's when people look at it like that and they say, okay, there was a need on defense, right? There is a need on defense, right? There's a need at corner potentially. There's a continued need at pass rush. So, but I keep coming back to having a vision and knowing they know something about that quarterback situation there, that they're going to give it their full shot to get Ritter where he needs to be. And I think I read somewhere, though the stats were tough, as the further he got downfield, right? They were falling off. You guys had all the great stats for me, but on third down was the one thing that was drawn out of that his third down situation that he was rocking on that. So they have something there that they know they're going to keep focusing on and try to get him and make him the most out of it. But they did pass up some quarterbacks, and think about that.
Well, they might get a chance at one now in second round.
They might get a chance. That's where I was going with it.
Yeah,
this could be good.
Yeah, no. And Thomas, this has been so much fun. I think, I know we actually just got a real cool email through to info@SumerSports, basically just like a love letter to this production, basically saying this person was so happy that football analytics is now a field. And obviously, Thomas, when the history of football is written, you're going to have a part in the chapter about football analytics and all that. And hopefully this is just the beginning. We really appreciate Matt Parker, the great work that you have done, and obviously for all the listeners that have listened in today. So for producer Matt Stopsky, for producer / data scientist / extraordinary Parker Fleming, for Thomas Dimitroff, this has been Eric Eager. This has been the SumerSports First Round Draft Show 2023.